Let's start with a story. It was a stormy day in the year 815, and the Bishop of Lyon found himself intervening to save 4 prisoners from an angry mob. You see, the local villagers were convinced that these captives had quite literally fallen out of the sky. They believed the strangers were sky sailors from a magical cloud realm called Magonia, come to steal the villagers' crops amid the thunderstorm. The Bishop, Agobard of Lyon, later wrote how people, quote, exhibited 4 captives, 3 men and 1 woman, as if they had fallen from these very ships, as if these captives ought to be stoned. It took all of Agobard's persuasion and scriptural arguments to convince his flock that the whole notion of storm-raising sorcerers and cloud ships was just a lie born out of superstition. Now, if that's not a window into the strange superstitions of medieval people, I don't know what is. And it's far from being an odd one-off event. Such beliefs in weather magic, omens, witches, they were widespread in medieval Europe, even in the lofty halls of Byzantium. You see, medieval Europe was a world where religion and folklore intertwined, and daily life teemed with unseen forces. What we might call superstitions today, beliefs in supernatural causation or magical remedies, were just a part of how medieval people understood their world. It was an era before modern science. Any misfortune or marvel begged an explanation, often invoking God or the devil or saints or spirits. Learned churchmen used the term superstitio to label excessive or misguided popular beliefs, and they preached against them as foolish or sinful. Yet, many of these practices persisted stubbornly among high and low classes alike. So from pretentious comets blazing in the sky to witches casting curses in the dark, the medieval imagination populated the mysterious cosmos with signs and hidden meanings. And that is what we're here to discuss today. Medieval superstitions, omens, portents, protective charms, ghosts, miracles, witches, and of course, folk cures. Through all of these stories, I think we'll see not only an interesting and amusing medieval life, but quite a spiritual one that carries deep roots in folklore. And of course, all that helps us to understand how the medieval mindset made sense of this mysterious world around them. Now, before we get into that, I'm just going to welcome you to the channel. Anybody new here, I invite you to click that subscribe button. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. Now, this entire video, along with all the other videos in the playlist sections, is ad-free. You won't get any interruptions, so you can enjoy it all the way to the end without having to worry about jarring ads coming in and ruining the whole thing. Well, this is made possible because we are supported on this channel by the generous Patreon members, the YouTube members, the occasional donation on Super Thanks with YouTube and the PayPal link, and of course the merch store. If you're interested in that, well, you'll find the links of where you need to go in the pinned comment, video description rather, or the channel description. Now, with all that being said, let's get on with the video for today. Well, one of the most common forms of medieval superstition was the interpretation of omens, that is, unexpected and random occurrences or natural phenomena, generally seen as indicators of future events. Now, medieval people, especially in folk tradition, believed that the natural world was rich with signs deliberately placed by divine or supernatural forces. Everyday happenings could thus carry a hidden message about fortune, or perhaps doom. For example, it was said that if a dog howls inside a house, someone in the house will soon fall ill, or perhaps even die. Seeing a magpie bird cawing on your roof meant a visitor would arrive soon, whereas encountering a hare on the road was unlucky and portended misfortune on your journey. But on the other hand, finding a stray horseshoe on the ground was a token of good luck and would ensure your well-being for the day, one of many folk omens recorded in medieval sources. Now, many such omens were highly local or specific, as you might understand. A 15th century English list of superstitions, for instance, which is a golden source for a video like this, of course, advised people never to begin a new project on certain evil days of the year. Notably, 3 perilous Mondays that fell in April, August, and December. Well, if you did begin a project on one of these days, superstition dictates that disaster would soon follow. And even sneezing carried a supernatural risk. A widely repeated belief was held that if one sneezed with mouth open, the devil could enter the body at that unguarded moment. The protective response was to quickly utter, "God bless you," a habit that originated, it was said, as a medieval precaution to ward off Satan's intrusion. Well, hence the custom of saying "bless you" after a sneeze. Well, such examples show that how even the smallest incidents of daily life were certainly woven into a larger web of meaning. A medieval farmer or craftsman paid attention to the behavior of animals, the timing of seasons, odd incidents, fearing that they might signal a coming sickness, bad luck, or even death. But beyond the domestic sphere, ordinary portents in nature were taken quite seriously. Medieval chroniclers and histories are full of reports of bizarre phenomena interpreted as omens from heaven. Often such prodigies were believed to presage major calamities or God's judgment. An infamous example of that is Halley's Comet in 1066. When this fiery comet appeared in the sky over Europe, many, including the English, viewed it as a dreadful omen of upheaval. In fact, the Bayeux tapestry, an embroidery created soon after 1066, depicts onlookers marveling at the comet with the inscription, "These men wonder at the star," and it became retrospectively linked to the impending Norman conquest of England that year. Likewise, earlier in 793, Northumbrian observers recorded, quote, "dragons flying through the sky in flames," likely a comet, perhaps an aurora, shortly before a Viking raid struck the monastery of Lindisfarne. Of course, to the medieval eye, the terrifying vision had been a divine warning of the Viking onslaught to come, and certainly the days following it were not very pleasant. Now, it is this mindset that God or cosmic forces sent signs of future events that had deep roots. Early Christian theologians like St. Augustine had actually cautioned against credulous belief in omens, calling it foolish and, at worst, potentially demonic. Augustine argued that any apparent pattern between an omen and a subsequent event was mere coincidence, or perhaps a trick of the demons. Medieval church authorities echoed this stance in theory, viewing the reading of omens as a superstitio that could lead the faithful astray. And we have a telling anecdote that comes from a 13th century preacher, Stephen of Bourbon, who recounted the fate of an old woman too enamored of omens. This woman heard a cuckoo bird call 5 times one spring, and firmly believed that she had 5 years of life remaining. She ignored the priest's urgings to confess her sins on her sickbed, insisting that she had a few more years left before she was going to die. But she lost her speech and she perished shortly after, without confessing those final rites. Her misplaced faith in a bird omen, Stephen notes sternly, cost the woman her soul. Well, perhaps it's an apocryphal tale, but it shows how medieval clergy often repeated such cautionary tales to warn against trusting in omens. Yet, the very need for so many sermons and condemnations show how persistent and appealing these beliefs were. The common folk, and indeed many nobles, simply found it natural to see a meaningful pattern in unusual events. If lightning struck the church tower, perhaps it was a sign of God's anger. A child born with a caul, that is, amniotic membrane over its head, people whispered that the child would have second sight. If a rainbow arced over the village, it might promise peace and good harvest. Every unusual or eerie encounter begged to be interpreted through a kind of supernatural lens. And in an uncertain world of warfare, plague, and early death, reading the runes of fate in this way gave people a kind of semblance of control. Omens and portents thus formed a kind of popular divination in medieval life, a way to peek at God's book of destiny through those little gaps of strange events. But perhaps no superstition in the Middle Ages had more dire consequences than the fear of witchcraft. The belief that certain people, usually women, could harness dark supernatural powers to harm their neighbors. It was widespread in Europe by the later medieval period. While the earliest Middle Ages saw relatively few witch trials, and of course church doctrine often dismissed folk tales of night-flying witches as delusions, by the 14th and 15th century the idea of a witch as a devil-worshipping villain had gripped the popular imagination. This was the most famous medieval superstition, and it led to genuine panic, and of course that panic led to violence. An estimated 200,000 people accused of witchcraft were executed across Europe in the mid-15th century, though the peak of witch hunts did come in the early modern era. In medieval law, witches were blamed for almost any unexplained misfortune. If a sudden storm devastated the crops or sank a ship, villagers might whisper that a local witch had raised the tempest through sorcery. Indeed, as we saw, farmers in Agobard's time were paying supposed weather wizards to prevent hailstorms, and lynching them when storms struck despite the charms. Witches were thought to curse people and livestock, spread diseases, spoil milk and butter, and just generally wreak havoc out of either malice or demonic influence. But even more fantastically, people believed witches could shapeshift into animals. Popular imagination often cast witches as transforming into cats, rabbits, or crows to sneak about and do unseen evil. A raven croaking ominously at night, or bats flitting around the eaves were dreaded signs. It was said to be bad luck if you saw bats in flight or heard their cries, because it meant that witches who were in league with bats were active in the darkness. Similarly, black cats acquired an unlucky reputation precisely because of their association with witches' familiar spirits. Another widespread fear was witches interfering with human fertility and sexuality in rather monstrous ways. Medieval penitential manuals and later witch-hunting guides contained startling references to such beliefs. As early as the 11th century, the churchman Burchard of Worms wrote of superstitious villagers, who believed a witch could magically steal a man's private parts, an illustration created by the devil to sow fear. Well, by the 15th century, this bizarre idea had become quite a lurid legend. The notorious witch hunter's manual, Malleus Maleficarum, in 1487, describes witches who not only make men's members disappear through enchantment, but even keep collections of them as pets. Well, one passage recounts with sober credulity that some witches took members in large numbers, 20 or 30, and shut them up together in a bird's nest, where they moved about like living things, eating oats and feed. According to this tale, a bewitched man seeking to recover his lost organ was directed by a witch to climb a tree and take any one that he fancied from such a nest. Well, when he tried to grab the one that was particularly large, for some reason they'd always go for that one, the witch quipped that it belonged to a local priest and was thus off limits. Now, that's a pretty strange story, isn't it? But it was recorded as fact by Heinrich Kramer, the same one who wrote the Malleus Maleficarum, and it speaks to how powerful and vivid belief in malicious witchcraft had become by this time. But it is important to note that not all medieval authorities were eager to endorse such things. In earlier medieval centuries, church doctrine was actually skeptical about the witch's supposed power. A famous church law from the 900s, often attributed to Regina of Prum or the Canon Episcopi, declared that women who claimed to fly by night with the pagan goddess Diana were suffering, quote, illusory dreams induced by the devil. The law insisted that anyone who believed such flights were real had strayed from the faith. In other words, the official position at this time was that the night rides of the witches and gatherings were nothing but imaginary temptations, very far removed from any reality. Bishops like Agobard, as we saw, flatly denied that any human could conjure storms or truly transform into beasts. Those were the powers of God alone. Nonetheless, the common people's fear of maleficium, that is, evil magic, only persisted, and by the later Middle Ages, the tide had turned. Many theologians and inquisitors came to accept that devil-worshipping witches were a very real and present threat. They conceived of organized conspiracies of witches sworn to Satan, meeting at midnight Sabbaths, casting vile spells, and even desecrating the Christian Eucharist in their rituals. Though exaggerated, these ideas fueled persecution, and by the 15th century, secular and ecclesiastical courts did begin hunting suspected witches in earnest, especially in parts of Switzerland, Germany, and France. The result was quite tragic. Countless women and some men executed due to panic and superstition alone. Of course, where there is fear of evil magic, there was also a thriving array of counter-magic and protective superstitions. Medieval people didn't see themselves as helpless victims of dark forces. Rather, they believed there were apotropaic, that is, evil-averting measures. A new word for both of us, I suppose. Apotropaic measures that one could take. Now, these often blended folk wisdom with the Christian faith, so older practices now put into a more modern light. So thus, alongside witches' curses, we find horseshoes, herbs, amulets, holy blessings employed to guard against them. Much of daily medieval superstition was about staying safe from the myriad perceived dangers that lurked around the world. Now, a classic example is the horseshoe above the doorway. And we discussed this a little bit in some of the folklore videos that we'd done, but we'll talk about it too today. So as we had noted earlier, finding a discarded horseshoe was lucky. Medieval folk took that further by nailing horseshoes over the thresholds of their homes, and of course barns too, to repel witches and evil spirits. An iron horseshoe, especially one lost by a horse naturally, that is, not removed by human hands, was thought to carry the horse's protective power. Now, as for the witches, it was said that they would hesitate to enter a building guarded by a horseshoe charm, and that's because iron was believed to be a metal that would ward off malign magic. And one can trace the enduring custom of the lucky horseshoe to these medieval roots. Depending on where you're listening from, you probably have something similar if you are a part of the European cultural milieu. Likewise, farmers often hung rowan branches or herbal bundles in their byres and painted crosses on their doors at certain feast days to shield their livestock from a nocturnal visit from a witch. The people of medieval times were also enormously fond of their amulets and talismans. Now, these range from simple folk charms, a wolf's tooth worn on a necklace to protect a child, or a sprig of wolf's bane kept in a pouch, to more explicitly religious items like saints' medals, relics, or prayer scrolls worn on the body. In Byzantine lands, a common amulet was a pendant inscribed with the image of Christ or the Virgin, and a prayer of protection. Then we also had the evil eye, known across Europe and the Mediterranean. There was one of these charms, one of these things that these charms aimed to defeat, rather. People believed that an envious or malicious glare, i.e., the evil eye, could invisibly strike a person. It could cause illness, bad luck, or perhaps even injury. This idea was especially rooted in Byzantine culture and southern Europe, harkening back to antiquity. So what did you do to guard against it? Well, that's where the amulets come in. A person might wear a small blue glass bead, an eye-like stone, or perhaps just a Christian pendant. Byzantine sources describe bloodstone amulets carved with holy figures, used to ward off demons and the evil eye. The church taught that if harm came from a curse, it was really demons at work. So, invoking Christ or Mary on an amulet was a way to enlist divine aid against demonic attacks. Such charms straddled the line between piety and superstition. Officially, trust was to be placed in prayer and God's will, but in practice, many people wanted just that extra little bit of magical security. After all, what harm could it do? But here's another fascinating medieval protection practice, and that is the use of blessed candles and objects. On February 2nd, that being Candlemas, priests would bless all the candles to be used in the church and by the faithful. It became customary for people to keep those holy candles and light them during storms or at a sick bed to ward off evil. And we have an English account that notes that slim, blessed red candles were sometimes burned during childbirth to protect against demons and other threatening spirits, and crosses made of Candlemas wax were affixed to ploughs and barn doors to safeguard crops and animals. There are instances of how Christian sacramentals, that is, blessed items, were employed in a quasi-magical way among the populace. Churchmen often tolerated such uses, even if they worried about it bordering on superstition. Well, because it kept people within a Christian framework, I suppose, rather than just outright turning to pagan magic. Of course, if the people were scared enough of witches and evil eyes and all the rest, they'd turn to anything. At least the amulets they had, while a little bit superstitious in nature, had images of Christ on them, or Mary, or a cross. So, tolerated, I suppose. Yet, folk remedies could veer into the blatantly unorthodox. A good example is the belief in the healing power of an executed criminal's touch. It was a curious superstition in parts of Europe that the hand of a man who had been hanged or otherwise executed could cure diseases, especially swellings or goiters. As morbid as that sounds, people desperate for a cure would sometimes attend public executions and then jostle forward to touch the corpse's hand, hoping to receive magical virtue from the dead criminal. And in some cases, the right hand of an executed man was even dried or preserved as a talisman, not notably the hand of glory, which legend says could be used by thieves to stupefy inhabitants of a house. The church, of course, disapproved of such grisly superstitions, but the practice persisted, albeit quietly, wherever folk healing and magic intermixed. But most people saw no contradiction between using these charms and being devout Christians. After all, they were clutching their charms and praying to God for help. So what harm could it do? They would pray to God and the saints and also carry that amulet just in case. A little bit extra. Kind of a dagger in the back pocket in a spiritual sense. It was simply part of the medieval world view that unseen forces and spirits constantly mingled in earthly affairs, whether that be for good or ill. A wise person would take sensible precautions, whether that meant saying a prayer before a journey or tucking a protective herb in one's shoe on a dangerous road. We can view these superstitious protections as a kind of supernatural insurance policy, born out of both hope and anxiety in an age that was very unpredictable. But not all medieval superstitions dealt with preventing misfortune. Some, rather, dealt with confronting the uncanny, particularly the spirits of the dead. Ooh, scary. Medieval folklore and literature abound with ghosts, revenants, that is, reanimated corpses, and other undead beings that kind of blurred the line between our world and the next. Well, far from dismissing ghost stories as old wives' tales, some sober chroniclers reported them with a straight face, treating them as cautionary, real events. Well, one of the earliest and most intriguing accounts of the walking dead comes from the 12th century English historian William of Newburgh. In his History of English Affairs, amidst accounts of political events, William kinda goes off the beaten track a little bit, and pauses to assure the reader that, quote, "It would not be easy to believe that corpses come out of their graves and wander about, did not frequent examples of it in our own times fully testify to it." He then proceeds to recount several hair-raising cases of revenants in England. In one story, a recently deceased man in Yorkshire rises from his grave at night and proceeds to haunt his village. This blood-drinking corpse, for he apparently attacked people, so terrorized the locals that eventually they appealed to the church. The Archbishop of York sent a holy letter of absolution to be laid on the corpse's chest in the tomb. Only after this religious ritual did the revenant cease its nocturnal activities. In another case, William relates, the restless dead body of a sinful priest was seen roaming near his former abbey, howling in anguish because he had been buried without proper penance. A brave monk, armed with an axe, waited by the grave one night. When the revenant emerged, the monk struck, driving it back. The next day, the community exhumed the corpse and found it unnaturally decayed, or rather undecayed, with fresh blood from the wound, confirming that it had indeed been walking around. They promptly burned the body to ashes, and hopefully that put the spirit at rest. Now, such stories, of course, straddle the line between superstition and spiritual lesson. Medieval writers often presented ghost or revenant tales as moral examples. The dead returned to urge the living to do penance, or perhaps as punishment for sins unresolved. Yet it is clear that many ordinary people believed in these nightmarish beings quite literally. The phenomenon of the vampire, though that term was not used in the West until later, overlaps with these medieval revenants who sometimes sucked blood or oppressed the living. William of Newburgh frankly remarked that if he were to record all of the stories the undead he had heard, it would make too long a digression, and that implies that such accounts were indeed numerous. Although rather unfortunate he went back to just talking about the politics, I think we'd rather hear about the supernatural stories than that. A little less dry, of course. Well, another famous spectre in medieval lore was the Wild Hunt, also known as Harlequin's Hunt, a ghostly procession of damned souls sweeping through the night sky. The first known detailed account comes from Orderic Vitalis, a Norman monk writing around 1130. Now he recounts how in 1091 a priest named Walkelin in France encountered a phantom army of men, women, clergy, and knights riding through the darkness. They were burdened with crimes and punishments, and Walkelin realized that he was witnessing the troop of lost souls, Familia Harlequini. He even recognized some recently deceased neighbors among the woeful crowd. One of the ghostly knights seized Walkelin and scorched him for refusing to carry a message to the living, only letting him go when Walkelin cried upon the Virgin Mary for help. The frightened priest found his cloak had been singed by the demon's fiery hand, physical proof of his otherworldly encounter. Tales of this phantom army, or wild hunt, soon spread across Europe, often evolving into local legends involving figures like King Arthur or other folk heroes, leading the furious host. Churchmen interpreted it as a vision of souls in purgatory, a dire warning to sinners on earth. But we can also see it as a classic medieval superstition, the belief that on certain nights, especially around winter feasts, the barrier between the living and the dead grew so thin, the damned rode out in visible form, screaming and warning the living to be a bit more pious, otherwise end up like them. Well, for the medieval populace, ghosts and revenants were not merely entertainment for fireside storytelling, but rather they were part of a cosmology in which the dead could interact with the living. People took measures against troublesome spirits just as they did against witches. For example, burying bodies at crossroads, or with a stake through the heart to prevent them from rising. That is a practice attested in some medieval burials, by the way. The church by and large accepted the appearance of ghosts, usually to convey a moral message or request prayers, though it denied that vampires or corpse devourers had any real power beyond what the devil might fabricate as an illusion. Still, as with other superstitions, the belief of the common people in literal undead beings proved to be quite resilient. It answered deep fears about death and the afterlife, fears that in a pre-scientific age found expression in folklore. So by telling spirits who walked, communities perhaps processed the very real presence of death in daily life, envisioning it and, in some sense, mastering it through their own stories and rituals. But what we can do now is move a little bit away from the illicit and dark sides of things. You see, many were tied to devotion and faith when we look at the realm of superstition. You could certainly drift into that definition. The medieval Catholic Church promoted veneration of saints and their relics, but it struggled to keep that veneration from becoming, let's say, overly credulous, or at least magical in its character. That line between piety and superstition was often quite blurry, and since a sincere prayer, to St. Barbara for protection from lightning, for example, might slide into the notion that a medallion of St. Barbara guaranteed one would not be struck by lightning, effectively treating the object as a magical charm. Church writers would call the latter attitude superstitious, but to the layperson, it was a part of concrete faith. Well, it just reminds me of a little story. I used to be a kindergarten teacher. If any of you know, I'm not sure if I've mentioned that before. But back in the day, I used to wear a ring to school. It was a ring with a black gem in it. And the kids would sometimes ask me, they'd say, "What is it? What's that ring? What is it?" And I would tell them that it was a ring for keeping dinosaurs away. And they would tell me, "Well, that's ridiculous." I said, "Well, do you see any dinosaurs?" Right. A few of the kids believed it. Anyway, from then on, it was my dinosaur prevention ring. Well, back to the video. Just thought I'd share that little aside with you. Nothing to do with medieval superstition, but it just came into my head. In any case, the cult of relics provides an illustration of this kind of superstition. Throughout medieval Europe and Byzantium, relics, that being physical remnants of saints or objects associated with Christ and the saints, were treasured for miraculous powers. People undertook long pilgrimages to famous shrines to touch the bones of St. Peter in Rome, or the tomb of St. James at Compostela, or perhaps a fragment of the true cross at Constantinople, because they truly believed that these holy objects could cure illness, grant blessings, or at least intercede with God for the soul. There was a telling line from Geoffrey Chaucer's The Canterbury Tales in 1387, or at least around 1387. It describes how pilgrims go to Canterbury to seek the holy, blissful martyr, St. Thomas Becket, that them hath holpen when that they were sick. In short, they travelled to Becket's shrine because they firmly believe that the saint has helped the sick and will do so again. A mindset where miraculous healing is, expected as a matter of course, I suppose. Now, relics were often credited with truly astonishing miracles. In medieval narratives, restoring sight to the blind, resurrecting the dead, stopping plagues and natural disasters. In fact, in the Byzantine capital of Constantinople, the revered relics of the true cross and the Virgin Mary's robe were paraded along the city walls during crises and sieges, with the belief that these holy objects would somehow repel the enemies. And indeed, chroniclers dutifully report that sieges did miraculously lift after such processions, reinforcing public faith in the relic's protective power. Didn't help them very much in the 15th century, but story for another video, of course. In Western Europe, similarly, tales abounded of how a local saint's relic saved a town from famine, or perhaps cured an entire village of the Black Death. Now, modern historians might view these accounts with a bit of skepticism, but at the time they were simply an accepted reality. At times, popular fervor around saints spilled over into outright folkloric cults that alarmed church authorities, sort of going into heretical territory here. And there is one extraordinary case, actually, the one of Saint Guinevere, the holy greyhound of France. Yes, that is exactly right. Not a person, but a dog. In the 13th century, peasants in the village of Villars, near Lyon, began venerating a greyhound as a saint and martyrdom for children. Now, it comes with quite an interesting story. The legend goes that this dog Guinevere had saved an infant from a snake, but was unjustly killed by its master, who mistook the bloody dog for having attacked the child. Now, locals, hearing of the dog's noble deed and innocent death, made a shrine of sorts at the well where Guinevere was buried, and mothers with sickly infants started bringing their children there seeking miraculous healing. An old woman would instruct them in a ritual. They would offer salt and certain tokens at the dog's grave, hang the baby's clothes on the surrounding bushes, and then pass the naked infant through a split tree trunk 9 times while reciting incantations, essentially asking the spirit of Guinevere and the forest fairy being, they were called, to take away a changeling and return a healthy child. Well, unsurprisingly, some infants did not survive this dangerous rite, which involved leaving them exposed with lit candles nearby, or immersing them repeatedly in cold water. That was another test to see if the child was a fairy's offspring or human. When word of this occult healing practice reached the ears of the church, they were not very pleased. It was condemned as an insulting superstition, both idolatrous, worshipping a creature, that is, a dog as a saint, and just in practical terms, very dangerous. Well, Stephen of Bourbon, the Dominican preacher who investigated, was horrified. He preached against the cult of St. Guinevere, unearthed, and burned the dog's remains, and had the local lord forbid any future gatherings at the site. Yeah, I tell you what, Stephen of Bourbon, he has lost points with me there. They should have just let the good boy be a saint. In any case, his own report preserved the memory of just how far common people's faith in folk miracles could go, and they were so desperate to cure their children that they blended a Christian saintly veneration with older pagan-like rites, that is, tree magic and fairy lore, creating a syncretic superstition at which the learned could only shake their heads. But come on, they should have just... I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, surely. The tale of the brave dog rescuing the child and fighting the snake, and then getting wrongly accused. I think it's a good story. I suppose we can say that they should have left sleeping dogs lie. Well, in comparing these saint-related beliefs to other superstitions, you can certainly find an interesting difference in tone. When medieval people attributed a marvel to a saint or a god, it was seen as good magic, a miracle, not witchcraft. However, the church worried that when people treated holy things in a excessive way, you see, wearing a relic as a personal charm, for instance, or using the mass or sacramental bread in magical rituals, well, I suppose it was kind of frowned upon, at least in an official capacity. There is one medieval tale, too, that recounts a woman who tried to hide a piece of consecrated Eucharist bread in her purse after communion to use it for sorcery, only to be struck by a vision and affliction until she finally repented. The clergy wanted people to pray to saints with proper devotion, but not to treat saints like pagan deities of a bygone era that could be bribed or coerced. In reality, the popular mentality did often resemble older pagan practice. Medieval Christians might promise votive offerings at a shrine in exchange for a cure, a practice not unlike offering in a pagan temple, I suppose. Or they might just attribute misfortune to neglecting a certain saint's feast day. Attitudes like that, they're kind of hard to distinguish from superstition. But nonetheless, it is worth noting that the church itself fostered some superstitions in the guise of faith. The ceremony of the royal touch is a case in point. Starting in the late medieval period, kings of England and France claimed the divine gift to heal scrofula, that is a form of tuberculosis, by simply touching sufferers. Crowds of the sick would line up for the monarch's healing touch, convinced that the king's anointed hands could channel the power of God. This quasi-magical royal ritual persisted for centuries, blurring the line between sacred miracle and, I suppose, even little political propaganda. But similarly, the profusion of relics, whether they were authentic and sometimes they were fake, in late medieval times, from vials of the Virgin's milk to splinters of Noah's Ark, testified to an almost insatiable appetite among the faithful for tangible connections to the supernatural. Savvy observers noted the potential for fraud and superstition in this relic mania. The 16th century Protestant critics would later ridicule medieval Catholicism as drowning in superstition, pointing to these flamboyant uses of relics and images as evidence. Carrying home a flask of holy water from a distant shrine was not irrational, but it was rather an act of hope and trust that spiritual forces would care for the physical world. So how do we sum all of this up? Well, the strange superstitions of medieval people from a modern vantage point. They often evoke amazement, or even amusement. How could someone think that a cloud ship of Magonia was stealing crops? Or genuinely fear that a witch might turn into a cat and hex their cow? They seem strange, but don't worry. In a couple hundred years' time, some of our beliefs might seem strange as well. But as we get into these beliefs, we suddenly uncover an internal logic and a window into medieval psychology. Superstition flourished in the Middle Ages precisely because it served a practical emotional need. It offered up explanations for the unexplainable. Why did a harvest fail? Maybe it was a witch that cursed us. Perhaps we neglected a certain saint on their festival. It has to be some reason, right? It provided rituals and responses to cope with dangers, from saying a blessing after a sneeze to marking the door with a cross or a horseshoe against evil. It even gave communities ways to articulate social tensions. For example, the witch stereotype, often targeting outsiders or perhaps inconvenient women as scapegoats when misfortune struck. But it would be wrong to think that medieval people were simply gullible or uniformly ignorant. Not only wrong, but frankly quite rude to think so. Many educated minds then criticize superstitions in terms not unlike our own. We have records of feudal lords mocking auguries, theologians forbidding charms, and physicians attributing lunacy to natural causes rather than the cycles of the moon. The medieval world contains skepticism alongside its belief. But for the majority, given the scientific knowledge of the era, just believing in something, be it malevolent or miraculous, was more comforting than believing in nothing behind events. The bias towards seeing intention or agency, whether divine or diabolic, in life's little twists and turns is a deeply human trait, one that our ancestors exercised liberally. Whether you believe it's God's will, karma, the universe, we still do this today. Or even just saying bad luck, believing in the concept of luck itself, is, well, frankly, superstitious. Now, even within the Christian framework, official doctrine could not answer every question or heal every ill. So the common people had to fill the gaps in with folk tradition, passed down through generations. Much of that tradition predated Christianity itself, rooted in the old pagan customs adapted over time. Medieval Europe and Byzantium thus inherited a rich tapestry of lore, that evil eye from antiquity, the fairy and changeling beliefs from Celtic and Germanic myth, the astrology from the Greco-Arabic learning, and so on. The Church, of course, worked to Christianize these elements, sometimes successfully, sometimes superficially. There's only so far you can Christianize a deeply pagan practice. The result, by the High Middle Ages, was a syncretic culture, where a peasant might pray earnestly to the Virgin Mary at church on Sunday, yet on Monday consult a village wise woman for a love potion perhaps, or maybe even just mutter an old rhyme to ward off elves from the cradle. What we've talked about today, the omens, the witchcraft, the ghosts, miracle beliefs, they all show how the medieval cosmos was enchantingly alive. Every star and storm, every animal's howl in the night, every sickness or stroke of luck, it could carry a deeper significance. Superstition was essentially a way to read and influence that enchanted world. And interestingly, not all medieval superstitions have vanished with time. Many have just transmuted into the little superstitions we still know, saying bless you after a sneeze, avoiding Friday the 13th, knocking on wood, or just hanging up that horseshoe for good fortune. In that sense, I suppose the legacy of the Middle Ages' strange beliefs is still quietly threaded through our own modern cultural habits, and perhaps in a few hundred years' time, some new YouTube historian, when I am long gone, will be making a video about the strange beliefs of the people of the 21st century. Who knows? I suppose we'll have to wait a couple 100 years for that one. A wide green field at dawn, banners fluttering, trumpets blaring. On either side, knights in gleaming armor sit astride restless war horses, while a crowd of onlookers gathers. On one side, a noble's retinue clusters under his banner. Opposite them, another troop of armored horsemen awaits. A medieval tournament is about to begin. Accounts of the time allow us to paint the scene quite vividly. One 13th century poet describes on the morning of a tournament that knights appeared and stood before their lodgings, carefully, splendidly armed, then rode out in tight, well-ordered companies, with no private jousts discussed, only the challenge to win or lose it all. There would be no half measures today. Every knight would stake his pride, his body, even his life, on the field of honor. That's what we're going to talk about today, these living events of the medieval tournament. We'll explore what actually happened in a historical context, not quite what you see in the movies. From the 10th through to the 15th centuries, the golden age of these events, stepping beyond the stylized versions, getting into the real experience and all the gritty details, the chaotic melees of the early Middle Ages, the elegance and danger of the joust, and even the theatrical extravagance of the padam. Along the way, there's plenty of true stories and anecdotes drawn from knights' own chronicles and medieval observers. You'll find champions, crafty underdogs, exalted victors, and battered losers. I hope that by the end, you'll feel as if you, too, had spent a day amid all the colorful pageantry, the deafening cheers, and the clashing steel. So let's enter the list. What really happened at the tournament? Well, allow me first to welcome you, as that is good manners. Newcomers to the channel, it's good to meet you. Those coming back, thank you once again for meeting me back here on this platform. thank you very much to those supporting on the Patreon, and those who decided to check out the merch store. Now, with all that being said and done, let's get down to the details. Nice and relaxed, as always. In the earliest forms of medieval tournaments, the main event was not the gentlemanly joust of later fame, but rather it was the melee, essentially a mock battle royale. Two teams of knights, sometimes numbering even in the hundreds, charged at each other on horseback and fought in groups, very much like a real skirmish, just like the simulations. There were minimal formal rules at first, so these melees could sprawl for miles beyond the initial field. Chroniclers describe combats roving across huge swaths of the countryside, occasionally even crashing into towns and villages. Early tournaments were essentially war games. Victory was decided by prowess, and sometimes by sheer numbers or cunning on the field. You could only imagine the breadth of that field for those poor souls who decided not to show up to the tournament. Well, perhaps you don't want to go to the tournament, but the tournament is going to you. Now, what about weight classes? Bad luck. It was more about the strongest would survive. There were really not very many fair fights. Knights could gang up on opponents, and even infantry archers might join the fray in some cases. It doesn't sound very chivalrous, doesn't it? In fact, one 12th century account notes that the Count of Flanders once bolstered his team with 300 infantrymen to ambush the opposition and cover a retreat. Clearly, the chivalry of the tournament was often more apparent in poetry than in practice during these free-for-alls, and like I did say, we're not sparing the gritty details. But what motivated knights to fight with such ferocity, at least outside of an actual war? Beyond the glory and the training, one powerful incentive was as old as time: profit. They wanted to make money. In melee tournaments, you see, a knight who managed to capture an opponent could demand a ransom, or claim the loser's horse and armor as his own prize. This turned tournaments into lucrative ventures for the skilled and lucky. The career of the famed knight William Marshall illustrates this quite well. Marshall, a landless younger son, made his name on the 12th century tournament circuit largely by capturing other knights. At one tournament in 1177, at the village of O, Marshall personally captured 10 knights and 12 horses in a single day, a haul of ransoms and war gear that greatly enriched him. Not bad for a morning's work, especially in those times. In fact, William and a comrade formed a sort of tournament partnership, pooling their efforts and spoil, and in just 10 months of touring the melee fields, they captured 103 knights for ransom, an almost unbelievable number. In fact, such exploits earned Marshall fame as the greatest knight, and on his deathbed decades later, he allegedly recalled having unhorsed 500 knights over his tournament career. Clearly, for knights like Marshall, tournaments were not mere sport. There were high-stakes competitions, where one could win fortune and reputation. Of course, the action in melee was intense, unpredictable, and quite dangerous. The knights would thunder together in a grand charge, lancers leveled, trying to smash through the opposing line. After the initial collision, the field dissolved into dozens of swirling duels and small group fights. They fought with blunted weapons at times, but in earlier days, just as often with normal swords, maces, and even lances tipped with iron. A contemporary observer noted that in the 12th century tournaments, mounted knights fought with lance, sword, and mace, while some dismounted men even used bows and pikes, blurring the line between sport and real war. The melee could last for hours, typically from morning until dusk. Knights who were unhorsed or exhausted might try to withdraw to a safe area. By the 13th century, there were often designated reset zones on the field, where a combatant could catch his breath or negotiate surrender without being attacked. If captured, a knight gave his word as a prisoner was expected to yield up his arms and pay a ransom. In some cases, a captured knight would be escorted off to a team's camp until he paid, or at least surrender his horse as surety. Enterprising fighters like William Marshall became experts at seizing horses' bridles to lead away unlucky opponents. To get a flavor of the chaos, let's recount an eyewitness anecdote from the 1170s. William Marshall's biography, a verse chronicle written by those who knew him, relates one tournament that spilled out of control into the streets of a town called Annet. Marshall and his patron, the young King Henry, found themselves pursuing a group of enemy knights right into the town's main street. In the melee of alleyways, Marshall charged Sir Simon de Neufel, grabbed the bridle of Simon's horse, and began dragging the hapless knight away as his prisoner. Sir Simon, desperate not to be taken, suddenly reached up and caught hold of a low-hanging house gutter, overhead, and literally yanked himself off his horse. The astonished Marshal galloped on, not realizing his captive had cleverly hooked himself onto a building. King Henry, following behind, saw Simon dangling from the eaves, but chose not to alert Marshal, perhaps as a bit of a joke. Marshal trotted back to his camp, leading the riderless horse and proudly handing it to his squire, saying, "Take charge of this knight." The young king burst out laughing and quipped, "I think you'll find that you've lost him." He decided to hang around back there, suspended from a gutter. Only then did Marshal look back and see his would-be prisoner nowhere in sight, and he had roared with laughter at the trick. Fantastic little story, isn't it? It shows the unpredictability of melee combat, and certainly a human touch to the story. 1 minute a knight is a victor leading off a captive. The next, he's holding an empty bridle and laughing at himself. Even in the thick of competition, medieval knights appreciated a good joke when fate played a hand. Of course, it wasn't all fun and games. The danger of melees was very real. While many combats ended with knights bruised or with dented armor, serious injuries and fatalities were not uncommon. Perhaps the most famous tournament fatality of the 13th century was Sir Gilbert Marshall, the Earl of Pembroke, ironically, by the way, one of William Marshall's own sons. In 1241, Gilbert took part in a tournament at Ware against King Henry III's express prohibition, and he met a quite gruesome end. Chroniclers report that he was thrown from his horse, and his foot hung up in the stirrup. The panicked horse dragged Gilbert violently across the field for a long distance, little by little inflicting mortal injuries. The Earl died from the incident, and King Henry was, understandably, quite furious, even refusing to immediately allow Gilbert's brother to inherit the title because the family had disobeyed royal orders. By attending that ill-fated tournament, Henry was, furious at the whole situation. Well, especially in the early melee-type tournaments, they truly walked the line between sport and slaughter. It's no wonder that the medieval church looked askance at these bloody games. Really, were they that far removed from the gladiatorial combats of ancient Rome? Sure, there were rules, but there were still fatalities. The church feared for knights' souls, of course, and their lives. In 1130, Pope Innocent II actually issued a ban on tournaments, declaring that those killed in such, quote, abominable jousts and tournaments should be denied a Christian burial. Many devout commentators argued that the only justifiable use of knightly violence was war in the service of God, not reckless mock battles for vanity and coin. Yet, despite clerical disapproval and the occasional royal bans, the tournament melee survived, and it thrived. It simply had too strong a hold on knightly culture, and everybody was just having way too much fun. Over time, however, the chaotic melee did begin to civilize itself somewhat. By the 13th century, official rules were introduced in some regions to reduce the mayhem. For example, in England, King Richard the Lionheart decided to allow tournaments, which his father had banned, by the way, but only under strict regulation. In 1194, Richard designated specific sites where tournaments could be held, and even charged entry fees based on a knight's rank. A clever little way to fill the royal coffers on the side, that's for sure. Knights had to swear to keep the peace, and not murder or pillage during the event. Later, in 1292, Edward I of England's Statute of Arms took regulation even further. Knights were forbidden from using pointed swords or lethal weapons in the lists, and striking a fallen opponent was also prohibited, not to mention bad form. Special care was taken to prevent general brawls. Only a knight's own squire could help him up if unhorsed, and any outsider who interfered would face harsh penalties. The rules aimed to tame the melee into a more gentlemanly contest, and to assure that a tournament didn't accidentally escalate into a private war. By the late Middle Ages, melees were often fought with a plaisance, blunted weapons, rather than a l'outrance to the death. This doesn't mean that they became gentle pajama parties. I suppose it was far from it. Knights could still be knocked unconscious, gagged, or have bones broken. We've certainly seen that. Fatalities still occurred, but gradually the emphasis shifted toward display and skill over just blood-drenched carnage. And the rise of the joust, a more controlled combat event, was part of this big shift, as we'll see next. But before we do leave the melee, consider its lasting appeal. For all the risks, a group melee offered a knight something that the joust did not: the thrill of open combat with tactical and team elements. Much like a real battle, it was proving ground for leadership and courage. In some periods, the melee was the feature attraction, and the joust was just a sideshow. Knights like William Marshall owed their fame to success in melees. Even in later centuries, when jousting had become all the rage, many tournaments still ended with a grand melee as a finale. The controlled chaos of 100 knights fighting in earnest, the roar of the crowd as one side began to give way, the shouts of heralds trying to stop the combat at sundown. That was the heartbeat of medieval tournament. And as a contemporary might say, it was chivalry's playground and battlefield, all in one. How about a quick little joke before we move on? You know, you don't find many people named Lance these days, but in the Middle Ages, people were named Lancelot. Well, let's move on now to the joust. By the High Middle Ages, a new form of contest had come to rival and eventually overtake the melee in popularity, believe it or not, and that is the joust. Unlike the free-for-all melee, the joust was a single combat between two knights, fighting one-on-one with lances, and sometimes swords if the lance broke. Early on, jousts were often held on the side, either before the main melee to entertain spectators, or after as a sort of encore. But by the 14th and 15th centuries, entire tournaments were sometimes organized purely as jousting competitions, with elaborate rules and pageantry all focused on these knightly duels. But what made jousting so popular? Well, for one, it was much easier to follow. The format was simple. Two men charge at each other, and try to unhorse or strike the other. The spectacle of two armored knights clashing at full gallop was incredibly thrilling, and of course much safer to watch from a fixed arena than a roving melee. It also fit the ideals of chivalry and romantic honor that blossomed in late medieval culture. A joust framed the combat as an individual test of courage, skill, and courtly virtue, often dedicated to a lady's favor or to honor one's lord. In literature and art, the joust became the iconic image of the tournament, epitomizing chivalrous combat. But in practice, jousting could be just as fierce and rough as the melee could. But it did develop its own sophisticated rituals and equipment. By around 1300, specialized jousting armor was evolving. Heavier helmets, like the frog-mouthed helm, and reinforced breastplates designed to withstand lance impacts. Lances, for jousting, were often made to break on impact to absorb force, and by the 14th century, many had blunted tips, sometimes fitted with a coronal head, a small crown-shaped tip to prevent spearing. In some jousts, the aim was explicitly not to unhorse your foe, which could of course be very dangerous, but to score points by shattering lances on each other's shields or armor. The lists, jousting arenas, were usually enclosed by fences, and eventually a wooden barrier called a tilt down the middle became common by the 15th century to keep the charging horses separated, minimizing collisions and making jousts a lot more controlled. These innovations reflect an ongoing trend, turning violent combat into an organized sport. But, lest we think that jousting was all safe, it really wasn't. Knights certainly still risked life and limb. Being hit by a wooden lance at high speed, even a blunt one, could be like being struck by a heavy pole in a car crash. And I hope no one has to figure out what that feels like. Many knights were injured at jousting. Some were even killed, including, later on, kings. The French king Henri II's death in a joust in 1559 is one example, but that's just one outside our period. Within our time frame, one dramatic jousting injury happened to the French knight Jean de Carouget, famous from a later judicial duel in 1386. At a 1380s tournament, he took a lance blow that splintered and drove wood into his groin, causing serious injury. Now, if that's not a gruesome way to go, I don't know what is. But Carouget survived. It certainly does show the potential brutality of a joust gone wrong. And who knows if his lance was still functional afterwards. Well, yet knights and spectators alike were enchanted by the joust. Perhaps even more so because of its dangers. Whole careers were built on jousting prowess. Take the case of Ulrich von Liechtenstein, a 13th century Styrian knight who left us one of the most colourful, if perhaps exaggerated, memoirs of jousting in his book, The Service of Ladies. Ulrich was so devoted to the ideals of courtly love that he undertook what can only be described as a jousting roadshow in honour of the lady he adored. In the year 1227, Ulrich donned a costume to impersonate Lady Venus, the goddess of love, complete with lady's garb, and travelled from Venice through various towns, challenging all knights he met to joust with Frau Venus. He sent advance notices to each of the towns, announcing that the goddess of love would joust with any knight for the honour of his lady. Astonishingly, this was not just a fanciful tale. Ulrich really did ride around dressed up like a woman, distributing gold rings as prizes to any knight that managed to break a lance against him. For over a month, he paraded through Central Europe, fighting countless jousts. At one stop, a skeptical countess insisted that this mysterious Lady Venus lift the veil at Mass, upon which she and the congregation discovered Ulrich's mustached face underneath and burst into laughter. The countesses good-naturedly gave Ulrich, still dressed as Venus, a kiss of peace, despite the ruse. Certainly reveals the theatrical flair that jousts could take on, and it reminds us that medieval people could have a sense of humour. Ulrich's outlandish adventures was one extreme example, to be sure. Part love-mad escapade, part publicity stunt. But it shows that by the 13th century, jousting wasn't just training for war. It was becoming a performance, an art. Knights would go to incredible lengths to win renown in the jousts and favour of noble ladies watching. In more typical jousts, knights might wear their best heraldic attire, brightly painted shields and surcoats bearing their coat of arms, flowing crests on their helmets, sometimes fantastical papier-mâché animals or wings, and their horses draped in embroidered caparisons. They often rode out saluting the presiding nobles and ladies, perhaps displaying a lady's token, a scarf or sleeve on their arm. Before a joust began, there was quite a bit of ceremony. Heralds would announce the names and titles of opponents to the crowd. Each knight might touch the tip of his lance to a symbolic target or shout a dedication. Well, for example, they might say, "Lance to joust for the honour of Queen so-and-so," something like that. And then the trumpets would sound, and with the blast of a herald's cry, "Laissez-aller, let them go," the two would spur their horses and thunder towards each other. Now, if you didn't catch it, doesn't this sound quite similar to how a modern boxing match would go? Perhaps the old traditions carry forth. Maybe it's more like a UFC match. But the actual clash didn't go in rounds, like our modern boxing. It was really over in seconds. A shattering crack as the lancers struck armour or shield. Perhaps the gasp of the crowd if a rider was unhorsed or a horse stumbled. If both kept their seats and neither was unhelmed or carried to the ground, they would wheel about, receive fresh lances, and charge again for another pass. Jousts were often decided by a scoring system, points for hits on the opponent's shield or helmet, extra points for breaking one's lance cleanly, and automatic victory if your foe was unhorsed. Some jousts, however, continued until one knight was dehorsed, or unable to continue. If the joust was à outrance, or to the uttermost, they might continue on foot with swords until one yielded. But this was more common in feud-driven duels or later pas d'armes than in friendly sporting jousts. one of the most famous jousting bouts of the 15th century, exemplifies the grandeur of jousting as an international spectacle. The 1467 Smithfield tournament between the Burgundian knight Antoine, the Bastard of Burgundy, and the English champion Lord Scales, also known as Anthony Woodville, slightly less intimidating name than the Bastard of Burgundy. Well, this was a prearranged joust of peace, intended to honor the new alliance between Burgundy and England. Over several days, these two knights jousted with various weapons, lances, axes, swords, before King Edward IV and a lavish crowd. The pageantry was enormous, with each knight entering the lists accompanied by courtiers and trumpeters. Chroniclers revel in describing the brilliant armor and compliments exchanged. In one pass, Lord Scales broke several lances cleanly, demonstrating superior skill. But the Bastard of Burgundy stubbornly continued. Eventually, he suffered a heavy blow to the face that broke his visor. He was nearly skewered and had to retire with a bleeding head wound. Both claimed great honor from the encounter nonetheless, and feasting followed. The story, which is, well, way too long to recount in all of its details now, shows how by the 15th century, the joust had become a spectator sport of the highest order, a vehicle for diplomacy, personal honor, and of course entertainment. It was like a world championship of a boxing match of its day, except with a lot more armor and a few horses added in. Well, to further illustrate the joust's pageantry, consider a grand tournament held in 1390 at St. Inglevere in France, an event which actually combined the joust with the pas d'armes style, drawing participants from across all Europe. 3 renowned French knights, one of whom was the famous Jean de Bossecourt, soon to be Marshal of France, issued an open challenge to all comers. They would hold the field at St. Inglevere for 30 days, jousting any knight who wished to face them. Knights from England, Germany, and elsewhere flocked to test themselves. Over 100 knights and squires reportedly took up the challenge. The French champions made elaborate preparations. They set up 3 rich vermilion tents on the fields as their pavilions, each adorned with their coat of arms. Outside each pavilion hung 2 shields, one signifying a joust of peace with blunted lance, and the other a joust of war with sharp lance. Any challenger could ride up and tap the shield of his choice with a ceremonial wand, indicating which type of joust he was after. A herald at the pavilion would then record the knight's name, lineage, and homeland, and the joust would be scheduled. This shield-touching ritual was a brilliant bit of theatre and organization. It gave knights control over the risk level. Some preferred the safer, blunted contests. The bold opted for the sharp combat, and tightened the drama for spectators, as each contestant literally rang the bell for battle. Over the month, dozens upon dozens of jousts were held at St. Inglevere. Froissart, the chronicler, describes splintered lances littering the field and roaring crowds as French and English knights clashed day after day. King Charles VI of France even came in disguise to watch incognito, mingling with the onlookers. And in the end, the 3 French tenons, holders of the field, acquitted themselves magnificently in what became one of the greatest displays of chivalry of the age. This event had all the events that made jousting splendid: international camaraderie, chivalric theatre, heraldic pageantry, and genuine tests of arms, but fortunately, seemingly without deadly result, at least in this case. Thus, the joust evolved into the perfectly packaged chivalric sport. It was dangerous, yet usually non-lethal. It was structured, but exciting, and it allowed knights to showcase individual heroism. For noble spectators, especially ladies watching, a joust was a much more comfortable and enjoyable thing to witness, rather than the chaotic melee. And so by the 14th century, we see aristocratic women regularly attending jousts, even presiding over them by giving prizes or tokens to champions. This was a marked change from the earlier times when, as noted, women often avoided melees for safety. As one 12th century source bluntly put it, tournaments then were too violent to be viewed by women. Well, that's all good and well, until the melee bursts into your town and all of a sudden the tournament comes to you, as previously said. The presence of high-born ladies as spectators only spurred knights to greater displays of courtesy and courage. Jousting became intertwined with courtly love. Knights would declare they rode in the name of a lady, hoping to impress her with valor. One celebrated late medieval knight, Jacques de Lelang of Burgundy, travelled around Europe in the mid-15th century, issuing challenges to joust in honour of his prince and ladies. His feats and the chivalric vows he undertook were recorded admiringly by contemporaries. Jousts could also be staged as allegories. Knights might appear in costumes symbolizing virtues or classical heroes before shedding them to fight. Take this for an example. At a 15th century Burgundian banquet known as the Feast of the Pheasant in 1454, a pseudo-tournament was proposed, where knights would dress as crusading figures. Of course, the days of the Crusades were long gone at that time, although that particular spectacle remained more pageant than joust. It reflects how theatrical and symbolic the joust could become. So, to sum it all up, the joust added precision and polish to tournament combat. It distilled the action down to just 2 men, 2 horses, and a couple of lancers, in a clash that embodied the chivalric ideal. Yet for all its formality, it retained the visceral thrill of potential disaster at every charge. This tension between ideal and reality, knights vying in noble combat, yet at risk of splintered wood and shattered bone, made the joust a centerpiece of late medieval aristocratic life. It was the sport of nobles, the grand pastime of chivalry, and it set the stage for even more elaborate martial pageants of the 14th and 15th centuries, known as the padam. Tournaments had become increasingly ceremonial, and as they did, knights and nobles with a flair for drama developed the padam, or in English, passage of arms. Now, the padam was a kind of themed tournament or chivalric stunt popular in the 14th and 15th centuries, when knights would create an imaginative scenario and challenge others to participate under the rules of that story. Think of it as a live-action role-play version of a tournament, but with real weapons and real risk, but wrapped in layers of pageantry and knightly myth. A bit of a show. In a typical padam, a knight or a group of knights called the tenants, those who hold the field, would declare that they have taken up a defensive position that they will stoutly maintain against all challengers. This position could be a bridge, a city gate, or even an imaginary castle or garden. Anything, really. Just needed to have an objective. They might give the padam a romantic name like the Pass of the Golden Tree or the Garden of Honor. They'd often send out heralds or letters to courts far and wide announcing the challenge. Any knight who passes this way must joust or fight them to gain passage, in the name of knightly honor. Sounds just like the books by Mallory, doesn't it? Well, these challenges sometimes coincided with great feasts or royal occasions, ensuring a crowd of spectators and ample challengers. The organizers would establish elaborate rules, sometimes even styling themselves as characters, for example, knights pretending to be knights of the Round Table, etc. It was chivalric idealism turned into a great performance piece, yet with authentic combat at the core. Now, we already heard of one of the famous Padam, the month-long jousts at St. Ingilvaire in 1390, which had elements of a Padam, the 3 French knights holding the fields as if it were their pass to defend. But even more quintessential was the spectacular Passo Honroso, the honourable passage held at a bridge in Spain in 1434. This was one knight's extravagant gesture of love and honour. Suero de Quignone, a nobleman of Lyon, was passionately in love with the lady Dona Leonor. To prove himself worthy, and perhaps earn his freedom from love's chains, Suero vowed to hold the bridge over the Orbigo River against all knights for a single month. He and 9 companions obtained permission from King Juan II of Castile and issued a challenge to all the knights of Christendom. During the holy month of July, any knight journeying to Santiago de Compostela, a common pilgrimage route, who wished to cross the Orbigo must first joust Suero and his team on the bridge. The declared goal was to break 300 lances in the course of the enterprise, after which Suero's obligation to love would be considered honourably discharged. Suero dramatized his romantic suffering by wearing an iron collar around his neck every Thursday, symbolizing the chains of his affection, and he proclaimed that the only victory in this pass of honour would release him from that metaphorical bondage. The Paso Honroso at Orbigo was one of the best documented tournaments of the age. A notary named Pero Rodriguez was appointed to record every detail for posterity. And so, for 30 days, from July 10th to August the 9th, 1434, Suero and his 9 fellow defenders jousted all knights who came to the bridge. And came they did. From all over Europe, 68 in total, came to try their skill. Day after day, lances splintered on steel. The rules were clear. Each encounter would be a joust with standard arms. The Padam format meant Suero's team didn't fight all at once, but rather rotated into face challenges one by one, or one after the other. The event attracted pilgrims and nobles as spectators, turning the bridge and nearby field into a month-long festival. By the end, an astonishing 166 jousting matches had been fought. Not quite the 300 lances hoped for, but certainly a tremendous number. Well, people did have to travel. It's hard to get all the way down there from England in 30 days, I suppose. Now, what about Suero? Well, he and his friends were badly bruised and injured. Imagine the accumulated damage of dozens of bouts, day after day. And no weekends either, that's for sure. One account says that on the final day, each of the defenders bore grievous wounds, yet none of the challengers had succeeded in forcing passage across the bridge. And so, the judges declared Suero de Quiñones and his men the victors, a vow fulfilled, and Suero ceremonially removed the iron collar from his neck, finally free of his romantic enslavement. In celebration, the exhausted victors then proceeded, limping, no doubt, on a pilgrimage to Santiago to give thanks, even leaving the iron collar and chain at the shrine as an offering. But there was a final, happy note. the lady for whom Suero had done all this for, did agree to marry him a year later. But chivalric tales often have twists. Incredibly, 24 years later, an old adversary from the 1434 tournament, a knight who felt that he had been bested unfairly, challenged Suero to rematch and killed him in a joust. The Pass d'Orbigo, for all its idealism, literally led to a blood feud that ended in death decades later. Old grudges die hard, I suppose. Another example of in the most theatrical of tournaments could have very real consequences. Other padams were held throughout the 15th century, especially in the Burgundian realm, where chivalry was almost a civic religion. Duke Philip the Good of Burgundy famously encouraged such events. In 1443, for instance, a padam called the Pass of the Golden Tree was staged during a great feast at Lille. An elaborately made golden tree, laden with shields, stood in the banquet hall. Knights who took up the shield committed to themselves to joust or fight on foot to defend the honor of the golden tree and the lady it represented. At a signal, the company moved outside to the lists, and promised combatants were carried out before the gathered court. These padams blended masquerade, allegory, and sport. Knights might dress as pilgrims, or as figures from Arthurian legend, or even as wild men, or Moors, depending on the theme. Challenges were often couched in flowery language. For example, a knight would publish a notice saying, "Sir So-and-so and his companions will guard the path of love by the fountain of tears. Any knight who wishes to pass must prove his worth in arms." During the Burgundian padam of the Bridge of Tears in 1453, one knight famously went into the lists wearing a lady's veil around one eye, declaring he would fight half-blind until inspired to remove it by some truly worthy deed he witnessed. Though sometimes dismissed as chivalric theatrics, padams had real utility for knights. They provided opportunities for young knights to test themselves and gain renown in a relatively controlled setting. Because these events drew large audiences of nobles, a knight who excelled could catapult his reputation overnight. Padams also fostered international camaraderie. Knights from different realms would travel far to participate, creating a pan-European fellowship of chivalry. At the same time, the scripted courtesy of padams, the elaborate salutes, prearranged narratives, it helped to keep the violence contained and tempered by a good amount of mutual respect. In a way, the padams was the apotheosis of the tournament. Combat was no longer a means to an end, that is, profit or resolving disputes, but an end in itself, as a showcase of virtuoso knightly performance. So before moving on, let's remember that even in these styled events, the combat could be fierce. An impressive example, at the padams in 1386, known as the Challenge of the Barriers, the French knight Bossicant, again the same Bossicant as Saint Inglever, now a celebrated marshal, fought so furiously in a joust and foot combat that he defeated multiple English knights one after the other. Froissart relates how Bossicant, despite the courteous context, aimed to prove French superiority in arms, and indeed he was lauded unbeatable that day. It shows that beneath the layers of showmanship, knights took the martial aspect very seriously. After all, honor was always on the line. So in summary, the padams turned tournaments into a form of medieval performance art, blend of imagination and reality. events that amplified the social-cultural dimensions of the tournaments, which of course now leads us to consider what was happening around and beyond the fights themselves. While the knights fought for glory on the field, there was a whole world of activity around the tournament grounds. A medieval tournament was not just a sporting event, it was a major social festival. Part fair, part political summit, part carnival. Understanding the day-to-day happenings of a tournament helps put a human touch on the events, beyond the clash of steel. So what exactly was it like to attend or participate in a tournament, aside from the fighting? Travel and arrival. Knights would often travel long distances to join a famed tournament, and travel back then, well, it wasn't easy. They might spend weeks on the road with their retinues of squires, grooms and pack horses laden with armor and provisions. As they arrived near the host town or castle, many knights chose to make dramatic entrances. It was pretty common for groups of knights to ride in together under the Lord's banner, as William Marshall did with his Lord's company in his youth. Some would send a squire ahead to announce their coming to the heralds. Townsfolk likely turned out to watch the parade of arrivals. It was a chance to see exotic arms and armors, and knights in all their finery. For local merchants and innkeepers, the tournament influx was a boon. They would lodge and feed many extra mouths. We even have records of towns buying up vast quantities of food and drink in preparation for the tournaments, knowing that hundreds of visitors would need meals and wine and ale. The night before the tournament, the area would be lively with campfires and tavern revelry as knights and their followers mingled. Temporary pavilions or tents sprung up around the field, serving as knights' quarters, armories, social lounges too. In fact, some knights decorated their tents with banners and painted devices to advertise their presence. You know, all the colors and finery that you see. Now, what about the opening ceremony? There had to be one of them, too. Most tournaments began with some form of ceremonial opening. Often there was a church service, a mass in the morning, where knights prayed for protection and vowed to behave honorably. Though the church was critical of tournaments, by the later Middle Ages it often participated in its blessings of the proceedings. Perhaps a pragmatic concession to this entrenched custom. If you can't beat them, join them. After Mass there might be a procession, knights on horseback circling the lists, saluting the dignitaries and ladies present. At the tournament of St. Ingilver, for instance, the 3 defending knights rode out each day from their tents in a little parade with trumpeters, before taking their stations. The heralds would then formally announce the tournament's rules and the day's program, ensuring everyone, participants and spectators, knew exactly what to expect. A tournament's rules could be pretty complex. They specified the allowed weapons, how many courses of jousting, what constituted a victory, and so on. At Richard II's court in England, detailed ordinances for the tournaments were written, including how fallen knights were off limits to further attack, and how ransom should be handled, reflecting a very organized affair. A long way from the old melee days, that's for sure. Now, what about the roles of heralds? Well, heralds were effectively the referees, the masters of ceremonies, and the record keepers of the tournament. Having evolved from simple trumpeters into a professional caste, heralds by the 14th century knew all the knightly lineages and coats of arms by heart. They orchestrated the proceedings, starting bouts with trumpet signals, enforcing rules, for example, stopping a fight if a knight was disarmed or in danger of serious harm, and also adjudicating disputes, Heralds also kept track of the hits and falls to decide the winners, essentially keeping score in the jousts. But perhaps most importantly, they identified the combatants for the audience. In an age when each knight was encased in steel from head to toe, individual identity rested on the colourful coats of arms painted on the shields and surcoats. The heralds could read these symbols like modern sports commentators read jersey numbers. They would announce, "Here comes Sir Guillaume of Beaujeu, bearing argent a lion gules," and the crowd would know exactly who was who. After a day of combat, the heralds might confer to determine who had fought best. We have accounts, actually, of tournaments where heralds or appointed judges declared one knight the champion of the day. In one tournament in France, the judges decided to give an award to the worthiest, the most deserving, the one whose weapons had been used to great effect. They chose William Marshall for this honor. He was presented with a ceremonial lance or pike as a trophy. Amusingly, when the knights went to deliver this prize, they found Marshall not preening at his tent, but over at the blacksmith's forge. You see, his helmet had been smashed so badly onto his head that he needed a smith to pry it off with hammers. They literally found him with his head laid on the anvil, being freed from his battered helm. Only once he was out of his steel prison could he graciously accept his prize. Well, what about the spectators? The audience at a tournament ran the gamut from kings and queens to peasants who sneaked a view from a distant hillside. For the nobility, special stands or viewing galleries were erected. These were often decorated with tapestry and ribbons, placed at a safe vantage point where they could see the field. High-ranking ladies and lords occupied the best spots, sometimes under a canopy, with heralds or squires in attendance to explain the action. The presence of ladies in these stands was significant. Chroniclers frequently comment on the knights performing in the sight of their ladies. A knight might fight even more fiercely if he knew his beloved, or perhaps even more fiercely than that, prospective love interest was watching. In many tournaments, a particular high-born lady, and being a princess or countess, was given the honor of awarding the grand prize to the victor, essentially presiding as the queen of beauty and love for the event. This prize could be a wreath of flowers, a jeweled brooch, or a fine piece of cloth, or if you were lucky, perhaps a purse of gold. For example, at the Night of the Golden Tree Padam in 1468, prizes awarded included a golden jeweled brooch presented by a noble lady to the best jouster. Common folk also attended tournaments in droves, where they were open to the public. Some royal tournaments were admittedly more exclusive. It was a day of merrymaking. Vendors would sell food, drink, trinkets. Much like at a fair, jugglers, minstrels, and dancers often performed on the sidelines or between bouts. The whole affair had an atmosphere of a festival or carnival. Games of chance might spring up. One can imagine enterprising folks placing bets on which knight would win each joust, although direct evidence of medieval betting at tournaments is pretty scant. But if we're going to take human nature as a bit of a reference, you could probably assume that it happened. For the hosting town, a tournament was a spectacle and an economic boom. For the knightly participants, it was as much as a social event as a competition. When not in the saddle, knights networked. They courted favor with the powerful, made friendships or rivalries with their peers, and basked in the limelight. A young knight hoping to attract a patron's attention would certainly want to shine at the tournament, and then mingle at the banquets afterwards. In a sense, Tournaments were the networking conferences of the chivalric world. And then, of course, after the day's combats were done, usually at sunset or earlier if the schedule was filled, the revelry continued into the evening. The hosting lord would typically put on a lavish feast for all the noble guests and combatants. Picture a great hall, with trestle tables groaning under roasted meats, pies, and subtleties, sugar sculptures and decorated dishes, wine and ale flowing freely. The chronicles often mentioned celebratory drinking, in moderation ideally, since more jousting might come the next day, and you'd need to be on your game for that. Entertainment at night could include minstrel songs, poetry, or even short plays. Often there was dancing, with knights now out of armor and dressed in their finest court attire, vying to partner the ladies. This was a prime time for courtly flirtation and forging alliances. The knight who impressed on the field might receive a token of esteem from the lady during the feast. Perhaps she would send him a ribbon or a veil as a sign of favor to wear in the following day's competition. In the history of William Marshall, there was a charming scene during a tournament at Joigny. While waiting for their opponents to arrive, William Marshall and the other knights, still in their armor, passed the time by dancing with the local countess and her ladies who had come out to support them. So do imagine the scene of mail-clad knights clanking around, trying as gracefully as they could to dance a carol. It was such a rare sight that a minstrel in attendance composed a song on the spot about it, teasing Marshall to give me a good horse. Marshall good-naturedly obliged the performer. Once the combat begun, and he unhorsed an opponent, he gifted that very horse to the bold minstrel as a reward. At some tournaments, the evening banquet included a ceremony of prize-giving. The heralds or judges would announce the tournament's standout performers. The assembly hall would applaud, and prizes would be rewarded. For instance, in one 15th century Burgundian joust, the Duke himself gave a heavy gold chain to the knight who had unhorsed the most opponents. There might also be informal honors. A lady might crown a knight as her champion with a laurel wreath. Such moments were certainly highly sought after. They conferred almost as much prestige as winning a battle in war. But keep in mind, tournaments were a very expensive thing. The lord had to cover the cost of the feasts, the prizes, and sometimes even repairs to the town if things got really out of hand. But there were also an investment in prestige, and prestige is worth more than money can buy. A successful grand tournament could put a lord's court on the map and attract the best knights to his service. King Edward III of England famously used tournaments as tools of statecraft, organizing lavishly themed events, like the Round Table Tournament of 1344 at Windsor, to solidify camaraderie among his nobles and advertise the glory of his reign. Knights themselves often spent lavishly to upgrade their armor and attire for the tournaments. One could not appear shabbily in front of the discerning eyes of peers and ladies. This spurred advances in armor craftsmanship and the textile arts, for splendid heraldic surcoats and banners. The culture of heraldry itself was greatly stimulated by tournaments. Knights needed unique and striking arms to be known in lists, and heralds compiled rolls of arms listing who appeared at which tournament. Many extant medieval rolls of arms, essentially pictorial directories of noble coats of arms, were originally created for tournament record-keeping. Now we should also mention the atmosphere of camaraderie, but sometimes grudges that tournaments generated. During the fights, knights who fought honorably might develop a mutual respect. We read of opponents embracing after a particularly good joust, praising each other's skill. A knight defeated in the melee might be invited to dine at the tent of the one who captured him, after ransoming back his horse, of course. These interactions softened the edges of international or inter-family rivalries. A French and an English knight who became friends at a tournament might think twice before treating each other cruelly in wartime. In contrast, a dispute or perceived cheating at a tournament could spark feuds. The story of Suero de Quinones being killed years later by a knight he beat at Paso Honroso shows how tournament outcomes could certainly fester in the memory. Generally, though, the chivalric code urged knights to treat the tournament as separate from real enmity, an ideal space where they could compete fiercely and then make merry together afterwards, leaving those old grudges behind on the field. And so by the end of the multi-day tournament, the town would have a party-like atmosphere. Imagine the streets decorated with banners and torches, knights riding through the town with the populace cheering them on. A 15th century description of a tournament in Brussels mentioned the townsfolk singing songs about their favorite knights as they departed, and children, too, play-acting the jousts in the streets for weeks after. The legend and gossip from a big tournament would persist long after the event. Chroniclers would write chapters about it, and tales of great deeds, or perhaps amusing mishaps, as we've certainly talked about plenty of them, would spread across the courts. In this way, tournaments were certainly a key part of the medieval popular culture, as well as the aristocratic. There were stories in the making. A knight who performed brilliantly could become a local hero, or in some respects, a cross-border celebrity. And so, our tour of medieval knightly tournaments, from the wild melees of the 12th century to the staged padams of the 15th, reveal a world both familiar and alien. Familiar, because we still recognize the competitive spirit, the love of spectacle, and the way sporting events can hold this deep cultural meaning. But alien, because where today we have our games and our sports, medieval folk did it with armored men and war horses, risking their life for honor and applause. Of course, we still have the reenactments of the melees today. You can find them in Europe. I believe they have them in the United States as well. I think it's called Ultimate Medieval Fighting or something. It's quite entertaining. Well, as we conclude today, let's briefly recall a final human moment from the many that we discussed. I want you to picture the Knight William Marshall, late in life, now a venerable statesman, reflecting on his youth. According to a eulogy, the old marshal said that no one could untangle all the exploits he'd done in tournaments. There were so many, they blurred together. But the glory he gained there carried him to the highest heights. This sentiment might be true of many knights. The tournaments were where legends could be made. And they were fun. Dangerous, yes, and sometimes deadly. Serious, but also fun. An outlet for joy in skill and camaraderie. A German knight, after a long day of jousting in the 1480s, reportedly exclaimed, "What a fine game we have played today." And one can almost imagine a grin through that visor. In the end, what happened at medieval knight tournaments? Well, the same thing that happened at sporting events today. Life happened. Young men chasing fortune and fame, or failure, friends drinking and singing together, Enemies met with grudging respect on neutral ground. Communities celebrated. The mighty showed their splendor, and the humble could, for a moment, touch glory. Herald recorded the names, ladies bestowed their smiles, and the crowds cheered or groaned with each clash of lance on steel. It was the Super Bowl, or the World Cup of the age, with an extra dash of danger and romance thrown in. Through the medieval tournament, it's a unique window into the heart of chivalry, equal parts combat and camaraderie, ritual and revelry, honor and humility. Why not start with a quote? If God blesses us by enabling us to drive his enemies out of Jerusalem, how fortunate and happy we would be. That was the words of one Muslim preacher in the early 12th century. A fervent wish, voiced not long after the First Crusade, echoed across decades until it was finally realized by Salah al-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, better known as Saladin, in the year 1187. The Third Crusade, 1189 to 1192, unfolded in that aftermath of the momentous Muslim victory. It brought some of medieval history's most famous figures: the Kurdish Sultan Saladin, the European monarchs Richard the Lionheart of England, Philip III of France, and even Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, all into direct conflict. But we hear a lot about the Christian side of things. But there's always two sides to a story, isn't there? So today we're going to explore the Third Crusade through Muslim eyes. And we're going to try and walk that middle path. Rather than the usual Frankish-centered narrative, we're going to have a look at how the events were perceived and interpreted by the Muslim world's own writers. From the triumphalism following Jerusalem's liberation to the sober reflections on the battles of Acre and Arsuf, all the way to the negotiations with King Richard and the Treaty of Ramla. So, come with me, and we can go back to the times of the Crusades today. And before we do, of course, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. Leaving a like and comment is always good for the algorithm too. And by the way, you can enjoy this and all of the other videos on this channel, organized in the playlist sections, completely ad-free, and that is because there are no mid-roll ads on any of the videos. It's pretty nice, isn't it? We are supported by the kind people on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the people who check out the merch store, and the occasional super thanks and PayPal donation. But of course, your word of mouth brings more people to the channel, so that is appreciated too. So with that being said, tell your friends, and let's begin. A good place to start is the aftermath of the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. After all, it is a franchise. Well, when the European Frankish armies seized Jerusalem in 1099, the Muslim world was politically fragmented and well and truly caught off guard. The 12th century historian Is al-Din ibn al-Athir notes that the loss of Jerusalem occurred at a time when the Islamic realm was well and truly weakened by internal divisions. Initially, various Seljuk and Arab rulers reacted only feebly to Frankish invasion, being preoccupied with their own infighting and rivalries. Sunni and Shia sectarian splits also hampered unity. The Sunni Seljuks and Zengids in Syria and Iraq distrusted the Shia Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt, preventing a coordinated response. So think about it with the kind of in the same sort of context of the East-West split between Catholicism and Orthodoxy, these kinds of things, just fragmenting that unity that was based on religious grounds. Yes, the Muslim world certainly had it as well, and, well, still has it, to be honest. Of course, it's amid all this disarray that voices emerged calling for jihad against the Crusaders, and one of the earliest and most influential was Ali ibn Tahir al-Sumani of Damascus, in Syria. In 1105, just a few years after the First Crusade, al-Sumani wrote the treatise on jihad, urging all Muslims to unite against the Frankish invaders. And he defined the crusade as part of a broader assault by Western Christians, starting with the conquest of Sicily and Iberia, and now targeting the heart of the Muslim East. Al-Usmani warned that the Franks' success was a divine test on Muslim unity. Their incursions were possibly only because Muslims had neglected true religious struggle and fallen into disunity. Only by repenting and fulfilling the duty of jihad, defensive war to reclaim the occupied lands, that is, could the Ummah regain God's favor. Though al-Sumani's pleas initially fell on deaf ears, he planted the ideological seeds for a Muslim counter-crusade, and over the next decades, scholars and preachers across the region kept that flame alive, laying the moral groundwork for future leaders. As time went on, we get to the mid-12th century, and this is where the tide begins to turn. There was a new generation of Muslim rulers, notably Imad al-Din Zengi of Mosul and his son Nur al-Din Mahmud of Aleppo, also in Syria, by the way. They rose to prominence, championing jihad against the Crusader states. Nur al-Din, reigning 1146 to 1174, united much of Syria, invoking jihad not just as policy but personal piety. He sponsored religious institutions and propaganda promoting holy war. Under Nur al-Din's aegis, a young Kurdish general named Salah al-Din, or Saladin, gained experience too. And Saladin eventually assumed power in Egypt in the year 1169, ending the Fatimid Caliphate in 1171 and realigning Egypt with the Sunni Abbasid Caliphate. Though this caused some resentment among the Shia circles, who saw Saladin as a usurper of the Fatimids and of Nur al-Din's Syrian legacy, it also eliminated a major source of Muslim disunity. With Egypt and Syria now politically linked, Saladin forged a formidable Muslim coalition. In the 1170s and 80s, Saladin systematically expanded his territory, taking up Nur al-Din's mantle of jihad. He secured control of Damascus, Aleppo, and other key cities either by force or agreement, whichever one came first, all the while justifying his actions as necessary to fight the Crusaders. Importantly, Saladin cultivated the image of a devout mujahid king. Poets and clerics in his court lauded him as the savior of Islam. By 1187, he had united Egypt, Syria, and northern Mesopotamia under his Ayyubid dynasty, achieving a level of Muslim unity that was not seen since before the First Crusade. Of course, this was all in the run-up for his most famous victory, and that is the recapture of Jerusalem. Now that opportunity came in 1187. On the 4th of July of that year, Saladin's forces annihilated the Crusader army at the Battle of Hattin in Galilee. The Christian defeat was catastrophic. As Muslim chroniclers exulted, it was Allah's judgment on the Franks, the heathens, the infidel. Ibn al-Athir reports that the Franks at Hattin were overwhelmed, and the true cross relic they carried was seized by the Muslims. With the Crusader army decimated, Saladin swept through Palestine, capturing city after city, and by late September 1187, he arrived at the walls of Jerusalem itself, the sacred city that had been lost to Islam for 88 years. When Saladin camped before Jerusalem in 1187, the Muslim world was holding its breath. The city of Al-Quds had a unique sanctity in Islam, home to Al-Masjid al-Aqsa and the Dome of the Rock, scene of Prophet Muhammad's night journey and ascension. Now, reclaiming it was not only a strategic goal, but a religious imperative, a source of pride, I suppose. Saladin, deeply aware of this, took a solemn oath not to leave Jerusalem until he had recovered the Dome of the Rock and raised his flag on its highest point, according to his secretary Imad al-Din il-Isfahani. On 20th of September, 1187, the assault began. The siege was intense but brief. The Frankish defenders, led by Balian of Ibelin, fought desperately. Muslim chroniclers, though hostile to the Crusaders, did not deny their enemies' courage. Imad al-Din wrote that the Franks defended the city, stood their ground, made themselves a target for arrows, and called on death to stand by them in defense of their holy sites. But nonetheless, Saladin's forces methodically pushed forward. Within 2 weeks, Balian recognized that Jerusalem could not hold out. Unlike in 1099, when the Crusaders had massacred Jerusalem's inhabitants, Saladin actually preferred a more merciful approach. He agreed to Balian's surrender proposals. The city capitulated on the 2nd of October, 1187. It was the anniversary of the Prophet's night journey, a coincidence noted with awe by Muslim observers. The reaction across the Muslim world, of course, was quite euphoric. People raised their voices in praise of God, expressing their gratitude for having granted them the long-awaited victory. Those were the words of Baha al-Din ibn Shahad, Saladin's companion and biographer. After decades of lamentation in sermons and prayers, Jerusalem was back in Muslim hands. Saladin's entry into the city was conducted with solemn piety. He famously spared the population. There was to be no revengeful bloodbath, which I'm sure everyone was quite relieved to hear that. But ransoms were set for the Frankish inhabitants, but Saladin released many poor captives for free. Muslim troops proceeded to purify the holy sites. The great golden cross that the Crusaders had placed atop the Dome of the Rock was cast down. The dome itself, which the Franks had converted into a church, was cleansed with rose water. Saladin himself, along with his brother al-Malik al-Adil and the other notables, participated in scrubbing the rock and sweeping out debris, eager to earn the spiritual reward of restoring Islam's sacred space. The Al-Aqsa Mosque, used by the Crusaders as a stable and barracks, was likewise cleaned and rededicated. On Saladin's orders, a magnificent new minbar or pulpit that had been carved out years earlier in anticipation of this day was installed in the mosque, and I almost read that word as minibar. Minbar, not minibar. I don't think they'd be putting one of them in Al-Aqsa. Let's try and remain respectful. Well, the first Friday prayer after liberation, 9th of October, 1187, was quite an emotional event, I'm sure you can imagine. Muhyi al-Din ibn al-Zaki of Damascus delivered a momentous sermon. They called their sermons khutbah, by the way, to the packed congregants in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. He glorified God for fulfilling the promises that the farthest mosque, Al-Masjid al-Aqsa, would be returned to the believers, and he extolled Jerusalem's significance in Islamic history. Quote, "Jerusalem is the residence of your father Abraham, the the place of ascension of your prophet, the burial ground of the messengers, and the place of the descent of revelations. He linked Saladin's victory to the early caliph's conquests, comparing the 1187 liberation to Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab's original 7th century capture of Jerusalem. By invoking these memories, the sermon cast Saladin as a new Umar, a divinely favored hero, chosen to restore the honor of Islam. Across the Muslim world, celebrations erupted. Poets composed odes praising Saladin as the liberator, al-Muharrir. From Cairo to Mosul, public prayers of thanksgiving were held. One contemporary noted that every famous person from Egypt and Syria rushed to join Saladin's campaign as it approached Jerusalem, so that the city on the day of conquest was teeming with scholars and Sufi ascetics rejoicing in person. Chroniclers have described how eyes brimmed with tears of joy, and flags were being unfolded, pens sharpened to convey the good tidings. But not everybody was uniformly positive. The Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad, al-Nasir, greeted the news somewhat churlishly. Instead of lavish praise, he sent Saladin a terse note of criticism for using the honorific title al-Malik al-Nasir, the victorious king, a laqab the Caliph claimed for himself. Well, Saladin, who had borne that title for years, refused to relinquish it. And quite rightly, only one of those two conquered Jerusalem. Imad al-Din relates Saladin's bitter retort, quote, "Did I not recover al-Bayat al-Muqaddas, Jerusalem, and unite it with al-Bayat al-Haram, the holy house of Mecca? Indeed, I have returned to native land, a part that had been missing from it." End quote from Saladin. Well, it certainly shows a bit of tension. The Caliph, far from the front lines, appeared to be a little bit jealous of Saladin's glory. Nevertheless, even the Caliph could not deny the magnitude of the victory. As Ibn al-Athir put it, quote, "This noble deed of liberating Jerusalem was achieved under none after Umar ibn al-Khattab except Saladin, and this deed suffices for his glory and honor." Now, of course, this fall of Jerusalem in 1137 was the catalyst for the Third Crusade. In Europe, the loss of Christendom's holiest city sparked shock and calls for holy war. Pope Gregory VIII's papal bull, Audita Tremendi, roused kings and commoners to take the cross. From the Muslim standpoint, however, 1187 was a great year, one of divine favor, vindication. The long-awaited dream of jihad had been fulfilled, and Jerusalem, called by the Muslims Bayt al-Maqdis, was back under Muslim stewardship. Saladin's achievement was seen as the capstone of a broader revival that had begun with voices like al-Sulami's and culminated in a united Muslim effort. Yet, even in this flush of victory, Muslim leaders knew that this struggle was far from over. As al-Khadi al-Fadil, Saladin's chief secretary, warned in letters, the Franks would not accept this loss quietly. A great counter-crusade was inevitable, and the Muslim world braced for it with a mix of confidence and vigilance. Well, the response from Latin Christendom to the fall of Jerusalem, or, well, from the Muslim side, the liberation of Jerusalem, was indeed swift and quite formidable. Back in the West, the loss of Jerusalem sparked urgent calls for a new crusade, and 3 major sovereigns took up the cross. We had Emperor Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, Philip II of France, and King Richard I of England. News of their impending arrival soon reached the Muslim world, often via merchants, envoys, spies, things like this. Muslim chroniclers began referring to these events as a new Harb al-Faranj, that is a Frankish war, or a al-Hamla al-Talitha, the third campaign. Though they did not conceptualize crusades, at least not in the exact way that modern historians do, well, to them this was simply the latest and largest Frankish invasion. Like I said, all part of the franchise. And of course it demanded a resolute jihad in response. The first of the great kings to set out was Frederick Barbarossa. In 1189, he led an army tens of thousands strong on an overland march toward Syria. Muslim observers viewed the approach of this vast German host with quite a bit of alarm, and it was reported that the king of the Germans had an innumerable force. But fortunately for the Muslims, fate intervened. In June of 1190, Emperor Frederick unexpectedly drowned while crossing a river in Anatolia, an event that Ibn al-Athir says occurred in water that was barely waist deep, the emperor's heavy armor dragging him down. Now, of course, we have an event like this, and everybody's going to jump to the conclusion that it was divine intervention, God coming down and eliminating the formidable foe, kind of like a Final Destination-esque sort of death, you know. So without Frederick's leadership, most of the German crusaders dispersed, or just perished from disease, before ever reaching their destination. Well, bad luck for the Germans, I suppose. But meanwhile, the other crusader forces traveled by sea, and hopefully not wearing so much armor. They should have waited to put that on until they got to Jerusalem. By spring of 1191, King Philip of France and King Richard of England had arrived in the Levant with their armies. Now their first objective was the port city of Acre in Palestine, which had been under Muslim control since 1187. Even before the kings came, a Crusader residual force had already laid siege to Acre in August of 1189, and this force was led by Guy de Lusignan, the displaced king of Jerusalem, and bolstered by incoming waves of European adventurers and mercenary soldiers, this kind of thing. Now, as for Saladin, he recognized Acre's importance and rushed to its defense. Through 1190 to the following year, 1191, Acre became the focal point of the war. A grueling 2-year siege where both sides poured in troops. One Muslim chronicler likened the scene to the world contending for the city of Acre. Saladin established himself with a field army outside the city, effectively besieging the besiegers. Fighting around Acre was bitter and continuous. Arab and Turkish archers in Saladin's camp exchanged arrows with the crossbowmen on the Frankish lines, while each side's engineers dueled with stone-throwing catapults. The city's Muslim garrison, running low on supplies at this point, held out bravely behind Acre's walls, hoping for relief from Saladin. Several times, Saladin attempted major attacks to break the siege. In one instance, he coordinated with Acre's defenders to make a sortie against the Crusader camp. But there was a traitor within the city that betrayed the plan, and the Franks foiled that attempt. Months of attrition were down both sides. That winter, famine and disease, likely scurvy and camp fever, ravaged the Crusader ranks. Ibn al-Athir writes that the Franks were tormented by illness, and many died in misery, their bodies not buried but thrown into the sea. As for Saladin's army, well, they suffered as well from interminable strain and a lack of decisive progress. Not a good situation for anyone, and they certainly weren't celebrating, saying that it was divine intervention and God was sorting out the Crusaders for them because, well, both camps weren't doing so well. But then, something changed. The arrival of King Richard the Lionheart in June of 1191, to the great joy and celebration of the Crusaders. Now Richard, whom Arabic sources often call Malik Rikerd, or Al-Malik al-Inkilisi, the English king, was already renowned among the Muslims for his military skill. Baha al-Adin, who was present at Acre, noted the intensity of Richard's bombardments and the assaults once he took charge. On the 12th of July, 1191, Acre's long ordeal finally came to an end. The remaining Muslim garrison, now hopeless and starving, had no choice but to negotiate a surrender. And the terms, well, they were pretty harsh. Saladin was to pay a ransom of 200,000 dinars for the prisoners and the return of several important Frankish captives and relics, including what remained of the True Cross, in exchange for the safety of the garrison. Well, Saladin agreed under duress, eager to save the lives of thousands of Muslim defenders and their families. After all, we all know what happened in the First Crusade. Acre's capitulation was certainly a bitter setback for the Muslims. Ibn Shahad relates that Saladin was near inconsolable as he watched the Crusader banners raise atop the city walls. But the worst was still to come. When a dispute arose over fulfillment of the surrender terms, Saladin needed more time to gather the enormous ransom and locate all the Frankish captives for exchange. King Richard lost patience. And on the 20th of August, 1191, in an act that shocked many Muslim and Christian observers alike, Richard ordered the execution of all the Muslim prisoners, about 2,700 people, and that includes women and children, entire families executed alongside each other. Well, under the blazing sun before Acre, the Crusaders brutally slaughtered the bound captives. Baha al-Din, who witnessed the massacre from Saladin's lines, records that Saladin and his officers were powerless to intervene. They could only watch in horror and fury. He writes, "This appalling act enraged the Sultan and his men beyond measure. Any earlier notion of chivalric restraint toward the Franks on that day vanished. Saladin henceforth vowed to avenge this atrocity." And indeed, Saladin's behavior hardened after Acre. It was on well and truly from that point. Ibn al-Athir notes that whereas previously Saladin had shown mercy to prisoners, he now felt compelled to retaliate in kind. And just days after the massacre, a party of Crusader knights were captured in a skirmish. Among them was a nobleman who, upon being brought before Saladin, pleaded for his life, and even acknowledged that the Acre massacre was an abominable act done at Richard's command. Saladin coldly replied that unless the knight could arrange the release of high-ranking Muslim captives in exchange, he would die. Well, guess what? The knight could not do such a thing. Saladin then had him executed on the spot, along with 2 other Frankish prisoners. Baha al-Din, who recounts the episode, notes that Saladin, ordinarily generous, felt that he had no choice after Richard's betrayal at Acre. Basically had to match his energy, I suppose. And from that point on, the war took a more relentless and remorseless turn. In September of 1191, King Richard marched south along the Mediterranean coast, aiming to reclaim Jaffa and ultimately Jerusalem. Saladin shadowed him closely with the Muslim army, determined to harass and impede the Franks at every step. The marching crusaders hugged the shoreline, protected on their flank by a fleet of ships, and keeping a tight formation with infantry and crossbowmen guarding against the inland attack. Saladin's cavalry continuously skirmished with the enemy. Muslim horse archers darted in to unleash arrows and javelins, then wheeled away, a tactic intended to provoke the Franks into a premature charge. Richard, however, maintained strict discipline. He did not allow his knights to break rank. On the 7th of September, 1191, Saladin finally met Richard's army in open battle at Arsuf near the coast. The Muslims attacked repeatedly, seeking to disrupt the Crusader march. Into the charge by the Christian knights broke through. Baha al-Din admits that when Richard's cavalry counterattacked, the whole force of Muslims fell into disorder, right, left, and center, all in wild flight. Only Saladin's personal intervention prevented a total rout. He rallied a remnant around his banner, beating drums to regroup the fleeing troops. Richard, who was cautious of a trap, did not pursue them very far, so Saladin managed to reform his army. But even so, the Muslim losses were heavy, and the Franks won a clear tactical victory at Arsuf. After this battle, Richard occupied Jaffa on the Palestinian coast. Saladin, who had slighted, partly demolished Jaffa's fortifications earlier in that year, could not prevent the enemy from taking the town. By late 1191, the Third Crusade had reached an impasse. The Crusaders controlled a strip of coastal cities, Tyre, Acre, Caesarea, Arsuf, Jaffa, while Saladin still held Jerusalem and the hinterlands. The coming months saw maneuvers and negotiations rather than decisive battles. Twice, in late 1191 and again in summer of 1192, Richard's forces advanced inland toward Jerusalem. These attempts are described by Muslim writers with a mix of pride and anxiety. On one occasion, Muslim scouts reported the Franks coming so near that the sound of their trumpets was heard in Jerusalem. Saladin, preparing to defend the holy city, dug trenches and reinforced walls, even as rainfall and supply issues hampered the Crusaders. But ultimately, Richard decided not to assault Jerusalem. Muslim accounts attribute this to Saladin's scorched earth tactics and the Franks' lack of strength. Al-Makrizi, a later compiler of contemporary sources, writes that the winter rains and vigilant Muslim patrols discouraged the enemy from besieging the city. With military progress stalled, diplomacy moved to the forefront. Throughout 1192, envoys passed frequently between Saladin's camp and Richard's. In these interactions, a notable degree of respect, even camaraderie at some times, depending on whose definition, developed between the opposing leaders. Muslim chroniclers relay numerous anecdotes illustrating the courteous conduct shared by Saladin and Richard, even amid war. And one famous episode took place when Richard was ill with a fever, likely during the spring of 1192. The English king had fallen gravely sick at Jaffa, and upon hearing this, Saladin sent him gifts of pickled fruits and a kind of distilled alcohol called arak, though Richard preferred wine, but still it's the thought that counts, but also snow from the Hermon peaks to help cool the fever. He even dispatched his own physician to attend to Richard, though whether this doctor was the renowned Moses Maimonides, as later lore claims, is doubtful. Richard accepted the gifts, and the gesture was widely noted. Baha al-Din remarks that Saladin's generosity left the Crusader communities trembling with admiration rather than anger. But behind the courtesy, Saladin also seized the chance for intelligence gathering. The frequent messenger exchanges over Richard's health enabled Saladin to glean information about the Crusader camp's morale and numbers. Still, The act stands in Muslim narratives as a mark of Saladin's chivalry and Richard's appreciation of it. It was said that Richard, in gratitude, offered Saladin's brother Al-Adil a costly cloak and exchanged friendly banter about peace prospects. Negotiations between Richard and Saladin's brother Al-Malik al-Adil, whom the Franks called Saladin, became frequent. Al-Adil and Richard met personally several times. They even entertained an outlandish marriage proposal. Richard offered his sister, Joanna, to Saladin's brother Al-Adil as a way to unite their families, and maybe even rule Jerusalem jointly. But no one really seriously expected the other to accept conversion, and the idea ultimately came to nothing. But still, the very suggestion shows the atmosphere of creative diplomacy in 1192. But despite all of these cordial exchanges, each leader remained a formidable negotiator. The primary point of contention was Jerusalem. Richard pressed for at least a symbolic control or unrestricted Christian access to the city, while Saladin steadfastly refused to relinquish Muslim sovereignty over Al-Quds. Instead, Saladin was willing to guarantee a safe pilgrimage for Christians. Another thorny issue was the port of Ascalon. In Arabic, that is Asqalan, by the way. Saladin raised Ascalon's defenses after 1187 to prevent its further use by the Franks. But Richard had rebuilt Ascalon in early 1192. As negotiations progressed, Saladin insisted that Ascalon be returned to him, or at least demilitarized. He could not tolerate a fortified Crusader stronghold on the road to Egypt, that's for sure. Richard initially balked, but eventually agreed to dismantle Ascalon's fortifications as part of the deal. By the late summer of 1192, a settlement began to coalesce. The result was the Treaty of Ramla, September of 1192, negotiated principally by Al-Adil and the Crusader officials. According to Baha al-Din and other Muslim sources, the treaty terms were as follows. The Crusaders would retain a strip of territory along the coast, from Tyre down to Jaffa, including Acre, while Jerusalem and the rest of inland Palestine stayed under Muslim control. Latin pilgrims, however, would be guaranteed safe access to visit Jerusalem's holy sites. Ascalon was a special case. It would be handed back to Saladin, but its walls would be demolished to prevent future use as a fortress by either side. A truce of roughly 3 years was agreed, applying to all territories held by Saladin and the Crusader remnants. Both parties also included their allies and vassals in the peace, that is, the princes of Tripoli and Antioch on the Frankish side, various Mesopotamian and Anatolian Muslim lords on Saladin's side. And so, on September the 2nd, 1192, Richard and Saladin ratified the treaty. Richard, who was too ill to travel, sent envoys, including Humphrey de Touron, to finalize the accord, while Saladin deputed his brother Al-Adil. The treaty was solemnized by oath, though increasingly Richard himself did not swear, citing the custom that kings do not swear oaths. Saladin respected this, accepting Richard's word, and in turn did not personally swear either. Instead, the oaths were taken by leading nobles to each side, Richard's nephew, Henry of Champagne, for the Franks and Al-Adil for the Muslims. Thus, with ceremonial handshakes and assurances, the Third Crusade came to an end. Muslim chroniclers express satisfaction, if not outright joy, at the Treaty of Ramla. Saladin had yielded nothing essential, you see. Jerusalem remained in Muslim hands, and the invaders, though still present on the coast, which will be a problem a little bit later, had failed in their primary objective. By the grace of God, writes Ibn al-Athir, the Franks departed without fulfilling their hopes. To be sure, the Muslims did not expel the Crusaders entirely, and some voices urged pressing the war further. But Saladin, acutely aware of his army's exhaustion and the fragile unity of his coalition, chose consolidation instead. Baha al-Din relates that Saladin's troops were worn out by the length of the campaign, and all their funds were exhausted. So the Sultan felt it was wise to make peace and allow his soldiers to rest and resupply. The truce would also buy time to reinforce Saladin's fortifications and infrastructure, which Saladin promptly began doing once the treaty was in effect. So throughout the Third Crusade, Muslim chroniclers frame the conflict not merely as a political or military struggle, but, as you can imagine, a deeply religious war. Simplest terms are jihad, defense of Islam. There's no real debate about that. But this religious dimension was not retroactively imposed, but likely keenly felt at the time by participants and observers alike. Sunni scholars in Saladin's domains continuously invoked the language of jihad. They presented the war against the Crusaders as a righteous struggle equivalent to the Prophet Muhammad's battle against unbelievers. In sermons and letters, the Franks were often described as al-Harbiyun, infidels at war with Islam, and their defeat was cast as a conditional on Muslim piety. Now, the concept of martyrdom, shahada, was a powerful motivator too. Those who fell fighting the Franks were assured paradise. Baha al-Din notes that in the army many Muslim warriors longed for martyrdom and saw miraculous signs of divine favor. For example, the Battle of Hattin, some soldiers claimed to see green-robed angels riding alongside them. Well, anecdotes like that belonged as much to morale-boosting lore as to fact, I suppose. But they reveal how infused with faith the atmosphere was. Sufi mystics also played a role, by the way. Some sources mention that ascetics and fukara, that is, dervishes, appeared in Saladin's camp, preaching that the war against the Franks was an opportunity for spiritual purification. One popular mystic supposedly walked barefoot through the Muslim camp at Acre, crying out that the sins of the community would be washed away by the sincere struggle in God's path. Pre-battle orations by Sufi figures are recorded before Hattin and Arsuf, encouraging the soldiers to attain a state of shahid, martyr, if victory did not occur. Now, the notion of karamat, miracles, granted to pious warriors also circulated quite widely. During the Acre siege, a rumor spread of a mysterious noise and lights in the night sky. This was interpreted by some as angels coming to bolster the Muslim garrison. Baha al-Din pragmatically notes that it was likely just an earthquake, ruining all of the fun for everyone, I suppose. But such stories, while not taken literally by the sober historian, show the spiritual fervor surrounding the conflict. But not all Muslims were Sunni, of course, and the Third Crusade era brought some intriguing Shia perspectives to the fore. Well, by Saladin's time, overt power in the central Middle East lay with the Sunnis. The Fatimid Shia Caliphate was gone, but Shia communities and scholars still existed, especially in cities like Aleppo and Mosul. Some of the Shia observers had mixed feelings about Saladin, too. An Aleppan Shia historian, Ibn Ali Tayyi, who died in 1228, for instance, wrote a history that was at times disparaging of Saladin, loyal to the memory of the earlier Zengid dynasty which Saladin displaced in Syria. Ibn Abi Tayyi accused Saladin of self-aggrandizement and suggested that certain setbacks against the Franks were due to his usurpation of a rightful order. These views preserved in later chronicles, indicate that sectarian and political biases could color the Muslim accounts. But still, even Ibn Abi Tayy, could not deny Saladin's accomplishments. He begrudgingly praised the liberation of Jerusalem, while minimizing Saladin's personal credit for it. In the grand narrative of jihad against the Crusades, Sunni and Shia might differ in emphasis, but they all rejoiced in the victories over the common enemy. Another Shia thread in this story is the role of the Nizari Ismailis, the sect known to the West as the Assassins. Initially hostile to Saladin, had attempted to assassinate him twice in the 1170s, the Nizaris adopted a pragmatic truce with him once the Third Crusade loomed, since the Franks had threatened them as well. In April of 1192, the assassins' presence dramatically intersected the Third Crusade. Their agents assassinated Conrad of Montferrat, the newly chosen king of Jerusalem, in the city of Tyre. Muslim chroniclers mention this shocking event. Ibn al-Athir writes simply that the Marquis was killed, calling it a blow of fate to the Franks. But they do not attribute it to Saladin. The assassination's instigators remain a mystery. Though it removed a formidable Crusader leader at a critical time, Saladin himself was not implicated or even expressed surprise at Conrad's death. Some Western suspicions fell on Richard, others on Saladin. But in Muslim eyes, the episode was just another sign that God's will can strike down the unbelievers in unexpected ways. And finally, the Third Crusade period provided rich cultural anecdotes in which Muslim writers would recount with quite a bit of fascination. The war did not halt all contact between two civilizations. Moments of curiosity and even respect shone through. Usama ibn Munkid, a Syrian nobleman who died just before the Third Crusade, had written famous memoirs describing the odd habits of the Franks, sometimes brave and gallant, other times coarse and ignorant. And that attitude of wary respect carried into Saladin's era. Scribes in Saladin's chancery marveled that King Richard would send envoys in courteous Latin and French, which had to be translated, rather than just fighting. During truces, Franks and Muslims occasionally exchanged gifts or foods. One Crusader chronicle, by Baha ad-Din ibn Shahad, notes that Richard once sent ripe peaches and pears as a present to Saladin when the latter was ill, and Saladin reciprocated with snow-cooled sherbet. Well, though not all such stories are verified, Muslim literature eagerly recorded them. It was as if they were trying to humanize the otherwise ferocious enemy. But they also showed a theme that Muslim writers found quite comforting, that Islam, with its code of honor and generosity, could perhaps win the respect even of its sworn enemies. And so, the Third Crusade ended not only in the not in at all of the eradication of the Crusaders, but rather in a compromise that safeguarded Islam's holiest city. Well, it's also Christianity's holiest city too, I suppose. Well, when King Richard sailed home in October of 1192, the Muslim world felt a mix of both relief and triumph. Saladin al-Malik al-Nasir, the victorious king, had faced the combined might of Europe and emerged with his main objectives intact. Jerusalem was still Muslim. The surviving Crusader state was confined to a coastal strip and posed a diminished threat, at least for the moment. As for Saladin, he died in March of 1193, only a few months after the treaty, and thus did not see the long-term fruits of peace. But his contemporaries immediately cast him in an everlasting glory. Even the sometimes critical Ibn al-Athir conceded that Saladin's liberation of Jerusalem was an unparalleled feat of merit. Later Muslim historians looked back on the Third Crusade as a proud chapter in the history of the Ummah. They lauded how the Muslims, once divided, had united under Saladin's banner to face off against the invaders. They recorded for posterity not only the battles won, but it was those principles upheld: justice, mercy, and faith. Now, importantly, Muslim writers did not describe the Third Crusade as an unequivocal victory. They knew the Franks remained in the Holy Land for another century, but they did emphasize that Allah had tested the believers, and through their steadfastness delivered them from the Frankish onslaught. The failure of the Crusaders to reclaim Jerusalem was, in Muslim eyes, a clear sign of divine favor and the efficacy of jihad. As the 13th century writer Abu Shammah noted, the Third Crusade proved that the Islamic community, when roused to piety and unity, could withstand even the greatest of Christian kings. But in the long run, the legacy of the Third Crusade in Muslim memory became inseparable from the legend of Saladin. Poets and storytellers in Arabic, Persian, and later Turkish recount the duel of honor between Saladin and Richard, always with Saladin as the model of a virtuous ruler. His generosity, courage, and devotion to Islam, exemplified during the Third Crusade, set a standard to which later Muslim leaders aspired. The Ayyubid Sultan's conduct towards enemies and friends alike became proverbial. When future generations confronted new foes, whether the Mongols in the 13th century or more European crusaders in later times, they frequently looked back on Saladin's example as inspiration. And so for the Muslim world of the 12th and 13th centuries, the Third Crusade was not defined by Richard the Lionheart's heroics, but by Saladin's resolve and the collective effort of Muslims. It was remembered as the campaign in which Al-Quds was secured and the Franks' counter-strike was blunted. Through the eyes of Muslim historians, the Third Crusade appears as a moral and strategic success that preserved the gains of jihad. In the words of Ibn al-Athir, the Franks came with arrogance and mighty hosts, yet God repelled them, and they returned in vain. Think about the term Dark Age. It conjures an image of a benighted time, cities in ruins, knowledge forgotten, art and progress stalled under the weight of barbarian rule. We imagine a 1,000-year night between the brilliance of Rome and the dawn of the Renaissance. But what if that popular image was wrong? What if those centuries were not as dark as we've been led to believe? Consider a few snapshots from this era. In 537, the colossal dome of the Hagia Sophia was completed in Constantinople, seemingly to float suspended from heaven on a golden chain, as one historian Procopius described it, obviously awestruck. And around the same time in the far west, an educated Roman named Boethius, imprisoned by a Gothic king, composed the Consolation of Philosophy, a profound work fusing classical wisdom with Christian thought. Jump ahead to the late 8th century. The Anglo-Saxon monk Bede teaches that the earth is round, and Charlemagne, the Frankish king, is crowned emperor in Rome on Christmas Day 800, reviving the idea of a Western empire and spurring a renaissance of learning in his lands. And in a monastery off the coast of Ireland, don't forget about those scribes illuminating the Book of Kells, a gospel manuscript of dazzling complexity and beauty. Those are just a few examples that hardly paint a picture of a dark world. they hinted a more vibrant and dynamic age. So why then do we call it the Dark Ages? Well, the term itself was coined long after the fact, famously by the Italian scholar Petrarch in the 14th century, to scorn the post-Roman centuries as an age of darkness between the enlightened ancient world and Petrarch's own time. And Renaissance and Enlightenment thinkers certainly amplified that idea, biased towards the glories of Greece and Rome, and dismissive of medieval achievements. You see, to them, it was just a murky interlude when no great leaders emerged. No art, no science was worth mentioning. And this label stuck in the popular imagination. But with modern scholarship, we can dismantle that myth. And so today, we will explore how Western Europe and the Byzantine East between the 5th and 10th centuries were actually a time of growth, preservation, and innovation. And we'll talk about how the knowledge and culture survived and even thrived in monasteries and courts, how many new forms of art and literature blossomed, and how law and order were re-established by barbarian kingdoms and the church. Of course, technology, agricultural advances, all those little things that quietly improved life. And I think by the end, we'll certainly light up this dark age, and you'll know it's a time much brighter than its reputation suggests. But before we flick the switch on that, let me welcome you to the channel. It is once again a pleasure to welcome you, and if you're new or have yet to click the subscribe button, well, why don't you just do it? If you feel inclined to, of course. Also, a like and a comment certainly helps the algorithm out so more people can enjoy the content. And speaking of enjoying the content, you can enjoy it 100% uninterrupted right here on YouTube. You won't have any pesky mid-rolls. That's because we're supported by the generous people on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks or PayPal, and those who checked out the merch store for all of its little goodies. So enjoy this all uninterrupted because of those fine people, and if you want to join that prestigious group, you need only navigate yourself to the pinned comment, video description, or channel description. Now, with that being said, let's get to the topic at hand. Well, first, it's pretty important to tackle the myth head on. You see, the notion of the Dark Ages implies a sharp break. That with the fall of the Western Roman Empire in 476, civilization itself nearly collapsed in Western Europe, plunging into ignorance and chaos. And certainly the fall of Rome was a tumultuous process. Let's not deny that. The empire fragmented into various Germanic kingdoms. Cities like Rome and Trier shrank. Long-distance trade diminished. And warfare, that was frequent. There were certainly real hardships. Certainly we're not arguing that the Dark Age was a golden age. We're not romanticizing it that much, that's for sure. But neither was it a civilizational void. Many aspects of Roman culture, law and knowledge, continued or transformed rather than vanished. The very people decried as barbarians often aspired to Roman ideals themselves. For instance, let's take the Ostrogothic king Theodoric the Great, who, if you're not familiar with him, ruled Italy in the late 5th and early 6th centuries. Well, he maintained Roman administrative systems and infrastructure. He kept learned Romans like Cassiodorus as advisors too. Cassiodorus later founded a monastery, Vivarium, devoted to preserving Roman and Christian texts, an early example of how the torch of learning was kept lit. Now, in Gaul, which is modern-day France, the 6th century historian Gregory of Tours could still write a detailed history of the Franks in Latin showing that the habit of recording history endured even under Frankish kings. He wrote about wars and miracles, with a more simple Latin style, true. But the very act of writing history, well, that was a continuation of classical tradition. Likewise, let's look at the Byzantine Empire, the eastern half of the Roman world. It did not fall in 476, but rather it thrived. Byzantium preserved a direct continuation of Roman statehood, law, and urban life throughout the period. When later scholars called these centuries dark, they often ignored the Eastern Roman Empire entirely. In reality, when Rome fell in the west, Constantinople was still a beacon of wealth and learning, a city of light, and quite literally too, its streets illuminated at night by torches, its scholars studying ancient Greek texts that would have been lost to the West for centuries. And so that very term, Dark Ages, it's a little misleading, because much of the world at that time, the Byzantine East, the Islamic world in the 7th century, was experiencing anything but darkness. And even in the post-Roman West, there were rays of light that never ceased. I suppose anything is a dark age if the room that you're trapped in has the lights off. But it's also worth noting that historians originally used dark partly because of the scarcity of written sources for some early medieval periods, which made those times dark to our understanding. But archaeological discoveries in the last centuries have certainly shone light on those gaps, revealing continued trade networks, productive farms, and craftsmanship. The more we learn, the less dark the early Middle Ages appear. Modern historians now often avoid the term entirely, or use it only for very limited contexts. The consensus is that while the early medieval period had its challenges, it was a time of transformation and adaptation, certainly not a long night of barbarism. So, as we've done in this first section, we've rather dispelled the simplistic myth and naming conventions. So now let's look at the more positive developments of the era. How exactly did knowledge survive? And what new cultural achievements arose? How was order maintained and improved? Good questions. So let's begin with the realm of learning and literature, the life of the mind in an age of faith. Of course, one of the most crucial achievements of the early Middle Ages was the preservation and cultivation of knowledge. Even as the Western Roman political structure crumbled, education and literacy was a little bit harder to vanish overnight. They found new guardians, chiefly the Christian church and the monastic movement. Monasteries became the libraries and universities of the age. The clerics, the teachers, the scholars, all in one. Now consider monasticism, which spread through Europe, Western Europe rather, from the 6th century onward, and the pivotal figure here is Saint Benedict of Nursia, who around 530 wrote the Rule of Saint Benedict. Now this rule provided guidelines for monastic life. It emphasized prayer, work, study. Benedict's monasteries, like his famous Monte Cassino in Italy, required monks to read and copy text as part of their daily routine. Benedictine monasticism soon took root across Europe, in Italy, Gaul, Spain, Britain, and wherever the monks went, the books went with them. Quiet scriptoria, that is, writing rooms, in these monasteries became workshops of learning, where scribes laboriously copied the Bible, theological treatises, but also many secular Latin works from antiquity. Ever wonder why we still can enjoy Plato, Aristotle, all that sort of stuff? Well, you've got them to thank. Watch my video on Irish monks if you want to know more about that. Of course, thanks to these patient monks, a great deal of classical literature survived. Virtually all the Latin works of authors like Virgil, Cicero, and Ovid as well that we have today exist because some early medieval copyist preserved them. In the so-called Dark Ages, that torch of knowledge was certainly not extinguished, but rather being carefully tended to by those, monks in monastic libraries. An outstanding example of scholarship in this period is the Northumbrian monk Bede, often called the Venerable Bede, who lived in the 7th to 8th centuries. Bede spent his entire life in the monasteries of Wearmouth and Jarrow in northern England, yet his intellectual influence was wide-ranging. He mastered all available liberal arts learning of his time, from the scripture and history to grammar and science. Bede's most famous work, The Ecclesiastical History of the English People, completed in 731, is a monumental history that not only chronicles early English history, but demonstrates rigorous use of sources and dating methods. Bede helped establish the BC AD system of dating events by calculating years from the birth of Christ. He gave Europe a unified Christian chronology that replaced the old Roman calendar. Well, this is an intellectual innovation that's often overlooked, but it, of course, has had lasting impact on how our history is recorded. And in the realm of science and education, Bede also shatters the myth of medieval ignorance. In his treatise, On the Reckoning of Time, he explained the spherical shape of the earth and the causes of unequal length of days throughout the year. The earth, Bede taught, is round like a ball, not flat like a shield. Clear evidence that educated people of the early Middle Ages understood the basic astronomy inherited from the Greeks. He also described the tides and their relation to the phases of the moon with admittedly impressive accuracy. Bede and scholars like him were inheritors of classical scientific tradition. Far from believing in a flat earth or shunning reason, early medieval scholars integrated classical knowledge with Christian thought to the best of their ability. Well, elsewhere in Europe, we find similar beacons of learning. In what is now Spain, Isidore of Seville, a 7th century bishop, compiled an entire encyclopedia of knowledge called the Etymologies. Isidore tried to summarize all human knowledge, from theology and natural science to medicine and grammar, preserving many fragments of classical learning in the process. His work became a standard reference for centuries. In fact, the very idea of an encyclopedia of universal knowledge in the early 600s shows the intellectual curiosity that survived the fall of Rome. Education also received attention from kings. A landmark effort was the Carolingian Renaissance in the late 8th and 9th centuries. The Frankish king, later Emperor Charlemagne, was not content to rule over an illiterate populace. Though he himself may have only been semi-literate, there is a famous anecdote from his biographer Lionheart that Charlemagne kept writing tablets under his pillow to practice writing in secret. He deeply valued learning and recognized its importance for governance and religion. In 789, Charlemagne issued an edict called the Admonitio Generalis that, among many other reforms, ordered the establishment of schools at monasteries and cathedrals throughout his realm. Now, these schools were to educate boys in reading, writing, music, and scripture, essentially creating an educated clergy and administrative class. An early push for universal education. Well, limited to males and within a church context, but I said it was early, right? Well, Charlemagne also gathered the greatest scholars of his age at his palace court in Aachen. He brought Alcuin of York from England to head his palace school. And speaking of Alcuin, he was a brilliant teacher who helped standardize curricula and produce corrected editions of texts. Other luminaries, like the historian Paul the Deacon from Italy and theologian Theodulf from Spain, were also invited to join the court. And together they pored over ancient manuscripts, correcting errors that had crept in over centuries of copying. And they produced new works of theology, poetry, and scholarship. Out of this circle came innovations such as the development of Carolingian minuscule, a clear, new handwriting style that made reading and copying far easier. The script with its neat lowercase letters is the ancestor of fonts that we actually use today. Well, it's also no exaggeration to say that hundreds of manuscripts, both biblical and classical text, were copied in the Carolingian scriptoria, effectively renewing Europe's textual resources. Without this Carolingian push, many works might have just disappeared. Even in areas outside of direct Carolingian influence, learning quietly persisted. In Ireland and Scotland, monasteries not only preserved Latin learning, but also fostered vernacular literacy. The earliest writings in Old Irish date from this period, showing a scholarly culture in the Celtic world. Irish and Scottish monks travelled as missionaries and teachers to the continent. Figures like Columbanus in the 6th centuries, for example, who founded monasteries in Gaul and Italy, bringing Irish learning with them. And by the 9th century, England's King Alfred the Great, another rare example of a, quote, educated king, was lamenting the decline of Latin education in his land, and instead of just doing nothing, he actually took action by having important books translated from Latin into Old English, so that all freeborn youth in England could learn to read English and know its basic knowledge. Alfred personally participated in translating works like Pope Gregory's Pastoral Care and Boethius's Consolation of Philosophy into English of his day. Of course, it's not the English that we have these days, but really the English we have now is not really English, but that's a story for another video. In any case, this is arguably, and this is important, the first state-sponsored literacy campaign in English history. Now, efforts like that indicate far from being complacent in ignorance. Early medieval leaders and churchmen were actively trying to improve learning, and saw it as vital to spiritual but also societal health. Well, let's turn to culture, because that was not a barren field in the Dark Ages either. It simply just took new forms. Art and literature continued to be produced, often with a distinctive early medieval flair that blended Christian, Roman, and, of course, those new barbarian influences. But if one only looks at the gleaming ruins of classical statues or the monumental architecture of Rome, you might think that art had declined. But look a little closer. What was created between the 5th and the 10th centuries? And you'll find masterpieces and innovation that rival anything that preceded them. Well, let's start with literature and language. Far from a period of silence, the early medieval centuries gave us epic poetry, saints' lives, sagas, and more. In Anglo-Saxon England, the epic Beowulf was composed likely between the 8th and early 9th century. Now, this is a magnificent poem. Though written in Old English rather than Latin, it stands as one of the great literary achievements of medieval Europe, rich in symbolism and artistry. Likewise, early medieval Celtic culture produced wonders like the Mabinogion tales in Wales and the saga of Cormac in Ireland. In continental Europe, Latin literature continued with writers like Venatius Fortunatus, that is the 6th century poet and bishop who wrote both hymns and secular poetry, and later with figures like Walafrid Strabo, a 9th century monk who wrote an influential theological epic. Religious literature also abounded. Biographies of saints, which are called hagiographies, circulated widely, providing more inspiration and also, incidentally, preserving historical details of the times. For instance, The Life of St. Columba by Adomnan, written around 700 in Iona, gives fascinating glimpses of early medieval Scottish society while recounting the miracles of a beloved abbot. Far from being culturally stagnant, people were telling stories, writing poems, and documenting events, sometimes in Latin or sometimes in the emerging vernacular languages. In any case, it only serves to enrich Europe's literary heritage. Now, moving on to visual arts, there was an explosion in intricate and small-scale artwork that often gets less attention compared to those grand Roman sculptures, but it is certainly just as impressive in skill. The migration-era barbarian kingdoms produced gorgeous metalwork, jewelry, weapon hilts, belt buckles, other adornments, inlaid with gold and garnet in swirling patterns not seen before. Now let's look at the famous example that is the Sutton Hoo treasure from the early 7th century in England. A royal burial hoard that contained a stunning helmet and exquisite wrought jewelry, combining Anglo-Saxon and Mediterranean motifs. These garnets in these pieces, by the way, likely came all the way from India or Sri Lanka, and that demonstrates trade links, and a little more on trade later. The point here is that an aesthetic of fine detail and interlaced pattern developed, especially in Celtic and Germanic art, which is anything but primitive. And indeed, one of the crown jewels of the early medieval culture is the illuminated manuscript. Monks and scribes turned holy books into works of art by embellishing them with colorful inks, gold leaf, and elaborate illustrations. The Book of Kells, created around 800 in Celtic Britain or Ireland, is often regarded as the peak of illuminated manuscripts. Its pages teem with vibrant knotwork designs and iconography, so detailed that even with modern magnification we marvel at the craftsmanship. Similarly, the Lindisfarne Gospels and the Book of Durrow, from circa 700 Northumbria and 650 Ireland respectively, showcase the fusion of Christian imagery with intricate Celtic patterns. These are not the products of a culturally dark era. They are rather brilliant achievements that required both technical skill and aesthetic imagination. Such manuscripts were luxury items, usually intended for display on altars or use by high clergy, signaling the importance placed on art in the service of religion. And of course, beyond their mere aesthetic beauty, they often preserved the text of the Gospels and other writings, marrying artistic and intellectual preservation into one. But architecture, too, that quietly advanced. While it is true that early medieval Western Europe did not immediately produce buildings on the scale of the Roman Colosseum or the Pantheon, it was far from an age without construction. Churches and monasteries were built everywhere, often repurposing Roman stones or columns, but also developing new styles. Of course, a notable example of that is the 7th century Basilica of St. Apollinar in Classe in Ravenna, then a center of Byzantine influence in Italy, adorned with resplendent mosaics that testified to the continuation of high-quality art. In the Frankish realm, by Charlemagne's time, we see an ambition to build in grand style again. Charlemagne's palace chapel at Aachen, completed around 805, featured a domed octagonal church inspired by Byzantine architecture. And indeed, he imported marble, and columns from Italy, and hired Lombard masons to realize the dream. This Carolingian architecture is a precursor to the later Romanesque style, and shows that the desire for monumental building was very much alive. But even earlier, small but elegant churches like San Juan de Baños in Visigothic Spain, built around 661, or even St. Peter's Church in Wearmouth, England, built around 675 under Abbot Benedict Biscop, who imported glass from Gaul for the windows, illustrate that building techniques and artistry continued. In Anglo-Saxon England, timber halls and churches were common early on, but by the 8th century, stone construction became more frequent, indicating growing resources and skills. The Byzantine Empire, on the other hand, never stopped building. We mention Hagia Sophia in Constantinople, the great domed cathedral finished under Emperor Justinian. And that dome, 102 feet across and hovering 180 feet above the floor, was an engineering feat that pushed the boundaries of architecture. It remained the largest church in the world for nearly 1,000 years. The Byzantines also excelled in mosaic art. The golden mosaics of Ravenna in Italy, and later of Thessaloniki and Constantinople itself, show a continuity of Greco-Roman artistic realism blended with a new, transcendent Christian style. Icon painting, that is, holy images of Christ, Mary, and the saints, became a major art form in this era. Despite the little hiccup of the iconoclast controversy in the 8th and 9th centuries. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a religious conflict over the use of images, and that led to the destruction of many early icons. In any case, by the later 9th century, icons were reinstated and produced in massive numbers. These icons and mosaics are visually stunning, rich with symbolism, and they deeply influenced the spiritual life of medieval people. The artistry involved mixing pigments, gilding halos, capturing expressive faces. It shows a sophisticated cultural milieu, certainly not a dark one. But another cultural pillar of the age was the Christian church itself, which grew to be the unifying institution across Western Europe, pretty much the one-stop shop for everything. The early medieval period was actually an era of massive religious expansion and organization. Pagan tribes in Europe converted to Christianity one by one, and with each new conversion came a whole new cultural package. Literacy to read scripture, Latin language for the liturgy, and often church laws and moral codes that reshaped societies. For example, when the Frankish king Clovis converted to Catholic Christianity around 496, it aligned the new Frankish kingdom with the Roman Church. Clovis and his successors issued law codes that, while still quite rough by modern standards, aimed to regulate violence through fines and legal processes rather than blood feuds. The Church held synods and councils that set social norms. For instance, numerous church councils in Gaul and Spain in the 6th and 7th centuries took measures to protect the weak, regulate marriages, and curb abuse. Small steps toward more orderly communities. The concept of morality and order rooted in Christian teaching slowly permeated the new kingdoms and acted as a brand new civilizing force. But monasteries and churches also acted as cultural centers, not only for learning as mentioned, but for music and liturgy. The development of Gregorian chant, for instance, occurred in the early medieval church. By the 9th century, the Frankish and Roman traditions of plainchant merged into what had become the standard liturgical music of the Middle Ages. This musical innovation, preserved in manuscripts with some of the earliest musical notation, is a testament to that era's cultural creativity. And it's quite nice to listen to those sorts of chants. If I want to recommend anyone, I would recommend Divna Ljubojevic. I think that's how I pronounce it. Absolutely fantastic. Great to listen to, especially when you're just relaxing, meditating, whatever it is. So here's another important area of growth in the early Middle Ages, and that is the re-establishment of political order and legal structures after the Western Roman Empire fell. The narrative of chaos and lawlessness after Rome is a little bit exaggerated. In fact, new kingdoms arose that, while different from the imperial system, created their own forms of stability and continuity. Various Germanic kingdoms, let's get to them first. Visigoths in Spain, Franks in Gaul, Ostrogoths, and then the Lombards in Italy, Anglo-Saxons in Britain, among others, carved out their own territories. Initially there were power struggles and shifting borders, yes, but by the late 5th and 6th centuries, many of these realms had settled into relative stability. When we say relative stability for the Middle Ages, of course. These kings did something crucial. They issued written law codes, often in Latin for their realms. And this shows an active effort to govern justly and record rules, much like the Roman tradition of law. For instance, the Visigothic Code, also known as Lex Visigothorum, was compiled in the 7th century in the Visigothic Kingdom of Spain. It was a comprehensive set of laws that applied to both the Visigothic nobles and the Roman population under their rule, covering everything from property rights to marriage and crime. And notably, it outlawed marriage between close relatives and set penalties for various offences, clearly an attempt at civil society norms. In the Frankish realms, which would become France and Germany, King Clovis and his successors put forward the Salic law in the early 6th century, as mentioned, and later kings added to it. Now, the Salic law was famous for its detailed schedule of fines for all sorts of injuries. This was a move to replace cycles of revenge with structured compensation. Similarly, the Anglo-Saxon kings in England released some of their earliest law codes in the vernacular, and the earliest known, by King Ethelbert of Kent around 602, lists fines for crimes and protections for the church. It was written in Old English, the Anglo-Saxon vernacular, making it actually the earliest Germanic language law code that we have. These legal texts, dry as they may seem, are evidence of societies striving for order, justice, and continuity with Roman legal habits, and they also indicate rising administrative capability. Kings had scribes compile and copy these laws, courts to enforce them, and they were promulgated to the people. But as time went on, larger polities formed. The Frankish kingdom expanded, and by the 8th and 9th centuries under the Carolingians had become a new empire covering much of Western and Central Europe. Charlemagne's empire, known of course as the Carolingian Empire, wasn't just about brute force and violence. It had a very strong administrative backbone. Charlemagne sent out royal agents called missi dominici to oversee local authorities, hold general assemblies, and standardize weights and measures. He and his son, Louis the Pious, also enacted many capitularies, that is, royal decrees, to legislate on everything from church reform to the control of taverns to the mismanagement of royal lands. And this indicates a governing mindset at work, a conscious effort to impose a higher order on the patchwork of local customs. It is a direct contradiction to the idea of that anarchic Dark Age. For example, the Admonitio Generalis of 789 mentioned earlier in the education section also contained provisions for the moral reform of society, urging clergy to lead by example, insisting that Sundays must be respected, that the poor and strangers be protected, and that judges dispense justice without bribes. Well, another vital aspect of the stability was indeed the role of the church as a unifying institution across different kingdoms. Bishops and abbots often functioned as mediators and administrators, helping to fill the void left by Roman bureaucracy. The church also provided a moral framework that discouraged some of the worst violence. In the 10th century, slightly later than our core period, but building on earlier efforts, movements like the Peace of God and the Truce of God arose, where bishops rallied communities to limit warfare, forbidding violence against non-combatants and prohibiting fighting on holy days. These movements, of course, had roots in earlier councils and decrees that sought to temper the endemic warfare of the nobility. The idea that even warfare should be subject to moral law was a medieval development, an attempt to civilize behavior through religious pressure. Now, socially, while the stratification of society into nobility, clergy, and peasants, etc., did continue, there were some improvements in how communities functioned. The early medieval period saw the birth or growth of many towns and market centers after an initial post-Roman dip. For example, archaeological evidence shows that by the 8th and 9th century, trading towns like Dorestad in Frisia, which is modern-day Netherlands, and Rouen and Kantovik in northern France, and then we got London in England too, they all became thriving trading hubs. They weren't as large as the big Roman cities, but they were bustling enough to attract merchants from far away. Law codes from the era often dedicate sections to commercial matters, implying active trade, like rules on coinage, weights and measures, this kind of thing. Over time, these small market towns laid the groundwork for the later revival of urban life in the High Middle Ages. But it's also during this period that we see the embryonic form of parliaments or councils in some regions. The kings would hold diets or assemblies, for instance, the early English assembly of the wise men, the Wittenagmot, advised Anglo-Saxon kings, and the Frankish kings held annual Champs de Mars, that is, March fields, when nobles and churchmen discussed affairs. They weren't really democratic by any modern standard, but they established the idea that rulers should at least consult with leading representatives of the realm, a precedent for more formal parliaments in later centuries. So in short, the early medieval West was actively rebuilding political structures. It moved from the unitary empire of Rome to a more pluralistic order of kingdoms. But those kingdoms created laws, enforced justice, and maintained relative peace, especially once they converted to Christianity, which often curbed a little bit of the violence. Well, by the 9th and 10th centuries, Europe was not a lawless wasteland at all. It was a patchwork of states with functioning institutions. Charlemagne's imperial title in 800 signified not the end of darkness, but rather the recognition that the work of statecraft had achieved a new height. A Western European ruler deemed himself, with the Pope's blessing nonetheless, the successor to the Roman Caesars. That moment shows a psychological end to any notion of being in dark times, I think. Charlemagne and his circle certainly believed that they were living in an age of renewal and light. He actively fostered the idea of a renovatio Romani Imperi, that is, renewal of the Roman Empire. I suppose one could argue that the concept of Europe as a distinct civilization coalesced in these early centuries, this fusion of Roman, Christian, and Germanic elements that forged in the aftermath of Rome's fall. Well, perhaps one of the most surprising aspects of this so-called Dark Age is the quiet technological and economic progress that was made. Let me explain. We do often assume that no scientific or technological advances happened until later, but early medieval people were innovative when necessity demanded it. Whether it was agriculture, warfare, just daily life, several improvements were introduced between the 5th and 10th centuries that would prove to be very, very important. Start with agriculture. Of course, that is the backbone of the economy, cannot deny that. As great centralized supply chains of the Roman Empire broke down, communities had to become more self-sufficient to get the most out of local lands. Farming is never easy, of course. This spurred agricultural innovation. One major development was the spread of the heavy plough in northern Europe. The Romans had used a light scratch plough that worked well in the light soils of the Mediterranean, but it was inadequate for the heavy, clay-rich soils of northern Gaul. Germany and England, too, had the same situation. Sometimes around the 7th to 8th centuries, a new type of plough with an iron ploughshare and a mould board emerged in Slavic lands and the eastern Frankish realms. This heavy, wheeled plough could turn over the dense soils and create furrows, significantly improving crop yields in northern climates. By the 9th and 10th centuries, this technology had spread widely in Europe, contributing to more efficient farming and supporting population growth. In conjunction, the use of the horse collar and horseshoe for plough animals, both innovations appearing by the early Middle Ages, allowed horses or oxen to pull ploughs more effectively without choking and work on rough terrain without injury. These may sound like humble inventions, but you must remember how enormous the impact was. More food produced with less labor meant communities could sustain more people and recover quickly from hardships. Another transformative agricultural practice was the three-field crop rotation system. The Romans typically used a two-field system. Plant one field, leave another fallow. Sometime around the 8th or 9th century, in parts of Frankish territories, farmers began dividing land into three parts. One planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, one in spring with crops like barley or legumes, and one left fallow to recover. Now each year, the fields rotated. This method left only a third of land fallow at the time, instead of half as in the older system, and it also improved soil fertility by alternating deep-rooted and shallow-rooted plants, and including legumes that fixed nitrogen, whether they knew it or not. The result was certainly a noticeable increase in yield and a better diet variety. By the High Middle Ages, this three-field system was widespread and underpinned the population boom of that era, but its genesis lies in the early experiments of medieval times. In short, medieval peasants were not ignorant of how to improve their farming. They were actively trying new approaches, and they were getting better at it every year. Now consider mechanical technology. One might assume that without the Roman engineering corps, that technology regressed. Not so. Certain technology saw their first large-scale use in the early medieval period, and one prime example is the water mill. Water-powered mills for grinding grain existed in Roman times, but they became truly common in early medieval Europe. The collapse of slave-based agriculture made labor-saving devices attractive. By the 8th century, documents and archaeology show water mills along many rivers and streams, even in far-flung places like Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England. These mills freed people from hours of manual grinding and allowed larger quantities of flour to be produced, supporting the larger communities that would come with time. The Domesday Book, a survey of England in 1086, a little bit later than our period, found thousands of mills across even that relatively small country, many of which had been in operation since centuries before. The spread of the water mill is sometimes called the first industrial revolution in Europe, long before the 18th century one. Relatedly, the early Middle Ages also saw the introduction of the windmill by the 9th and 10th century in Persia, and soon after in Europe, although windmills became common in Europe a bit later. Other inventions improved the mechanical clock. The first mechanical clock appear in Europe by the late 13th century, but they drew on earlier timing devices like water clocks. Interestingly, a legendary early hint of mechanical ingenuity is the water-powered clock sent by Caliph of Baghdad to Charlemagne around 807. It allegedly wowed the Frankish court with its moving figures and chiming hours, showing that advanced technology was certainly being shared across certain cultures. Furthermore, eyeglasses would only be invented in the late 13th century, but the need for visual aids was recognized by scholars copying manuscripts in dim light. So, they used what was called reading stones, a kind of polished glass, as a precursor. And while these particular items fall just outside the traditional Dark Ages, once again, it has its roots in that ethos of medieval problem-solving. In terms of military technology, the early medieval era introduced the stirrup to European warfare, likely brought from Central Asia around the 7th to 8th century. The stirrup seemed simple, but it revolutionized cavalry by giving riders greater stability and the ability to use lances more effectively, paving the way for the emergence of medieval knights and heavy cavalry. Of course, this dramatically changed battle tactics and made cavalry the dominant force for centuries. A small innovation with a huge ramification. Of course, the knightly class and feudal cavalry obligations all tie back to the arrival of the stirrup. But let us not forget navigation and exploration. This period saw the remarkable expansion of the Vikings from the 8th to 10th centuries, who, despite their reputation as fearsome raiders, were also skilled sailors and traders. Viking longships were technological marvels of the time. Fast, durable, able to sail rivers and open sea. Using these ships, Norse mariners explored the North Atlantic, reaching Iceland, Greenland, and even North America. Around the year 1000, Leif Erikson landed in Vinland, today's Newfoundland. This was an incredible navigational feat that predates Columbus by almost 500 years. Meanwhile, in Eastern Europe, Vikings, or the Varangians, opened river routes to the Black Sea and Constantinople, integrating Northern Europe into the broader trade network. These exploits certainly required keen knowledge of star navigation, shipbuilding, and overall adaptation to new lands. Hardly the work of an unenlightened people, that's for sure. Now, economically, as we touched upon earlier, trade never died out. It just retracted and reconfigured. The early Middle Ages saw a shift from the huge interregional trade of the Roman Empire to more localized trade at first, but by the 7th century, international routes were re-emerging. The Silk Road still functioned through the Byzantine and Islamic worlds, bringing luxury goods to Europe. The Franks, for example, obtained silk from Byzantium and spices from the East. In fact, Charlemagne was known to gift silken cloaks, likely imported through the Italian ports. And on the other side, Europe exported raw materials like timber, furs, and slaves too, unfortunately, to more sophisticated economies in the East. Under the Carolingians, a silver coinage economy was revived. Charlemagne's monetary reforms established the silver denier as a standard coin, facilitating commerce. And coins minted in places like Anglo-Saxon England, Carolingian Gaul, and Viking Dublin. That's right, Dublin was a Viking city, show an interconnected economy. A fascinating find is a coin from the English King Offa of Mercia, late 8th century, that is an imitation of an Arabic gold dinar, complete with Arabic inscriptions, although likely without full understanding of them. Archaeology continuously provides vivid evidence of these networks. For instance, beads from as far as the Middle East have been found in 7th century graves in Scandinavia. Byzantine coins turn up in Mediterranean settings too. And all of this shows that goods were moving across long distances. The scale might have been smaller than Roman times, certainly, but by the 9th and 10th centuries, trade was vigorous enough that some historians speak of a commercial rejuvenation, well before the famous high medieval economic revival. But no evaluation of the Dark Ages would be complete without highlighting the Byzantine Empire, the direct continuation of the Eastern Roman Empire, which serves as a pretty good counterexample to the idea of a Dark Age. While Western Europe was rebuilding and redefining itself, Byzantium, as historians call the Eastern Empire, was a bastion of classical knowledge and a center of economic and cultural life. Focusing mainly on Western Europe often skews our perception when talking about this stuff, but Byzantium between the 5th and 10th centuries was often the richest and most advanced state in the Western Eurasian world. Even as the Western Empire fell in the 5th century, the East persisted. The Emperor Justinian I, who reigned 527 to 565, deserves a special mention. He embarked on ambitious projects that symbolically and practically kept Roman civilization very much alive. Under Justinian, Byzantium produced the Corpus Juris Civilis, the comprehensive code of Roman law published in the 530s. This was effectively a compilation and clarification of a millennium of Roman legal thought, from the edicts of emperors to the opinions of jurists, and all organized into a coherent code. The Corpus Juris not only served Byzantium for centuries, but much later in the 11th century was rediscovered in the West and became the foundation for modern civil law traditions. That debt to the early medieval East is often forgotten. Our legal systems today in many countries owe a lineage to Justinian's codifiers, a monument of legal scholarship. Now, culturally, Constantinople was a powerhouse. It may well have been the largest city in the world around 600, with perhaps 500,000 people at its peak. It featured advanced urban amenities, hospitals, orphanages, public baths, some continued from Roman times, and a famous university, i.e. the University of Constantinople, that during this era maintained instruction in Greek literature, philosophy, medicine, and more. Classical education in rhetoric and philosophy persisted in the East longer than in the Latin West. Byzantines read Homer, Plato, and Aristotle in the original Greek. They wrote commentaries on those works and preserved them in their libraries. In the 9th and 10th centuries, during the so-called Macedonian Renaissance, named for the Macedonian dynasty of emperors, Byzantine scholars like Photius and Arethusa compiled encyclopedias and anthologies of ancient knowledge. Photius, the Patriarch of Constantinople in the 9th century, famously wrote the Bibliotheca, a work summarizing and reviewing hundreds of books he had read, including many classical texts that are now lost except for his sole account of them. It's a shame. Well, it shows a lively intellectual culture, if anything. Now, the Byzantine Empire was also a center of art and learning that influenced its neighbors. Its magnificent art, icons, illuminated manuscript, silks embroidered with imperial motifs, was coveted by foreign kings. The empire actively interacted with the new civilization of Islam and with the Slavic peoples to its north. For example, Byzantine played a key role in converting the Slavs to Christianity in the 9th century. The Byzantine missionaries Cyril and Methodius developed the first Slavic alphabet, Glagolitic, which evolved into Cyrillic. That's where we get Cyrillic from Cyril. Well, they also translated the Bible into Old Slavonic. Of course, this was a huge cultural leap for the Slavs, and directly enabled the Byzantine initiatives, a light spreading outward. The Eastern Church and Empire thereby influenced what would become Russia, Bulgaria, and Serbia, pulling them into the orbit of the Greco-Roman Christian civilization. By the 10th century, Prince Olga of Kiev, and later her grandson Vladimir, adopted Christianity for Kievan Rus, throughout the contact with Byzantium profoundly shaping Eastern European history. Now, this transmission of religion, literacy, and art to the Slavs, is very much a story of the early Middle Ages and is anything but a story of decline, but rather one of cultural enrichment. Well, all of this is to say that Byzantium was a continuous shining beacon of the post-classical world that kept many elements of the classical civilizations vibrant. When Western Europeans later journeyed to Constantinople, etc. during the First Crusade and the end of the 11th century, they were astonished by the city's size, wealth, and sophistication. It was beyond anything in the Latin West at the time. The Byzantines themselves certainly didn't view their age as dark. They considered themselves the true Romans and custodians of a great civilization. Of course, if you were to say, "Why are you living like this? Rome has fell," they would probably tell you, "What do you mean Rome's fell? We're right here." But moreover, Byzantine influence seeped back westward gradually. There were instances of scholarly exchange. For example, the 8th century Northumbrian scholar Bede corresponded with a bishop from the Byzantine-ruled south of Italy, receiving the knowledge of Greek hagiographies. The Carolingians sought alliances and marriage ties with Byzantium. One of Charlemagne's daughters was even proposed to a Byzantine prince, and later his grandsons intermarried with the Byzantine imperial family. While a full transmission of Greek learning to the West wouldn't happen until much later, Byzantium still served as a storehouse of knowledge that eventually would flow back. So when we discuss Renaissance in the 12th century, or, of course, the later Italian Renaissance, we often celebrate the rediscovery of the ancient Greek works. Many of those works had existed in Byzantine libraries until savvy Western or Arabic scholars obtained them. So during that so-called Dark Age, the East was holding in trust much of the heritage that the West had thought it had lost. So as we've seen, the Dark Ages were not really that dark, but they were rather just an age of initial transition and then transformation. Western Europe had a bit of a shock after Rome's collapse, but it gradually regenerated itself, preserving some of the old, innovating some of the new. Literacy and learning carried on, and everything just got into a new routine, I suppose. So, not quite dark at all. A brisk November day in 1095 at Clermont, a crowd of nobles and clergy huddles around a makeshift platform. On top of it stands Pope Urban II, arms raised, a voice ringing with passion. He evokes a distant city, Jerusalem, calling it the center of the earth, a land fruitful above all others, a paradise of delights, sanctified by Christ's life and death. And he implores his listeners to rescue this holy city from foreign hands, crying out, "Jerusalem is now held captive by the enemies of Christ. She seeks to be liberated and ceases not to implore you to come to her aid." The crowd erupts with a roar. Deus vult, God wills it. And the First Crusade is well and truly underway. But what was it about Jerusalem that inspired thousands of medieval men to drop their plows, don the cross, and march thousands of miles into the unknown? Why did warriors and pilgrims alike endure hunger, disease, and battle for this city's sake? Well, that's the topic for today. We're going through the religious zeal, political ambitions, and economic interests, along with the cultural dreams that made Jerusalem the beating heart of the Crusader era. But before we get into it, I'd like to welcome any newcomers and invite you to hit the like and subscribe button and perhaps leave a little comment. I always like reading through them. Oh, and thank you to those who are supporting on the Patreon and those who took the time to look at the merch store. You have my thanks. So, with all that being said and customary welcomes and introductions out of the way, let us begin a journey back in time and explore the question, why was Jerusalem so important to the Crusaders? To medieval Christians, Jerusalem was no ordinary city. It was the spiritual center of the universe. Long before the Crusades, Jerusalem loomed large in Western Christian imagination. It was the site of the Holy Sepulchre, the tomb where Jesus Christ was believed to have risen from the dead, and of Golgotha, where he was crucified. Pilgrimage to Jerusalem had been a sacred ideal for centuries. Monks, nobles, and even paupers would travel for months just to get a chance to pray at the holy site. A 9th century Frankish monk described Jerusalem as the navel of the world, the place where heaven and earth met. By the 11th century, despite the city being under Muslim rule, a steady stream of Christian pilgrims still flowed toward Jerusalem, evidence of its undying pull on the Western psyche. But things had changed. Pilgrimage had grown perilous. There were tales of highway robbers attacking pilgrims and of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre being damaged. In 1009, the Fatimid Caliph al-Hakim infamously destroyed the Holy Sepulchre, and this sent shockwaves throughout Christendom. Although the church was later rebuilt, memories of this sacrilege endured. Imagine the outrage and grief of the believers, hearing that the holiest church on earth was razed. It was as if their own faith had taken a punch straight to the jaw. By the late 11th century, reports were beginning to circulate of Muslim authorities harassing Christian visitors to Jerusalem. These stories primed Europe for action. Protecting Jerusalem was not only a spiritual duty, but it had become an emotional cause. Thus, on that day in Clermont, when Pope Urban II called the First Crusade, he tapped into a deep well of devotion. According to Fulcher of Chartres, Urban described how, quote, "The Redeemer of mankind has made Jerusalem illustrious by his advent, consecrated by his passion, redeemed by his death, glorified by his burial." He portrayed the city as a noble lady held hostage by infidels, ignominiously polluted by non-Christian worship. And the rhetoric struck a chord. To the audience, freeing Jerusalem was not conquest, it was an act of restoration, a homecoming to the city of their Lord. The offer of a spiritual reward only sweetened the deal. Urban promised that, quote, "Undertake this journey eagerly for the remission of your sins, with the assurance of eternal glory in the kingdom of heaven." For nights weighed down by guilt and sin, the Holy War was a path to redemption, a golden ticket straight to paradise. As one eyewitness put it, upon hearing the call, the crowd shouted unanimously, "God wills it," each man eager to take up the cross and save the holy city. Say what you want about Urban II, but he sure knows how to give a rousing speech. And so I think we can conclude, without many debates, that religion was the foremost motivator. I don't think anybody is really arguing that. The Crusaders called themselves pilgrims. They bore the red cross on their tunics as a symbol of penance. They chanted psalms as they marched. One crusader, Raymond of Aguirre, wrote that throughout the journey they felt guided by biblical precedents, comparing their army to the Israelites on an exodus toward the promised land. The very name crusade is more modern. Contemporaries spoke of going on pilgrimage or taking the cross to Jerusalem. Well, the pilgrimage was armed, yes, but fundamentally it was driven by faith in the holiness of Jerusalem. But as much as we can sometimes conclude with the Occam's razor that it was all about religion, it doesn't alone tell the full story, which is why I'm making the video, to be honest. And as we shall see, political and economic factors interwove with piety. But it is crucial to grasp for the medieval crusader that Jerusalem was the physical embodiment of their faith. It was where Christ died to save humanity. To them, possessing this city was key to affirming Christ's victory on earth. And so, that battle cry, Deus Vult, captured their conviction that reclaiming Jerusalem was God's own will, and with such convictions burning at their hearts, the Crusaders set out on a long road to the Holy Land. And so we find ourselves in the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. It was a breathtaking gamble that succeeded beyond anyone's expectation. After a grueling trek across Asia Minor and the siege of Antioch, the weary but determined crusading host finally reached the walls of Jerusalem in the June of 1099. And one can imagine the moment. After years of hardship, the warriors and pilgrims finally fell to their knees at the first glimpse of the holy city. Jerusalem. There it is. Some wept openly, others sang hymns of praise, but they resolved that no matter the cost, they must capture the city. The siege that followed was intense. The defenders, Egyptian Fatimid troops, had fortified the city and even expelled Jerusalem's local Christians, fearing that they would aid the invaders, perhaps open the doors right up for them. Pretty well-founded concerns. For 5 weeks, the Crusaders camped under harsh summer sun, short on water and wood for siege engines. Morale wavered until the leaders imposed 3 days of fasting and penance. In a poignant scene straight from Scripture, the entire army performed a barefoot penitential procession around Jerusalem's walls, led by priests at the head singing psalms. They hoped to invoke divine aid, just as the Israelites had circled Jericho in the Bible. According to the Crusaders' letter back to the Pope, quote, "All with bare feet marched around the walls, that he who entered Jerusalem humbly on our behalf might be moved by our humility." The ritual seemed to work. Morale was sky high, and on July the 15th, 1099, the Crusaders launched a final, fervent assault. Siege towers rolled forward. Arrows and stones filled the air. Finally, a lucky breach. Knights scaled the wall and opened a gate. With a battle cry to Christ, the Crusaders flooded into Jerusalem. And what followed next was both triumphant and tragic. In the ecstasy of victory, the Crusaders unleashed a frenzied massacre upon the city's Muslim and Jewish inhabitants. Medieval sources, perhaps a little prone to exaggeration, describe a bloodbath of biblical proportion, no pun intended. Raymond of Aguilera, an eyewitness, wrote with grim pride that, in the temple and porch of Solomon, men rode in blood up to their knees and bridle reins, insisting that this was God's judgment on the unbelievers. Another chronicler, Fulcher of Chartres, although absent at the siege, heard reports that, quote, "You would have seen our feet colored to our ankles with the blood of the slain." Such graphic accounts shock the modern sensibilities, yet to the Crusaders, this was awesome. The second purification of Jerusalem, a purge of defilement. They felt as agents of divine wrath, much like Israelite warriors in the Old Testament who cleansed Canaan. It's an uncomfortable truth. The same religious zeal that fueled their courage also bred these kinds of atrocities. But, it's medieval times. Don't expect too much. But amidst all the carnage, the surviving residents sought refuge. A group of Muslims barricaded themselves in the Tower of David, the citadel, and negotiated surrender to Count Raymond of Toulouse, who allowed them safe conduct to Ascalon. Others were not so fortunate. Jewish defenders who had fought alongside Muslims in the siege. Many Jews took shelter in the synagogue, which the Crusaders just lit on fire The Crusaders' own letters make little mention of mercy. Their mindset was summed up by Raymond of Aguilar's stark comment: "It was a just and splendid judgment of God that this place should be filled with the blood of the unbelievers." In that era's crusading ethos, mercy was scarce for those who were deemed infidels in a holy war, and that goes for both sides. Yet, amid all the violence, the spiritual joy of the conquerors is palpable in the sources. When the fighting subsided, the Crusaders streamed toward the church of the Holy Sepulchre, throwing off their armor still smeared with blood. These battle-hardened men knelt and wept at the tomb of Christ. One chronicler notes how they sung Te Deum in exultation. An eyewitness remembered that our people rejoiced and sang a new song to the Lord that day. The sense of miraculous achievement was universal. After all, against all odds, a band of feudal nobles and peasants from Europe had seized perhaps the most heavily fortified city in the Near East. They attributed this victory entirely to God. As the Crusaders wrote to Pope Pascal II, "God was appeased by our humility and delivered the city and his enemies into our hands. The whole world was certainly fighting for us." Their success felt like proof of divine favor, a sign that their bold pilgrimage had been righteous. One of the most beautiful anecdotes of this moment happened when the Crusade leaders offered the crown of Jerusalem to their most distinguished lord, Duke Godfrey of Bouillon. Godfrey had been instrumental in the siege, but when he was acclaimed as king, he refused to wear the royal crown in the Holy City. According to the chronicler William of Tyre, Godfrey reverently declared, quote, "I will not wear a crown of gold in the city where our Lord Jesus Christ wore a crown of thorns." Instead, he took the humbler title, Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. This was not false modesty, but really a sincere gesture of piety. Godfrey and his peers truly viewed Jerusalem as Christ's city, where earthly glory must bow to the divine. The new Latin rulers understood that they were not ordinary kings and princes, but now they were guardians of a holy shrine. Thus, by mid-1099, the Crusaders had accomplished their primary mission. Jerusalem was back in Christian hands. Their success astonished both the Muslim world and Christendom alike. It instantly elevated the stature of the papacy and the idea of a holy war. In European churches, prayers and thanksgiving were said, and tales of the miraculous victory spread everywhere. The First Crusade's end marked the beginning of the Latin kingdom in Jerusalem, a crusader state established in the Levant, with its capital in the Holy City. But it's not happily ever after. Now the challenge was to hold and govern this precious prize. And so, following the First Crusade, the Western conquerors carved out 4 principalities in the Levant, with the Kingdom of Jerusalem as the crown jewel. In July of 1099, as we saw, Godfrey became the first ruler, though he refused the title king. But after Godfrey's death, his brother, Baldwin, was crowned the King of Jerusalem on Christmas Day, 1100, in the Basilica of Bethlehem. That coronation, a Frankish king crowned in the Holy Land, symbolized a turning point. The Crusaders were no longer just transient pilgrims, but they were settlers founding a new society rooted in Jerusalem. From a political perspective, controlling Jerusalem conferred immense prestige and legitimacy. Back in Europe, monarchs derived authority from being anointed in cathedrals. Here, a king ruled in the very city of Christ himself. It's a bit more special, that's for sure. The new kingdom was relatively small, however, in population, but it commanded outsized respect due to its sanctity. The kings of Jerusalem, like Baldwin I, Baldwin II, etc., became central figures in international diplomacy. They corresponded with the Pope and Western rulers as equals, often reminding them of their unique duty as protectors of the Holy Sepulchre. A throne in Jerusalem was regarded as almost more exalted than one in Paris or London. It was seen as a monarchy ordained by God. European nobles vied for titles like Count of Jaffa or Lord of Bethlehem in this new realm. Such titles linked them to biblical lore and even crusading glory. Yet ruling Jerusalem, that posed more than a few practical challenges. The Crusaders were a tiny minority in a land of diverse peoples, between Greeks, Syriac, Armenian Christians, Muslims, Jews, many of whom had to live together under Islamic rule. Under earlier conquerors, the Latin Christians did not expel all the native inhabitants, aside from the initial massacre, but, over time a degree of coexistence did begin to emerge. Native Eastern Christians often assisted the Franks, serving as translators or local officials, and Muslim residents in villages farmed and paid taxes to their new Latin lords. The economy of the Kingdom of Jerusalem depended on agriculture, olives, wheat, vines, and on the influx of pilgrims from Europe. In fact, if we can call it pilgrimage tourism, well, it became a cornerstone of the kingdom's wealth. With the Holy Sepulchre accessible, thousands of pilgrims arrived each year by ship, eager to fulfill the vows that they took and see the holy places, now a lot safer and secured by fellow Christians. These pilgrims needed lodging, food, guides, all of which created economic opportunities. The Knights Hospitaller, for instance, originated as an order caring for sick pilgrims in a Jerusalem hospital. The pilgrim trade also attracted merchants from Italian city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa, who established quarters in port cities like Acre and Jaffa to facilitate shipping people and goods. In return for their naval support, these Italian merchants were granted lucrative trading privileges. Thus, Jerusalem, though itself not a port, became the hub of a network connecting Europe to the Near Eastern trade routes. Spices, silk, and other commodities passed through Crusader hands, enriching both the kingdom and its European partners. Culturally, the presence of the Crusaders in Jerusalem led to a fascinating fusion. Many Crusaders who had arrived as armed pilgrims decided to settle permanently. Fulcher of Chartres, who himself stayed and served King Baldwin I, marveled at how life in the Levant transformed the Europeans. Quote, "For we, who were Occidentals, have now become Orientals, for who was a Roman or a Frank has in this land been made into a Galilean or a Palestinian." He wrote that people from different Western regions, French, Germans, Italians, now blended into a new identity as inhabitants of Outremer, that is, the land beyond the sea. They learned the local languages. Some intermarried with native Christians and adopted Eastern customs in food and dress. Fulcher noted by 1106 rather, "We have already forgotten the places of our birth." He was amazed that many of his compatriots simply had no desire at all to return to Europe. He even quipped that those who were poor in Europe, quote, "God makes rich in this land. Why should one return to the Occident who has found the Orient like this?" This remarkable testimony shows how Jerusalem and its kingdom were not merely military outposts, but they became home for the first generation of Crusader settlers. The allure of land and lordship certainly played a role. A knight who might own a tiny manor in France could gain a whole village or more in the wealthy Levant. Indeed, the Crusader nobility established feudal lordship across the kingdom, dividing the territory into baronies, much like they were doing in Europe. Feudal law adapted for local conditions, was compiled in the famous Assizes of Jerusalem. So in a sense, they transplanted European societal structures onto Palestinian soil. Religion, however, remained the glue of the kingdom's identity. The Latin clergy quickly reorganized Jerusalem's spiritual leadership. They transformed the Dome of the Rock, an Islamic shrine, into a Christian church they called the Templum Domini, Temple of the Lord, by the way, believing that it stood on Solomon's temple site. The Al-Aqsa Mosque was repurposed as the Palace of the Kings and headquarters of the new elite guard, the Knights Templar, hence the name Temple of Solomon. The Crusaders introduced Roman Catholic rites in churches that had long followed Greek or Syriac rites, establishing a Latin patriarch in Jerusalem to replace the Greek Orthodox patriarch, who had fled, by the way. They also unearthed cherished holy relics, most significantly the true cross, a relic believed to be part of the very cross on which Jesus was crucified. According to legend, this relic had been discovered by St. Helena in the 4th century and kept in Jerusalem. The Crusaders retrieved it, and thereafter the kings of Jerusalem carried the true cross into battle as a talisman of divine protection. And, well, I'm sure you can imagine the morale of the soldiers fighting under what they believed to be was a piece of the Lord's cross. Certainly a very good motivator. I don't think they'd be using it as a battering ram, though I could imagine that that would make a very effective tool. Well, in any case, it was as if they wielded a fragment of heaven's power on earth. The kingdom essentially functioned as a theocracy in spirit. Its laws and warfare were justified by religion. Its king swore to protect Christ's patrimony. Its very essence was seen as serving God's plan. Yet the kingdom of Jerusalem was not really a safe place. It was always precarious, surrounded by Muslim territories on every side. The early decades were a constant struggle for survival, requiring almost yearly military campaigns. The Crusader knights, perhaps a few thousand in number, were thinly spread across fortresses from Jerusalem to the frontiers. To bolster defense, the Crusaders built or occupied dozens of castles, such as Crat de Chevalier and Montreal, guarding key roads and passes. They also benefited from the political fragmentation of the Muslim Near East at the time. When Jerusalem fell in 1099, you see, the Muslim world was divided. The Seljuk Turks had Syria and Mesopotamia, while the Fatimid caliphs held Egypt, and they were often at odds with each other. Lots of infighting. The First Crusaders exploited the disunity, and for decades the Latin kingdom played its neighbors off against each other, securing truces or alliances with some Muslim rulers to fight others. Some local Muslim lords even preferred trading and coexisting with the Franks to being conquered by a larger Islamic empire. But the balance was not to last. By the mid-12th century, political tides began to turn, and a new Muslim power arose in the region, the Zengid dynasty in Syria, followed by the rise of the greatest leader of the Muslims in the Crusade, Saladin. The Crusaders in turn increasingly relied on fresh recruits from Europe via new crusading expeditions to maintain their hold on Jerusalem. And that's the segue, the next phase, the period of crusade and counter-crusade, where the importance of Jerusalem remained front and center. The Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith in the mid-12th century, but that golden age was pretty brief. Internal weaknesses and external pressures began to mount, and in 1187, disaster struck. Jerusalem fell to the Muslim forces of Saladin. This was a cataclysm for Latin Christians. arguably as shocking as the city's capture had been exhilarating in 1099. Understanding why this happened and how the Crusaders reacted showed Jerusalem's importance in the long run of the Crusades. So let's set the scene. In the 1170s, Saladin, a charismatic Kurdish general, united Egypt and Syria under his leadership, forging a powerful Muslim bloc surrounding the Crusader states. Meanwhile, the Latin kingdom, well, they were plagued by factionalism and a bit of complacency too. King Baldwin IV, the famous leper king, fought valiantly to contain Saladin, but he died young. By 1187, Jerusalem's throne had passed to Baldwin's sister Sibylla and her husband Guy de Lusignan, a king whose rash decisions would, well, prove pretty dire. That summer, Saladin lured the Crusader army into a trap at Hattin, near the Sea of Galilee. The Frankish army, marching under the True Cross in brutal heat, found itself encircled and desperate for water. On July 4th, 1187, the Knights of Jerusalem were decisively defeated at Hattin. The True Cross was captured. King Guy was taken prisoner. With the kingdom's field army annihilated, the road to Jerusalem lay completely open. In October 1187, after a short siege, Jerusalem surrendered to Saladin. Muslim banners once more waved over the Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa. Unlike the Crusaders in 1099, Saladin did not massacre the population. His reputation for chivalry was earned here. But he allowed ransom to be paid for most Christians to leave safely, and even freed some poor captives out of mercy. I did a full video about what the Crusaders thought about Saladin if you're interested in that. Quite interesting. Nevertheless, for Latin Christians, this was a grievous loss. The Holy Sepulchre was now in Muslim hands. The kingdom of heaven, as they called Jerusalem, had slipped away. The shock in Europe was profound. News of Jerusalem's fall traveled west in the winter of 1187, likely embellished with tales of a looming apocalypse. Legend says that Pope Urban III died of a heart attack upon hearing it. Indeed, he did die in October of 1187. Chroniclers imagined it was indeed from grief over Jerusalem. But the response was swift. Yes, they might have lost Jerusalem, but they were going to get it back. Within months, Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull titled Audita Tremendi upon hearing of the terrible event, which lamented the deplorable news about the desolation of Jerusalem. The document called for the Third Crusade. Across Europe, kings and nobles donned the cross with unprecedented zeal. It was as if Christendom itself had been wounded and needed to heal its honor. The Holy Roman Emperor Frederick Barbarossa, King Philip II of France, and Richard I of England, three of the most powerful men of the age, all took up the cross in what became the greatest international effort yet to retrieve Jerusalem. The fall of the city thus galvanized Europe into action like never before. But why such urgency? Well, precisely because Jerusalem was the heart, spiritually and symbolically. The historian William of Tyre, writing just a few years before the fall, had described Jerusalem as a beacon for all Christendom. Now that beacon was dimmed. Medieval Christianity widely believed that losing Jerusalem was God's punishment for their sins, a kind of collective divine judgment. Preachers of the Third Crusade stressed penitence. The faithful must reform their morals and unite to win back God's favor. That would only be evidenced by regaining the holy city. A contemporary account records common people parading through the streets barefoot, weeping and begging God to redeem Jerusalem again. But for the Muslims, Saladin's capture of Jerusalem was a moment of intense triumph and spiritual fulfillment. Jerusalem is Islam's its third holiest city, home of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, from where the Prophet Muhammad is said to have ascended to heaven. The city had been under infidel rule for 88 years. Saladin's court chronicler, Imad ad-Din, wrote that upon Saladin's entry into Jerusalem, quote, "The Franks cried out and lamented, while the Muslims rejoiced with cries of glory to God." Saladin purified the Aqsa Mosque with rose water, removed the Christian altars, and reinstated Muslim worship. Poets in Damascus and Cairo celebrated the victory as restoring Islamic honor. One can certainly see that Jerusalem was equally as important to the Muslim world, which helps explain the ferocity of the conflict around it. To Saladin, reclaiming Jerusalem was a religious duty, just exactly as it had been for the Crusaders. The city lay at the crux of both faiths' cosmic geography. And so from 1187 onward, the recovery of Jerusalem became the primary aim of every major crusade. The Third Crusade of 1189 to 92 achieved some successes. Notably, King Richard I, or Richard the Lionheart, reconquered Acre and other coastal cities, but he failed to get Jerusalem back itself. There's actually a poignant moment recorded in some chronicles. Richard I marched within sight of Jerusalem in 1192. From a hill called Montjoy, he could gaze at the holy city on the horizon. Some say that Richard refused to look upon Jerusalem, as tears filled his eyes, because he knew he could not get it back. Supposedly he had said, "If I cannot have Jerusalem, I will not see it," and turned away. This anecdote, whether true or not, it sort of shows that agonizing longing that the Crusaders felt. They came so far, achieved so much, yet without Jerusalem, the mission was incomplete. They tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. So, Richard and Saladin concluded a treaty. Jerusalem would remain under Muslim control, but unarmed Christian pilgrims would be allowed to visit freely. Through this safeguard, pilgrimage rights, a small comfort, the city was lost to Christendom for the foreseeable future. Well, at least they can still go on crusades. Pilgrimages, rather. Which that was the whole point, right? Well, the failure of the Third Crusade to reclaim Jerusalem was met with mixed emotions in the West. On one hand, the Crusaders' valor was praised. On the other, there was deep disappointment. How could it be that with 3 kings and the greatest army yet assembled, they could still not get the job done? It led to quite a lot of soul-searching. Some theologians argued the Crusaders failed because of their sins or because God willed to test the Christian resolve further. The flame of crusading zeal did not die. In fact, it periodically flared even hotter precisely because Jerusalem remained out of reach. Over the 13th century, one sees repeated crusade plans and expeditions, each justified largely by hope of restoring Jerusalem to Christian hands. Interestingly, the political importance of Jerusalem extended even in absentia. In Europe, claiming connection to Jerusalem gave one moral authority. For example, the rulers of the Rump Kingdom of Jerusalem, after 1187 the kings were often ruling from Acre or even Cyprus, continued to use the royal title King of Jerusalem for generations, even when they physically controlled little more than a strip of the coast. The title had prestige, in any case. It implied rightful lordship to the Holy City whenever it could be regained. Rival European monarchs even intermarried or fought over rights to that title. The idea of Jerusalem as a political prize thus persisted. Whoever would liberate it next could claim glory surpassing any other sovereign. And then the Fourth Crusade. That was an interesting one. 1202 to 1204. It sadly never got near Jerusalem. If you don't know the story about that, it was diverted in a rather notorious twist to Constantinople, resulting in the Crusaders sacking a Christian city instead of fighting Muslims. This was a moral catastrophe and really did nothing for Jerusalem, but is telling that the Fourth Crusade's original intent as preached by Pope Innocent III was absolutely to recover Jerusalem. The failure to focus on the prize was viewed as a betrayal of the crusading ideal. Innocent III was outraged at the diversion, and he lamented that, quote, "The sword which was meant to be used against the infidel was bathed in the blood of Christians." To him, and many more, a crusade that did not strive for Jerusalem was no crusade at all. As if to correct this, subsequent crusades tried new tactics to get it back. The Fifth Crusade, 1217 to 21, targeted Egypt, reasoning that Egypt was Saladin's heir's power base, and that by conquering Cairo, they could trade it for Jerusalem. This crusade captured the port of Damietta in Egypt, but ultimately failed, and they had to withdraw. Its objective of exchanging Damietta for Jerusalem never realized. The Sixth Crusade actually succeeded, in a way, through diplomacy rather than war. Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II led this effort in 1228 to 29. An excommunicated and controversial figure, the Pope had excommunicated Frederick for delaying his crusade, by the way. Either way, Frederick arrived in the Holy Land and negotiated directly with the Sultan of Egypt. By a treaty in 1229, the Muslims agreed to return Jerusalem to Christian rule, along with Bethlehem and Nazareth, on the condition that Muslim holy sites in Jerusalem be respected, and the city remain open to Muslim pilgrims too. Frederick II then entered Jerusalem and crowned himself, not with great splendor, but rather modestly in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, since the Church had interdicted him. One chronicler describes Frederick standing alone in the Holy Sepulchre Church, facing a crown on his own head, because he had no clergyman to perform such a coronation for the excommunicate. It was an oddly anticlimactic, yet monumental event. Jerusalem was back under a Christian king, achieved without a single battle. Frederick, in a letter home, boasted that, quote, "By a miracle, rather than by force, the holy city, the place where the feet of Christ trod, has finally been restored to us." He saw it as a vindication of his strategy, and perhaps his strained relationship with the papacy. Yet many in the church were uneasy. They wanted a glorious victory, not a negotiated peace. Regardless, for about 15 years, up until 1244, Jerusalem was in Crusader hands again, albeit surrounded and fragile. Frederick's treaty was a sign that even in diplomacy, Jerusalem's status was the ultimate bargaining chip. Now the restoration wasn't short-lived, that's for sure. In 1244, an aggressive mercenary force of Central Asian origin, Khwarezmians, allied with the Sultan of Egypt and stormed Jerusalem, sacking it terribly. And then Christian hold was once again no more. The Latin Christian population was slaughtered or expelled, long gone are the days of Saladin, with his own ideals of chivalry. And from that point on, Jerusalem would never be held by the Crusaders, not even briefly. The shock of 1244 spurred King Louis IX of France to launch the Seventh Crusade, again targeting Egypt first. Louis, the pious monarch, was utterly devoted to the idea of freeing Jerusalem. He even carried a booklet of scripture quotes about Jerusalem to inspire him. But despite his saintly leadership, literally, they canonized him as Saint Louis, he failed in Egypt and was captured, requiring a heavy ransom for his release. We later attempted another crusade in 1270, the Eighth Crusade, aiming at Tunis. It was just a big fiasco, and he died of illness during that campaign. After his death, the energy and the resources for major crusading began to wane. The lasting impact of losing Jerusalem, however, was to gradually shift the crusading ideal from immediate recapture to a kind of pious memory and aspiration. By 1291, the last Crusader stronghold, Acre, fell, effectively ending the Crusader states. Yet throughout the Middle Ages, and even into the Renaissance, schemes to retake Jerusalem kept re-emerging. Jerusalem had become a symbol of Christian unity and revival. Whenever the church or leaders wanted to rally people, invoking a crusade for Jerusalem was the go-to rhetoric. Regardless, the city was certainly thrown around a lot, but it was never forgotten. And even after the Crusades proper had ended, Jerusalem's importance did not fade from the European conscience. If anything, it grew in myth and legend. Troubadours and poets composed songs yearning for Jerusalem. Medieval maps often placed Jerusalem at the center of the world. In art and literature, Jerusalem stood as a metaphor for the celestial city, paradise, or the ideal of holy war. The Crusades' failure to secure it in the long term only burnished Jerusalem's aura. It became a lost sacred Eden that Christian knights might someday regain. For example, the early 14th century poet Dante Alighieri in his Divine Comedy imagines Mount Purgatory as the antipode of Jerusalem, signifying the city's cosmological centrality. In the centuries after 1291, several European figures still took up vows to recover Jerusalem, and one famous case, Christopher Columbus in the 15th century, reportedly believed that his voyages west in part could gain wealth and finance for a new crusade to finally capture Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. For the people of the Middle Ages, the Crusades left a complex legacy colored by Jerusalem. On one hand, there was a sense of spiritual failure and penitence, that despite all the blood spilled, the holy city remained under Muslim rule. On the other hand, the tales of the Crusades, especially the First Crusade's miraculous victory, became inspirational lore. The chivalric romances of the later Middle Ages are full of crusading knights. The order of the Knights Templar and Knights Hospitaller, born out of the need to defend Jerusalem and pilgrims, persisted and evolved. In fact, the Knights Hospitallers would survive as the Knights of Malta. These military monastic orders kept alive the ethos of defending the Holy Land. Every member who joined took vows with Jerusalem in mind, even if they were now fighting on the other frontiers. Culturally, the Crusades also facilitated an exchange. Europeans brought home new knowledge, from classical works preserved by Muslim scholars to exotic goods like apricots and spices, a side effect of their Eastern forays. While these cultural exchanges were not directly about Jerusalem, they were part of the broader impact that Jerusalem anchored. But from the Muslim perspective, the defense of Jerusalem became a rallying cause too, contributing to Islamic unity and identity. The memory of Saladin as the liberator of Al-Quds became legendary in the Islamic world, and remains to be so to this day. The Crusades in Islamic historiography are often referred to as the Frankish Wars, or the Wars of the Cross. And Jerusalem is central in those narratives too, as a prize that was heroically won back. By the end of the medieval period, Jerusalem had transformed into a symbol, transcending the military crusades. It signified the idea of sacred duty, sacrifice, and longing. Countless pilgrims still journeyed there individually, even when no armies could. People like the 14th century English mystic Marguerite Kemp, or later pilgrims continued to brave the trip to visit the holy places, often describing their profound emotional reactions on first beholding Jerusalem, much like the first Crusaders did. This personal piety linked Jerusalem, ran like an undercurrent below the grand clashes of empire. And so, if we're really going to sum it up, I suppose we can say that Jerusalem was theologically irreplaceable, the greatest of holy sites in Christendom that legitimized the entire crusading venture. It was politically pivotal, lending authority to those who held or aspired to hold it, and driving the formation and fall of kingdoms. It had economic and strategic value as the hub of pilgrimage and trade routes, though these were often framed in the service of a sacred mission. Culturally, Jerusalem was the stage for an unprecedented encounter between Christian Europe and the Muslim and Eastern worlds, an encounter that certainly left its imprint on both sides. And so we heard the fervent words of the primary witnesses at the time, from Pope Urban's rousing exhortation in 1095 to Raymond's gory jubilation in 1099, from William to Godfrey and beyond. But the voices agree on one thing, and that's both sides, that Jerusalem was worth every sacrifice. It inspires acts of extreme valor and piety, as well as acts of extreme cruelty. The city brought out the Crusaders' highest ideals, and at times their lowest instincts. This duality, holiness and bloodshed, defines the relationship with Jerusalem. And so, even today, as we study it, we find that it remains a symbol of great significance and conflict for multiple faiths. The Crusades were a specific chapter of that story. 2 tumultuous centuries when Latin Christians staked their own claim. For a time they succeeded, but ultimately they failed. Yet, in failure was a form of success. Jerusalem embedded itself in Western consciousness as a lost paradise and a spiritual lodestar. The Crusades did not permanently secure Jerusalem, but they ensured that its mystique would endure in the European memory and historiography. And perhaps in closing, we can picture one of those lone crusaders kneeling on a hill overlooking glorious Jerusalem at sunset, perhaps in the year 1192 after the lost cause, whispering a prayer, a tear in his eye. And that captures the essence of why Jerusalem mattered. A cause worth living, fighting, and dying for. Not just a place on a map, an ideal, a compass orienting the faithful's journey on earth toward God. And that is why, in the age of the Crusades, all roads, faith, politics, economic, and culture, led to Jerusalem. In the mid-14th century, the region of Italy was a patchwork of bustling city-states, rural villages, and wealthy trading ports. Cities like Florence, Milan, Venice, and Genoa were thriving centers of commerce and culture. Italian merchants sailed to far-off lands, returning with spices, silks, and plenty of stories. But they unwittingly also carried a hidden menace. The population had swelled, and in many places people lived in crowded conditions. Few could have imagined that this prosperity would soon give way to a crisis of unimaginable proportion. Society was about to face a trial that would test the resilience of every institution and every individual. Before the calamity struck, life went on with its usual rhythm. Markets bustled, churches rang their bells, and the scholars in the universities debated. But by 1346, — troubling rumors began to trickle into Italy from distant lands. tales arrived of a mysterious and deadly illness ravaging cities in the east. In places like Constantinople and beyond, the situation was dire. Such accounts seemed remote and even fantastical to many Italians. After all, plagues, famines, they were not unknown, but nothing could prepare them for the scale of what was to come. The interconnectedness of Italy, the very trade networks that brought them wealth, would also bring the deadly plague right to their doorstep. And in this tense calm before the storm, no prediction of the astrologer or a priest's sermon could foresaw what would happen within that year. Everyday life would be utterly transformed by death on an almost unimaginable scale. Hello and welcome to the channel. Here we are again, going back looking at the plague, specifically today, the situation in the region of Italy and its patchwork of kingdoms in the 14th century. If you've not seen my other plague videos, I'm sure they'll come up on the suggested videos, or you can look for them in the medieval playlist. Now, before we do go on, this video is kindly ad-free due to the very generous contributions of those on the Patreon and the YouTube memberships, and also those who checked out the merch store. You have my thanks. Those who have not yet clicked the subscribe button, I invite you to do so, and leave a comment as to where you're listening from. Perhaps your country has some plague history. Now, without further ado, and all of the customary introductions out of the way, let's get to the topic for the day. And we can begin as the plague arrives in the year 1347. And we begin in the autumn of that very year, where ominous signs of the coming catastrophe reached the shores of Italy. According to one widely told account, the plague's journey to Europe began during a siege in the distant Black Sea port of Kaffa. It was there that the Mongol armies besieging the Genoese trading colony were said to have catapulted the corpses of plague victims over the walls, a very gruesome early form of biological warfare. Genoese merchants fled by ship, perhaps carrying the infection with them. Whether or not the siege story is entirely true, what is certain is that Italian ships from the Crimea brought the infection westward. In October of 1347, the first undeniable reports of a strange and lethal illness on Italian soil became not just a myth, but a reality, a far-off story now manifesting itself right before their very eyes. Genoese trading ships returning from the Black Sea arrived at the Sicilian port of Messina. On board, many sailors were already dead, or pretty close to it, their bodies covered in ominous black swellings. The people of Messina were horrified by the sight. One can hardly blame them. It's not normal to have those buboes all over your body. So almost immediately, the sickness spread like wildfire throughout the city. Panic set in as residents realized that this was no ordinary sickness. It killed with frightening speed, often within mere days of showing symptoms. Messina's authorities hastily ordered these death ships out of the harbor, hoping to expel the plague along with the sailors, go somewhere else, be someone else's problem. But it was all too late. The plague had taken root in Sicily, and from there it began its steady march across the Italian peninsula. By the end of 1347, the contagion had leapt from port to port. Ships carried it to Genoa and Venice, two of Italy's greatest maritime republics. In fact, legend has it that in Genoa, desperate officials tried to turn away the plague-infested ships, even threatening to sink them if they came any closer. But still, the disease found its way into the city. In Venice, that winter, eerie rumors of sudden death began circulating. Because trade ships and caravans were constantly moving, no corner of Italy remained isolated for long. In 1348, the plague, later called the Black Death in our more modern vernacular, had firmly established itself in Italy's south, and so it was poised from there to spread inland. The disease itself was terrifying to behold. It began with a fever, painful swellings in the groin or armpits, and dark blotches on the skin. Contemporary observers in Italy described how victims would develop egg-sized lumps, buboes, in the armpits or groin, which turned a livid black. Many sufferers coughed blood, a sign that the infection had reached the lungs. Now, once these symptoms had appeared, you were pretty much done for. Death was only a matter of days away, sometimes mere hours, and most people were hoping for the latter, as those matter of days were not going to be very pleasant. If your fate was sealed, you may as well get it over with quickly. The sickness seemed almost supernatural in its lethal efficiency. Italian chroniclers struggled to find the words to capture its horror, often simply calling it la mortalità, the mortality, or pestilenza, the pestilence. But either way, there was no cure. Physicians were baffled. Their ancient textbooks were useless against a malady that killed so swiftly and in such grotesque fashion. What was there to do? By the spring of 1348, the plague was roaring through the heart of Italy. No city, no village, no valley in the Apennines was spared for long. Florence, a city of perhaps 100,000, was struck in March 1348, and within weeks, thousands were dead. A Florentine writer who we'll be hearing quite a bit from, Giovanni Boccaccio, witnessed the devastation firsthand in his city. He wrote of how people responded in shockingly different ways. Some shut themselves up in their homes, avoiding all human contact. Doesn't sound too bad. Others engaged in wild revelry, drinking and feasting, as if to somehow drown out the terror. He described how, quote, brother abandoned brother. Fathers and mothers refused to tend to their children as if they were not their own. Fear snuffed out the natural bonds of love and kinship. When every neighbor might carry a deadly contagion, the instinct of self-preservation overwhelmed even the most base familial duty. And as Boccaccio chillingly noted, the contagion was so potent that even touching the clothes or belongings of the sick could doom the healthy. People learned to shrink away from any contact at all. Scenes of daily life, well, they all turned quite nightmarish. In city after city, the routine of funerals and mourning rituals broke down completely. There were simply too many bodies to bury. In Florence, bodies were left in front of churches or piled in the streets. The overwhelmed grave diggers could not keep up. The city's priests, grave diggers, and carpenters who made coffins were among the first victims. They all caught the illness from the dead and dying they tried to perform the last rites for, or tried to bury. And soon, there was no one to give proper burial to the growing stacks of corpses. Boccaccio recounts how with churchyards full, trenches were dug, and the dead were laid in, quote, like goods in a ship's hold, one on top of the other, hastily covered with earth. The normal dignity of death and a funeral was replaced by silence and mass graves. Bells that tolled, once for individual funerals, now began to ring out incessantly, or sometimes not at all, because the person whose job it was to ring the bell had died of the plague. Siena, Florence's Tuscan neighbor, suffered a similar fate. A Sienese man named Agnolo di Tura recorded his heartbreaking personal experience. Quote, the mortality in Siena began in May. It was a cruel and horrible thing. I buried my 5 children with my own hands, and so did many others likewise. Pretty simple words, but quite anguished, that's for sure. So many died so fast that survivors often had to bury their own family members without any help. Agnolo noted that in Siena, all believed that it was the end of the world. Indeed, normal life had certainly ceased, become a distant memory. The city's grand plans, including the construction of an enormous new cathedral nave, came to an abrupt halt. Those half-built walls in Siena remain today as a stark reminder of a dream cut short. Across Italy, the social order teetered upon collapse. People who had relied on community and the church for support now found both of them collapsing. In some areas, entire villages were emptied of life. Fields went untended, crops unharvested. Farm animals wandered unattended since their keepers had perished. In the cities, shops and workshops closed as craftsmen died and apprentices fled. Contemporary chronicles across Italy offer staggering figures. One claimed that Venice lost over half of its 100,000 inhabitants. Another wrote that in the Sicilian city of Catania, only 1 in 3 people survived. Modern estimates suggest that many communities suffered mortalities of around 50% or more. Numbers like that, it defies comprehension. A society cannot simply lose half of its people overnight without spiraling into complete shock, even in our modern day. But the wheels of commerce, they nearly ground to a halt too. Chroniclers in various cities reported it was as if a dark cloud had descended over their land, obscuring the usual chatter of markets, the laughter of children, replaced with an awful stillness, punctuated only by the disturbing wails of grief. Yet in the chaos, there were those who tried to maintain a semblance of order and compassion. Neighbors, when brave enough, became caretakers by necessity. Some priests and nuns, driven by faith or duty, continued to tend to the sick, and the dying, despite the mortal danger to themselves. And many paid with their lives. The death toll among the clergy was, of course, extraordinarily high. In monasteries and convents from Lombardy to Umbria, whole communities of monks and nuns were wiped out, having offered final prayers and comfort to plague victims. These sacrifices often went unnoticed in the larger tide of the calamity, but they were part of how Italy managed to endure, through individual acts of courage and charity that flickered like candles in that darkness. But don't think that the Italian city-states succumbed without a fight. As the plague swept through, city governments, often composed of merchant elites, scrambled to respond in any way that they could. With no understanding of bacteria or contagion, at least in the modern sense, officials relied on observation, instinct, and the few tools at their disposal. These early public health measures varied from city to city, revealing how different communities tried to survive the onslaught. One of the most remarkable examples comes from the town of Pistoia in Tuscany. In May 1348, even as people were dying in the streets, the city's leaders convened to issue an emergency set of health ordinances. The ordinances read like a desperate but reasoned attempt to halt the spread. Pistoia had banned all travel to and from certain neighboring cities known to be plague-stricken. No citizen of Pistoia was allowed to go to Pisa or Lucca, and no one from these places could enter Pistoia under threat of heavy fines. The authorities also prohibited the import of used clothing or linens, suspecting that fabric might carry the sickness. Now this is interesting because it shows that some Italians intuitively grasped that disease could cling to objects, a rudimentary understanding of contagion. Pistoia's laws even addressed burial practices. They forbade bringing any corpse into the city from outside, and regulated funeral gatherings to prevent crowds. Public grief was curtailed. Loud mourning and feasts of condolence were discouraged or outright banned, partly to avoid drawing people together in large numbers, and partly to maintain public order, preventing panic. Venice, a sprawling port city interlaced with canals, faced the plague early due to its extensive trade links. The Venetian Republic reacted decisively too. In 1348, the Venetian Great Council took the unprecedented step of appointing 3 guardians of public health to coordinate the city's response to the plague. These officials, known as Savi, or wise men, had the authority to impose measures to protect the public. Venice had learned of Pistoia and other cities' experiments and built upon them. And so, the city began isolating arriving ships suspected of carrying plague. Captains were ordered to keep their crews on board if illness was present, effectively a quarantine at port. Over the coming months, this practice became more symptomatic, and while the term quarantine meant 40 days, actually, carol in the French too, it was not formalized until a bit later. The essential concept was born here. The idea that a ship or people should be isolated for a period before they could mix with the population was a radical and innovative step at the time. It reflected an emerging realization among Italians that the plague, though mysterious, traveled with people and goods. And as for Milan in the north, well, they became famous for a very different approach, one both ruthless and, according to some accounts, quite effective. Milan was ruled by the Visconti family, and in 1348 it was Lord Lucino Visconti. According to one chronicler, when the plague appeared in Milan, Visconti ordered that houses where it was found would be immediately sealed up. In some tellings, this meant bricking up entire families inside their homes, and that includes the healthy with the sick, ensuring the disease did not spread further. It was a grim measure that condemned the sealed victims to death, but many believed that it was for the greater good, saving the city from the worst of the pestilence. And indeed, Milan seemed to suffer far fewer casualties than other northern cities that year. While precise numbers are lost to time, later generations remember that Milan did not experience the same overwhelming mortality in 1348 as places like Florence or Venice did. Later historians have debated whether Milan was truly spared or simply delaying the inevitable, since major outbreaks did strike there in the years following. But at least in the collective memory, Milan's strict containment strategy in 1348 stood out as quite unique. It was a draconian response, sure, but it shows the length to which authorities were willing to go when faced with this existential threat. With the benefit of hindsight, we can see that Milan's policy was an early form of extreme quarantine, a brutal acknowledgement that isolating the sick was the key to protecting the healthy. In Florence, the Republican government also took actions, though with limited success against such a fast-moving scourge. There are records that Florence attempted to clean the city, for instance by removing waste and even applying aromatic smoke in the streets to purify the bad air, which many thought carried the plague. At one point, officials talked of cutting off access to the city for outsiders, but by the time the measures were debated, the plague was already raging inside the city walls. Too little, too late. The Florentine government did organize the collection of bodies by crews of people. Sometimes convicts were pressed into this ghastly service, and arranged mass graves outside the city when church cemeteries overflowed. These steps may not have reduced the death toll significantly, but they did help Florence cope and ultimately survive by preventing the total breakdown of civic order. Even in catastrophe, the governing institutions did not completely collapse. Florentines continued to hold council meetings, when enough councillors were alive and willing to attend, that is, and maintained guard patrols, to deter looting. The continuity of some governance, however strained, meant that when the plague finally passed, there was a framework of authority still there, waiting to rebuild the city. Even in the course of wars in Italy was abruptly altered by the plague. In early 1348, while the pestilence spread, a conflict raged in the south. King Louis of Hungary invaded the kingdom of Naples, seeking revenge for the murder of his brother. Louis's forces captured Naples, but then the plague struck the crowded city and the occupying army. The soldiers began dying en masse, far more falling to sickness than to the sword, much more effective. In the face of this invisible enemy, King Louis hastily withdrew his army and returned home. Queen Joanna of Naples, who had been on the brink of losing her crown, was suddenly spared by the same plague that terrorized her subjects. A kind of dark irony that the Black Death in this case halted a war in a way diplomacy or battle could not. Across Italy, other feuds and conflicts similarly paused, as both victors and vanquished found themselves equally threatened by disease. Smaller towns and other cities implemented their own ad hoc measures. In some places, town gates were shut to outsiders, trade was halted, and markets were closed to avoid gatherings. City officials often fled or died, but those who remained tried to enforce rules about movement and cleanliness. For example, in the city of Lucca, we know that ordinances similar to Pistoia's were enacted, limiting entrance of travelers and goods from infected areas. The attempts at quarantine were, admittedly, imperfect, and often came too late, but they were critical early experiments in public health. Over the next decades, Italian cities would refine these methods, establishing more permanent health boards and quarantine stations, direct legacies of the crisis of 1348. Indeed, Italy's painful experience with the Black Death taught lessons that eventually helped the peninsula to better survive later plagues, and there was plenty of them. Well, in a devoutly religious age, it's not much of a surprise that many in Italy saw the Black Death as a divine punishment, or just a test of faith. When the plague first struck, people flocked to the churches, praying desperately for deliverance. Special masses were said and processions wound through the city streets, with barefoot penitents singing hymns and carrying relics of saints in hopes of appeasing God's wrath. However, as the death toll began to soar, something happened that was unprecedented. The usual religious rituals seemed to be completely powerless to stop the calamity. In fact, gathering crowds for processions may have inadvertently hastened the spread of the disease. Some church leaders began to discourage large gatherings for prayer, a striking reversal of the instinct to meet crisis with communal faith. One extraordinary religious movement arose directly from the anguish of the plague years, that being the flagellants. Bands of flagellant penitents appeared in northern Italy by late 1348, though the movement had started north of the Alps and then spread. Groups of men, and sometimes women, traveling from town to town, whipping themselves while begging for God's forgiveness of humanity's sins. These movements were finally condemned by the Pope as ineffectual, but to the people of the time, every other religious response was equally as useless. The perceived failure of traditional prayers led ordinary folks to try more extreme measures. The onlookers in cities like Padua or Modena saw these flagellants as a shockingly dramatic sight. Hundreds of penitents, half naked, scourging their own flesh until blood ran, all to atone for the collective guilt of the people. At first, some communities welcomed them, hoping that their extreme piety would indeed call off God's anger. But as time went on, the official church hierarchy, including the Pope, by the way, who was then not in Rome but actually in Avignon, began to grow weary of the flagellants. Pope Clement VI condemned their rituals as heretical, and feared that their gatherings only spread more disease and more social unrest. And so by 1349, local authorities in Italy were cracking down on the flagellants. The flagellant movement disappeared as quickly as it had arisen, but it certainly left a mark on popular imagination, a sign of how desperate and fearful the people had really become. All the while, the faithful sought their own old-fashioned forms of heavenly help. Italians lit candles before images of the Virgin Mary and prayed novenas, pleading for divine intervention. Many invoked special patron saints against the plague. One such figure was Saint Sebastian, traditionally entreated as a protector against epidemics. In churches, people gazed at depictions of Sebastian pierced by arrows, believing that just as he survived their wounds, they might survive theirs. In the aftermath of the plague, votive churches and altars dedicated to Sebastian and other plague saints sprang up in many cities, a lasting spiritual response to the trauma. Artists also gave expression to the collective ordeal. In Pisa, shortly after the plague years, painters created a vivid mural known as the Triumph of Death, showing an allegorical figure of death sweeping down on a crowd of unsuspecting nobles. Such artwork, born from the fresh trauma of 1348, served as both a memorial and a warning. Yet for all these devotions and artistic expressions of hope, a darker side of fear emerged as well. And fear bred suspicion. Across Europe during the Black Death, minority communities were often scapegoated, accused of poisoning wells or causing the plague through malevolent sorcery. In parts of Germany and France, This led to horrific pogroms and massacres of minorities in 1348 to 49. Italy, too, was not entirely immune to these rumors. Some people in northern Italian cities whispered that Jews or lepers might be spreading the sickness. However, the situation in Italy remained comparatively less violent toward Jews, at least compared to other regions. And one of the reasons was the intervention of Pope Clement VI, who in the summer of 1348 issued public statements condemning the persecutions. He pointed out that the plague was afflicting everybody, so logically a small minority could not be the cause. Many Italian city officials heeded this reasoning, or at least prevented large-scale attacks, and several local rulers offered protection to Jewish communities. As a result, while fear certainly existed, Italy largely avoided the large-scale massacres that scarred other parts of Europe. Well, amid the confusion, Italian intellectuals sought explanations from the plague of their own. Without germ theory, theories ranged from theological to the astrological. Scholars at the University of Paris, whose report circulated in Italy, blamed a rare conjunction of planets that supposedly corrupted the air. Italian physicians and scholars steeped in Aristotelian and Galenic medicine spoke of miasma, poisonous, bad air rising from decaying matter or planetary alignment. Some thought the air had been polluted by earthquakes or noxious gases from the earth, and there was indeed a major earthquake in Italy in January of 1348. Some people took that as a harbinger of the plague. Many clergy framed the event in sermons as a punishment for sin, calling on people to repent. And yet, critical thinking did flicker to life in this dark time. A few observers noted patterns that hinted at natural causes. In Milan and Venice, the effectiveness of isolation suggested that the disease passed from person to person. An idea emerged that avoiding the sick could save one's life. An intuitive grasp of contagion. Doctors like Tommaso del Garbo in Florence wrote plague treatises advising measures that sound surprisingly familiar to us today. Avoid close contact. Burn or air out the clothes and bedding of the sick. Breathe clean air and maintain a healthy diet. While they also recommended now useless remedies like certain concoctions and bloodletting. The better advice of cleanliness, isolation, and moderation probably did help quite a few people survive. After all, it's just common sense. Throughout 1348 and 1349, as wave after wave of plague struck various parts of Italy, the psychological impact was profound. For deeply religious individuals, the apparent indiscriminate nature of the plague, killing the pious and impious alike, was spiritually shattering. The usual comforts of religion had failed to protect communities. Survivors sometimes reported a crisis of faith. The famous poet Francesco Petrarch, living through the plague years, wrote anguished letters to his friends. He lamented that so many lights of the world, scholars, poets, and friends, had been snuffed out. In one letter, Petrarch addresses the future generations with a poignant line, quote, "O happy posterity, who will not know these miseries, and will look upon our testimony as a fable." He struggled to convey to future readers how terrible and surreal the experience was, fearing that those who did not see it would scarcely believe it. This sense of living through an apocalyptic event weighed heavily on the minds of survivors, yet Petrarch himself, as did many others, and their writings show not only despair but also a resilience, a resolve to remember, and ultimately rebuild. By the year 1350, the worst of the plague had mostly passed in Italy, though sporadic outbreaks continued into 1351. Italy itself had been grievously wounded. It is estimated that between 1/3 and 1/2 of the population perished in those years. Some places suffered even more. Contemporaries claimed that certain towns lost 60 to 70%. It was as if an entire generation had been culled in one swift stroke. And yet, Italy endured. The end of the plague's first wave did not mean everything returned to normal, however, far from that, but it meant that the survivors could slowly begin to pick up the pieces. In the immediate aftermath, the social and economic landscape of Italy was completely transformed. Whole neighborhoods had become vacant. Entire families had died out, leaving their houses empty and their names extinguished. This grim reality had some unforeseen circumstances. In cities, survivors found that housing was suddenly plentiful and cheap. Imagine that. Laborers and artisans, now scarce, could demand much higher wages for their work, and on the other hand, many who had been poor now found plenty of opportunities to acquire property or positions that really would have been unthinkable before, simply because so many competitors were, well, dead. Certainly helps thin out the competition. A new mobility emerged in society. Peasants in the countryside and workers in the cities had leverage to seek better terms from lords and employers, given the acute labor shortage. Some city governments, shocked by rising wages, tried to legislate against wage increases, but unlike in England's famous Ordinance of Labourers, Italian enforcement of such rules was spotty at best. The power dynamic had subtly shifted in favor of the common people, at least for a time, and this was one way Italy survived, by a painful but real economic rebalancing that ultimately improved conditions for some survivors. Culturally, the scars of the Black Death were deep, but they did not incapacitate Italy. If anything, they set the stage for renewal. Survivors had witnessed unimaginable tragedy. Those who lived through it often developed a different outlook on life. Some became more pious, feeling that God's mercy alone had spared them. Churches did see an influx of donations and thanksgiving, and new religious confraternities, that is, lay brotherhoods, formed, dedicated to prayer and charity, likely inspired by this collective trauma. Others, however, took a more earthly turn, seeking to enjoy the life that was suddenly understood to be fragile and fleeting. The Decameron's storytelling young nobles who escaped the plague-ridden city for the countryside reflect this desire to seize whatever pleasure and beauty life can offer, knowing how suddenly it can all end. This was not mere fiction. Throughout Italy, there were reports after the plague of lavish festivals, high living, and even a certain moral looseness. People thought if they were going to die tomorrow, they may as well live it up. Moralists like Matteo Villani, a Florentine chronicler writing after 1348, scolded the survivors for what he saw as decadence and greed, overtaking humility and compassion. He observed that rather than being chastened by God's punishment, many people became more selfish once the danger had passed, eager to grab wealth and enjoy delights, having inherited the property of the dead. His critiques show another aspect of survival, the debate about lessons learned, or perhaps not learned, from the catastrophe. But what about the institutional side? Well, by 1351, many governments and local councils were functioning again, as if they never ceased. One remarkable testament to resilience is that cities like Venice, Florence, and Genoa continue to operate their financial markets and courts of law even during the plague, albeit at reduced capacity. But after the plague, these institutions spearheaded recovery efforts, arranging care for orphans, distributing what grain reserves remained to prevent famine, and repairing city infrastructure that had fallen into disrepair. In Florence, for instance, the guilds and governing signoria took steps to attract workers to the city and replace the lost population. They offered citizenship to outsiders more readily than before, in order to repopulate and stimulate commerce. In Siena, despite deep mourning and a shattered economy, the civic project of building the cathedral eventually resumed on a smaller scale, perhaps a sign that not all hope was lost. Genoa and Venice, whose ships had carried the scourge, were by 1350 sending ships out again on trade missions. Commerce revived surprisingly quick, a crucial factor in Italy's recovery. The traders and sailors who survived were determined to get back to business, and European demand for goods still existed. Trade routes, though disrupted, were not permanently closed. This quick resurgence of trade meant that food and supplies could be brought to regions that had lost producers, helping stave off secondary disasters like famine. The Church, too, took stock of what had happened. The papacy, still safe and sound in Avignon at the time, dispensed special grace, such as mass forgiveness for sins of those who died of plague and could not receive the last rites in time. This provided some spiritual consolation and helped ease the fear of eternal damnation that gripped many plague victims who died without a priest present. Local parishes, once reconstituted with new clergy to replace those who had died, held memorials for the dead and provided communal rituals that allowed survivors to mourn together. Something that they couldn't do, of course, when the plague was at its height. These acts of collective mourning and remembrance were important in helping Italian communities heal, at least on a psychological level. The demographic recovery was slow, however, and uneven. Some of the great cities would not reach their pre-plague populations again for many decades. Florence, for example, likely took till the 1420s to regain its former size. Rural areas sometimes never recovered from their previous populations, as survivors gravitated towards cities for work and opportunity. After all, the post-plague world had certainly changed. Families were recombined through hurried marriages to rebuild lineages. Widows and widowers often remarried quickly, and many orphans were adopted by relatives, or just the church. Women in particular found new roles, with so many of the men gone, widows inherited businesses and properties, and some took on responsibilities in guilds or trades to keep family enterprises going. In effect, those who remained had to wear many hats. Guilds loosened strict entry requirements to boost their numbers, and younger people advanced faster in crafts and leadership positions, since the old masters were few. All these shifts hinted at a society adapting out of necessity to a new reality with far fewer people. Although the 1347-51 outbreak faded, the plague itself was not truly gone. It would resurface in intermittent waves throughout the remainder of the century and beyond. However, Italy's hard-won experience meant that when later plagues occurred, we're talking in 1361, 74, and other years, the society was much better prepared. Cities had then established permanent health magistracies, quarantine ports, and plague hospitals, inspired by the makeshift measures of 1348. People remembered what had helped and what had not. This knowledge didn't stop all suffering, but certainly mitigated the worst of it. And in that sense, the survival of Italy's people and institutions during the first onslaught was just the groundwork for more effective responses in the future. And so by 1351, Italy had survived, but it was very different, changed forever. Families, institutions, and traditions had been tested in the extreme. Italy's survival was not due to any single clever strategy or any miracle cure. There was none of that. But rather it was due to a combination of factors, and just good old-fashioned stubborn clinging to life. The decentralized political structure meant that even if one city was devastated, others could persist and later lend support. There was no single point of failure. The literacy and record-keeping of Italian cities meant that lessons like Pistoia's ordinances or Milan's quarantine tactics could be noted and passed on. The human spirit in countless individual Italians refused to surrender. Doctors kept tending to patients, even as they knew they might die. City elders kept meeting to govern. Farmers returned to their fields as soon as they could. Artists and writers processed the trauma through their own creativity. In Florence, only a few decades later, the first stirrings of the Renaissance would begin, an incredible flowering of art and thought on the very heels of near annihilation. And this is perhaps Italy's greatest testament to survival, that from the ashes of the Black Death, its people not only rebuilt, but went on to produce some of the most brilliant cultural achievements of the medieval era. So what did you learn today? You are still awake, aren't you? Now, the story of how Italy survived the Black Death, it's one of both resilience and tragedy. They endured losses on an unthinkable scale, faced the collapse of social norms, the failure of traditional authorities to provide answers, and the constant specter of death in every single home. Doesn't sound like a place where you'd want to be. But in the face of all of it, they improvised their own ways to cope. City by city there were bold measures, quarantines, travel bans, sanitary laws, all laying the groundwork for public health. Culturally, Italians commemorated the plague, even as they moved forward. Stories, chronicles, art, all the chilling frescoes like the triumph of death that appeared in those years. These acts of remembering we also see as acts of survival. It gives meaning to the suffering, and even a warning to future generations. And so, in 1351, Italy had come through the worst, far from unscathed, but unbowed. The various republics, duchies, and kingdoms that made up Italy each wrote their own chapter of the catastrophe, and from each we glean different insights. The value of swift action and clear rules in Pistoia, the importance of strong leadership, however harsh, in Milan, and the role of maritime controls in Venice, the necessity of community support and documentation in Florence and Siena. They all played their part. I suppose, for those who lived at the time, it really did feel like an apocalypse. But those who came out of it did not forget. They mourned the dead and slowly rebuilt their lives. So in the end, Italy's survival was not just a matter of lives saved in the moments, but the endurance of a civilization. The institutions of Italian society, the city's governments, churches, families, battered but not destroyed, from the depths of the crisis, they found new strengths and new solutions. The Black Death forced them to adapt, and they did. Painfully, unevenly, but just effectively enough. Italy's collective memory, preserved in chronicles and community lore, ensured that the lessons of this dark time were not forgotten. By confronting the horror directly and adapting with courage and ingenuity, Italy not only survived the Black Death, but it found its ways to transform suffering into strength, a legacy that would shape its future generations to come. This hard-won resilience is why, after 1348, the Italian cities remained on their feet, and before long, they were thriving once again. It shows humanity at the mercy of nature's fury, but also our capacity to stand together and persevere even against the greatest of odds. One of the most chilling chapters of English history was the witch trials. So imagine the scene. You're in a 17th century English village, and an elderly woman stands before a court, terrified and trembling, as her neighbors accuse her of cursing their livestock and consorting with the devil. Something from a horror film. That's what it sounds like. A powerful image that evokes fear and superstition. But this happened hundreds of times. How exactly did England arrive at the point where hundreds of people, mostly women, were tried and executed as witches? It's exactly what we're going to explain today, tracing through the chronological history of witch trials in England from the medieval period through to the height of the witch-hunting frenzy in the 16th and 17th centuries. And we'll have a look at the laws that governed witchcraft, along with the religious forces that fueled the fear, and the social dynamics that meant women were most often the targets. And, of course, don't worry, we're not going to water down any gruesome details or leave anything out for the sake of good manners. No, we are going into the most grittiest and grimmest of times. So get nice and relaxed, because we're about to begin. But before we do, allow me to welcome you to the channel. We can't spare those good manners. If you've not yet subscribed, I invite you to do so and leave your thoughts in the comments. Also, this video is ad-free along with everything else thanks to the generous support of the patrons and YouTube members, and for those who took the time to browse the merch store. You have my eternal thanks. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get down to it. And so here we are, in medieval England. And when we think of witches in history, we often picture the medieval era as a time of rampant superstition, with witches being burned on every corner of every street by the hundreds. But you might be surprised. That image does not really fit the reality in England, at least, not yet. During the early and high Middle Ages, roughly the 5th through to the 14th centuries, belief in magic was certainly there. Charms, folk healing, spells, they were all part of folk culture. We are in the land of the Druids, that's for sure. But large-scale witch hunts, they were virtually unknown at the time. The concept of the diabolical witch, a person usually female, but sometimes male, in league with Satan to work harmful magic, it only began to take shape in late medieval England. Prior to the 15th century, attitudes towards magic and witchcraft were relatively lenient. The Church did condemn harmful sorcery as a sin, but often viewed so-called witches as deluded, rather than any spiritual threat. An early medieval church text, the Canon Episcopi, well known by the 10th century, even claimed that the night rides and sabbaths of witches were mere illusions wrought by the devil on weak minds. In practice, most magic, healing potions, love charms, protective amulets, was all tolerated, as long as it did not challenge Christian doctrine or cause public harm. The wise woman of the village and the cunning man provided services like curing illness or finding lost objects. While the church certainly frowned on it, it rarely led to severe punishment in this period, or accusations of more serious crimes. In fact, one contemporary observer later noted that, quote, "At this day it is indifferent to say in the English tongue, 'She is a witch,' or 'She is a wise woman,'" suggesting that the line between respected folk healer and suspected witch was initially quite blurry. And those are indeed the words of Reginald Scott of 1584. Before the 1400s, accusations of sorcery in England were usually tied to political intrigue and personal vendettas, rather than panic over devil worship. One early notable case was that of Walter Langton, the Bishop of Coventry, in 1301. A very early case of it, and it's a damn good example. He was actually accused of using sorcery to gain Edward I's favor and accumulate wealth. This trial, which ultimately went nowhere conclusive, showed that witchcraft accusations at the time were often motivated by politics, just a way to tarnish an enemy's reputation, rather than genuine fear of a satanic conspiracy. For the most part, medieval English law did not have a specific crime of witchcraft. Church courts could prosecute harmful magic as a form of heresy or sin, usually resulting in penance, but not death. Secular authorities might charge someone who used poison or enchantment to kill as a murderer, but magic itself was not explicitly criminalized under common law. An Anglo-Saxon law code from King Aethelstan's reign in the 10th century did prescribe the death penalty, however, if somebody used witchcraft to kill another. But how are you meant to prove that? Such cases were rare, and the law was not systematically enforced. The average English villager in, say, the 13th century might blame a bad crop or a sick child on witchcraft, but there was no legal mechanism or widespread campaign to hunt down the culprit. In short, the medieval period in England saw relatively few witch trials and no centralized witch hunt apparatus. Isolated incidents. One, for example, in 1324, where a wealthy woman named Lady Alice Keteler in Ireland, then under English rule by the way, was accused of witchcraft and heresy by a jealous stepchild. But she fled, and although her case is often cited, it was pretty extraordinary for the time. But it was not until the 15th century that we see English cases that start to resemble what we could call later witch trials, as the concept of satanic witchcraft took hold in parts of Europe, with the infamous witch-hunting manual Malleus Maleficarum, this hammer of the witches published in 1486 on the continent, finally coming to England. Well, they experienced a few high-profile witchcraft prosecutions, but still often entangled with political treason. A famous example, a little bit before the Malleus Maleficarum, was the 1441 trial of Eleanor Cobham, the Duchess of Gloucester. Duchess Eleanor, along with several alleged accomplices, including an astrologer and a so-called wise woman named Marjorie Jourdemain, were accused of using sorcery and necromancy to try and kill Henry VI, as generally frowned upon to kill the king. Well, this sensational case had all the elements of the later witch trials: fortune-telling, potions, and a frightened authority, treating it as both heresy and treason. Eleanor Cobham, being of noble blood, was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment after a public penance. But, as you can imagine, the less privileged accomplices met harsher fates. Margaret Jourdemain, for instance, was burned at the stake in London as a heretic witch. Still, it's pretty telling that this case was exceptional and newsworthy, enough for them to write down in all of the old chronicles. But it still didn't manage to spark a broader campaign against witches in general, only addressing a specific conspiracy against the king. In 1441, witchcraft was just another tool in the political drama. By the late 1400s, European witch hysteria was on the rise. Pope Innocent VIII's bull, Summis Desiderantes, in 1484, had urged greater action against witchcraft in Germany, and we'll get to the Germans later. Well, but England remained somewhat insulated at first. After all, England is quite a way away from the papacy. The late medieval English mindset tended to be skeptical about some of the wilder claims coming from the continent. One English chronicler writing around the time wryly noted that many witch tales were old wives' stories. However, beliefs were slowly shifting. We see hints of a few theories creeping in, a little bit on the, I suppose you could say that they were misogynistic, I suppose, if we're going to use that word. It is a notion that women, especially weak old women, were more prone to meddling in magic or making pacts with the devil, a kind of spiritual malleability. Now, this would later become a cornerstone of witch hunting. In 1485, during the turmoil following the Wars of the Roses, even the new King Henry VII faced rumors that witches had caused a deadly storm at sea to thwart him, a sign that people were starting to attribute major misfortunes to witchcraft. Yet, notably, no systematic purge of witches occurred in medieval England because of it. There was no English equivalent of the Continental Inquisition hunting heretics and witches, which I'm sure the English were quite happy about. Medieval authorities were more preoccupied with heresy of a different sort, like the Lollards, for example, and with the many secular political conflicts. Then so, by 1500, England had only seen scattered witchcraft persecutions, mostly isolated incidents, tied to the elite affairs or local feuds. Magic was acknowledged. Sometimes it was feared, but not comprehensively prosecuted. However, this was all about to change. The intellectual groundwork, the idea of the witch as Satan's servant, was gradually filtering in from Europe. Social and economic strains in late medieval England, plagues, wars, upheaval, meant that people were looking for scapegoats for their misfortune, and witches, well, they were a convenient target. Most importantly, as we turn to the 16th century, England's religious landscape and legal structures would transform. The result was that what had been a rarity in the medieval era, the trial for witchcraft, would in the 1500s and 1600s become distressingly commonplace. And so we find ourselves at the dawn of the Tudor era, bringing seismic shifts to English society. The Reformation, the centralization of royal power, and new laws for the first time that explicitly defined witchcraft as a crime. Under the Tudor monarchs, we see England move from relative medieval indifference about witch hunting to an age of statutes and trials. The change was spearheaded by none other than King Henry VIII. Yes, Big Henry. Henry's reign is famous for the break with the Catholic Church, but he also holds the distinction of enacting England's first law against witchcraft. In 1542, he pushed through Parliament, quote, an act against conjurations, witchcrafts, sorcery, and enchantments. This 1542 Witchcraft Act is a landmark. It made witchcraft and sorcery punishable as a felony, which meant convicted witches could be put to death, and of course all of their goods and property forfeited to the crown. You can see how this is going to become a problem. The Act's language is pretty fascinating, actually. It targeted people who, quote, use, devise, practice, or exercise any invocations or conjurations of spirits, or use witchcraft to harm others, or even to provoke any person to unlawful love. In other words, anything from summoning demons to making love potions or magically harming neighbors was now a serious crime. But why did Henry VIII, of all people, suddenly legislate against witches? Well, there's a mix of reasons. Henry was increasingly paranoid about threats to his rule. Remember, this is the king who executed 2 of his wives and countless ministers. He had 6 wives all up. Not good. Well, sorcery was sometimes seen as a tool of treason. If a monarch believed that magicians might attempt to curse or bewitch him, to cause impotence, for example, or death, he had motivation to crack down. There was indeed a context. Earlier in Henry's reign, some of his courtiers had been implicated in dabbling in astrology and magic to predict the king's death. Certainly not the news he wants to receive. Henry's act can be seen as a preemptive strike against anyone who might use magic with unlawful intent in his realm. But the real take-off point for the English witch trials came with Queen Elizabeth I. In 1558, Elizabeth ascended the throne and reinstated Protestantism, establishing the Church of England. Well, of course, the Church of England was officially founded by Henry VIII, but there was a little bit of a lull in proceedings. It kind of went a little bit complicated for a while. So Elizabeth basically reinstated the Church of England, and from that day on, it was Protestantism all the way. Well, a few years into her reign, Parliament revisited the issue of sorcery. In 1563, they passed a new law, an act against conjurations, enchantments, and witchcrafts. This Elizabethan Witchcraft Act is crucial because it laid the legal foundations for witch hunting that would sweep England in the decades to follow. Now, Elizabeth's law was actually somewhat more moderate than Henry's old act. It distinguished between lesser witchcraft and deadly witchcraft rather than painting everything with a broad brush. But under this 1563 statute, if a person was convicted of using witchcraft that did not result in someone's death, for example, casting spells that made people ill, bewitching cattle, or playing around with fortune-telling, the punishment was a year's imprisonment and public exposure in the pillory. And it was also a felony, only on the second offense, so you'd get off with a slap on the wrist the first time usually. Well, probably a little bit of penance, too. However, if someone was convicted of using witchcraft to cause death, essentially murder by sorcery, that was a capital felony on the first offense, punishable by hanging, and no benefit of clergy. The act was also making it a felony to invoke evil spirits or commune with familiar spirits for any purpose, which would prove significant later. The Elizabethan law thus set up a 2-tier system. Minor malefica, that is, harmful deeds, got a relatively lighter punishment, though a year in jail was hardly a slap on the wrist, especially back then. Well, But of course, any witchcraft leading to death, well, you were getting the noose for that. But why introduce the law in 1563? Well, there are a few contexts to consider. For one, the government may have been responding to popular fears. Across Europe in the 1560s, witch panics were increasing. And though England lagged behind, the rumblings of witch fears were certainly gaining momentum. There had been a notable case in 1560 of a supposed conspiracy to kill Queen Elizabeth by magic. A man named John Dee, who I've done a video about, later famous as an astrologer, was at one point questioned for casting horoscopes of Elizabeth, though nothing of it came legally. He was also a very close friend of hers for quite some time. Also, Elizabeth's religious sentiment was Protestant, and Protestant theology took witchcraft very seriously as a form of devilry that has to be stamped out. Interestingly, the newly Protestant Scottish Parliament passed its very own harsh witchcraft law in 1563 too. So, I suppose the act could be seen as the English state aligning with the broader European Christian, now Protestant, determination to punish sorcery as a crime of both God and society. But it is worth noting that Elizabeth herself was not personally zealous about witch hunting. She wasn't another witch finder. She wasn't like Catherine de' Medici. But her reign did provide the legal machinery and ultimately the religious atmosphere that allowed the trials to flourish. And indeed, witch fever swept across England in the late 16th century once the law was in place. For the first time, local magistrates and justices of the peace had a clear statute authority to arrest and try people for witchcraft, even if church courts were no longer involved. So by the 1570s and 80s, we see rising numbers of witchcraft accusations in villages and towns. Most accused witches were elderly, poor women, often widows, who lived on the margins of their community. Well, it was mainly partly because of these traditional prejudices that they were the victims. They were thought to be more susceptible to temptation by the devil, more likely to engage in petty malice born of envy or anger, and gossip, I suppose. Also, many accused women were healers or wise women whose folk practices could look suspicious in a devout Christian context. A neighbor might visit a wise woman for a remedy once a week, but then accuse her of cursing a cow the next week when relations had soured. And yes, that's one important thing to notice. Yes, most of the accused were women, but most of the accusers were also women. There was a deep ambivalence in society. As one observer in the 1580s noted, calling someone a witch or a wise woman is pretty much the same thing, but the difference was whether her magic was currently helping you or believed to be harming you. Many villagers relied on folk healers, but simultaneously feared their power. This dynamic meant that when misfortune struck, a crop failure, stillborn child, sudden illness, people were looking for someone to blame, and usually that came in the form of a solitary, sometimes unpopular old woman, who perhaps had exchanged harsh words or dirty looks with victims in the past. There is actually a series of witchcraft pamphlets from Elizabeth's reign that gives us an insight into the early trials. One of the earliest came in 1566, describing the trial of Agnes Waterhouse in Chelmsford, Essex, the first recorded execution of a witch under the new law. Agnes Waterhouse was a widow in her 60s, accused of killing a neighbor and some livestock by sorcery. A lurid pamphlet details Agnes's alleged familiar spirit, a cat named Sathan, that she fed a drop of her blood in exchange for its evil deeds. Saturn, of course, being a bit of a twist on Satan. Not very creative accusation, I suppose. But Agnes confessed, reportedly admitting that her demonic pet had killed her husband and others at her bidding. She was hanged for the crime. The trial also roped in her daughter Joan and another woman, Elizabeth Frances, who interestingly had first owned the cat and passed it on to Agnes. The case already shows hallmark features: a network of women accused together, a familiar spirit in animal form. That is one uniquely English twist in many witch tales, by the way, and a confession, likely extracted under duress or cunning interrogation. Importantly, and this is very important, torture was technically not legal in ordinary English criminal procedure. But that didn't stop them. It didn't stop them doing different kinds of torture. There wasn't any stretching on the rack or anything, but they certainly kept people awake all night, or just terrified them into talking. Most of the time they could threaten things out of people. And we see this example, how religious beliefs and folklore merged. Agnes's story of her demonic cat, it sounds like a folk tale, yet it was taken as evidence of a pact with the devil himself. So throughout the 1570s to 80s, such trials occurred sporadically across England, with Essex, Suffolk, and other parts of eastern England being hotspots. These were areas with many Puritans and zealous magistrates. A significant case hit in 1589 in the village of St. Osyth in Essex, where no fewer than 14 women were accused of witchcraft at the same time. Several were condemned and executed. This was an unusually large group for the time, a local witch hunt in effect, and it clearly alarmed some observers. One well-educated gentleman watching the growing numbers of hangings was Reginald Scott, a Kentish county squire. In 1584, Scott published a remarkable book, The Discovery of Witchcraft. It stands out as perhaps the first great skeptical critique of the witch hunts. Scott was outraged by the persecution of what he saw as innocent and vulnerable women. He urged that many accusations of witchcraft were baseless, arising from ignorance, fear, and local grudges. He wrote compassionately about poor old women being falsely blamed for every single misfortune a village could go through. But he also went as far to state flatly that much of what people believed about witches, that is, flying through the night, making pacts with the devil, transforming into animals, was all completely impossible, mere fantastical imagination. He pointed out that sometimes a sick person might convince themselves they were bewitched, when it was really just a natural illness. And what about all the bizarre confessions? Scott noted that some accused witches were coerced, or they were delusional or confused. He wryly commented that if you torture or threaten anybody long enough, especially a poor old woman, they might confess to anything, just to satisfy their questioners. And that is the prevailing theme, that during these trials the only acceptable answer to any question was that which confirms the biases of the one questioning you. Certainly no way out of that, isn't it? Well, Scott's skepticism was not widely embraced by the authorities at the time. In fact, one very important person took great offense to Scott's work, and that person was King James VI of Scotland, soon to be James I of England. We'll hear more about him in a moment, but suffice to say, he was a firm believer in witches, and he ordered Scott's books to be burned upon his accession to the English throne. So while Scott might have gave a voice to an important minority viewpoint, that the witches' trials were fundamentally unjust, the late Elizabethan period continued to see trials and executions, whether they liked it or not. And so by the end of Elizabeth's reign in 1603, several hundred people in England had already been accused of witchcraft, and dozens had been executed. It's hard to pin the exact numbers, but estimates suggest that perhaps a few hundred alleged witches may have already been put to death in the late 1500s. Compared to some parts of Europe, this was quite restrained. In fact, in some German territories, that many might be killed in a single year. But it was a stark change from the medieval period. Well, we see that by 1600, the solidifying of certain patterns, the vast majority of accused were women, often beyond childbearing age. But men were also accused occasionally. Don't let the general trend make us forget about all of the victims. Usually those who were relatives of witches were thrown into the mix, or perhaps cunning men whose fortunes had turned sour. They were perhaps 10 to 20% of the total at most. This changed in different parts of Europe too, depending on whether you were in Spain or Germany, France, this sort of thing. Of course, many educated writings at the time argued that women's inherent spiritual weakness and lust made them easy prey for the devil's temptation. A typical assertion was that women were more prone to malice and gossip, which, if empowered by the devil, well, it could spin out of control into witchcraft. The very stereotype of the witch, an old hag muttering curses, was rooted in contempt for the impoverished, outspoken old woman. But we should not, however, oversimplify. Often the initial accusers of witches were other women. For example, young mothers whose infants died, blaming a neighbor woman or a servant girl suffering fits. Witch hunting was not just this matter of all the men getting together and persecuting the women. It was a broader societal phenomenon, where many shared the belief that female witches were causing harm. Still, the power dynamic at the top, male judges, clerics, and demonologists examining female suspects, show a little bit of a bias, sure, but it's not a bias of men versus women. It's a bias of the powerful versus the powerless. And don't get that one confused. So, before moving on, let's touch on one famous late Elizabethan case that actually straddles into the next era, the witches of Warboys. In the village of Warboys of Huntingdonshire, in the early 1590s, a well-to-do family named Throckmorton began experiencing strange fits and illnesses among their children. 5 young girls convulsed and screamed that an old neighbor woman named Alice Samuel was bewitching them. The drama continued for months. Even a visiting noblewoman, Lady Cromwell, the grandmother of the future protector, Oliver Cromwell, by the way, supposedly confronted old Alice Samuel and later died after hallucinating about Alice at night. Certainly did not add weight to her innocence, I suppose. And so in 1593, Alice Samuel, her husband, and daughter were tried for witchcraft, accused of murdering Lady Cromwell and torturing the Throckmorton children by magic. All 3 of them, no exception for the daughter either, were convicted and hanged. The Warboys case is notable, not only for involving an entire family of alleged witches and high-status victims, but also for its aftermath. You see, the judge was so unnerved that he left money in his will to pay for an annual sermon on witchcraft at Huntingdon. So for years afterwards, a preacher would remind the community of the danger of witches, using Warboys as a cautionary tale. It shows how these trials could inflame fear far and wide. A 1593 pamphlet about war boys became widely read, spreading the notion that even seemingly pious communities could harbor secret covens of witches. By 1600, England was primed, culturally, religiously, and legally, to believe in and seek out witches. And so in 1603, the crowns of England and Scotland were finally united under King James of Scotland, who became King James I of England. His succession would prove highly significant for the trajectory of witch hunting. James brought with him to England a personal obsession with it. In Scotland, he had been deeply involved in witch hunting during the 1590s, a time when Scotland saw fierce persecutions. Most famously, in 1590, James believed a coven of witches in North Berwick had plotted to kill him by raising storms at sea. He narrowly survived a tempest while sailing, and took it as an assassination attempt by sorcery. This experience convinced him of the fearful abounding of witches. He even personally interrogated some of the accused Scottish witches under torture. In 1597, he published his own treatise on the subject called Demonology, which outlined his beliefs in detail. In this book, written as dialogue, he insists that witches are real and very dangerous, quote, detestable slaves of the devil who must be punished. He describes how they renounce their baptism, make their pacts with Satan, and work various evils. Unlike Reginald Scott's skepticism, James's demonology was a full-on endorsement of witch hunting. It justified practices to identify witches, and refuted those who doubted their existence. Notably, James even took Scott's 1584 work to task, attacking Scott's conclusion as a dangerous belief. When James came to England, he wasted no time in aligning English law with his views. In 1604, just a year after James I took the English throne, Parliament, likely at the King's urging, passed a new Witchcraft Act to replace the 1563 Act passed by Elizabeth. The Witchcraft Act of 1604, creatively named, was in effect a harsher update that closed some perceived loopholes of the previous acts. Under the new statute, any invocation or conjuration of evil spirits was now a capital offense on the first conviction. No more slaps on the wrist. The act still distinguished between causing harm versus minor and major magic, but it extended the death penalty to a broader range of offenses. For instance, if a person shall consult, covenant with, entertain, or employ any evil or wicked spirit for any purpose, they were now guilty of a felony without the benefit of clergy, i.e., you were getting executed. This specifically targeted the demonic pact element of witchcraft, where Elizabeth's law focused on the result, the harm done. James's law focused on the interaction with the devil or familiar spirits as the worst of all crimes. It's pretty clear that James's theology shaped this. He saw witchcraft as a uniquely evil thing, not because of the harm to victims, but because the witch was spiritually allied with the devil, and that was a direct attack on God. The 1604 Act also eliminated the need for a second offense in cases of lesser witchcraft. Many more forms of magic became felonies outright. In practical terms, the Act empowered witch hunters to cast a wide net and to prosecute even cases where the only, quote, evidence might be that someone kept a cat in the house or attempted to contact the dead, etc., even if no murder or any harm had occurred. Under King James, the early 17th century became the peak of witch hunting fervor in England. Not that James personally attended many trials. He did attend at least one in 1605, and reportedly examined a witch personally in 1616, but his reign certainly set the tone. English demonologists and preachers in this period also produced works echoing the king's beliefs. For example, the renowned Cambridge theologian William Perkins published, quote, a discourse of the damned art of witchcraft posthumously in 1608, arguing vigorously that witchcraft was real, and that it was the duty of all Christian magistrates to seek out and prosecute witches. Even asserted that a witch could be convicted on circumstantial evidence alone if the facts pointed to it strongly enough, reflecting a zeal that threatened the usual caution of English law. Another figure, George Gifford, a Puritan minister, took a slightly more nuanced stance in the 1590s, warning that too much credulity could lead to innocent people being condemned. But even he did not doubt that witches existed, and that they had to be rooted out. Overall, among the educated classes, there was a broad consensus that witchcraft posed a genuine spiritual and social threat. But what did that really mean on the ground? The period from roughly 1604 to 1625, James's reign, that is, was seeing some of the most famous witch trials in history. Early on, in 1605, there were notable trials in Northamptonshire, where several women were hanged as witches. This case was written up in a pamphlet called The Witches of Northamptonshire. But the most infamous episode came in 1612 in Lancashire and Yorkshire. That year saw the Pendle witch trials, and another trial in nearby Yorkshire. In Pendle, Lancashire, a witch hunt unfolded that gripped the public imagination then and ever since. It began when a peddler, that is a travelling merchant, had a stroke after a teenage girl, Alison Devis, allegedly cursed him for refusing her alms. The incident spiraled. Authorities began investigating the Devis family and their rivals. Another family, headed by an old woman nicknamed Chattox, was thrown into the mix. Accusations flew of mysterious deaths, of clay figures used to curse people, and coven meetings on Pendle Hill, and by the end, 12 people were charged with witchcraft in the Pendle case, an unusually large number. One died in jail, one was acquitted, but 10 of them were found guilty, and they all got executed. But what is the real extraordinary thing is that among the chief accusers was a 9-year-old girl, Janet Devis, who calmly testified against her own mother, her own brother and neighbors, claiming she'd seen them all sneak out at night and go to a witch's sabbath. The court took the evidence quite seriously, something that even at the time made some uncomfortable, as children were not usually reliable witnesses. The Pendle trials, thanks to a detailed official account published by the court clerk Thomas Potts, became legend. They show how witch hunting could tear apart families and communities. Feuds between rival clans, the Devises and Chattoxes, played a role. Local folk magic, both families were said to practice healing charms, was suddenly reinterpreted as satanic. Pendle also underscored the gender aspect too. The key figures were mostly women, especially older matriarchs. The 2 supposed ringleaders were Old Demdike and Old Chattox, around 80 years old, who were portrayed as archetypal crones. These old, poor women had for years made a meager living through begging and folk healing. When a few deaths and illnesses occurred, pent-up suspicions exploded. A tragic result, that's for sure. Potts' report treated the convictions as entirely justified, praising God that such a nest of witches was finally dug up and destroyed, and to the authorities it claimed that even rural areas of England hid cohorts of devil worshippers, and that Satan was lurking in every corner. Another case, 1612, occurred at York and involved a supposed coven led by a witch named Janet Preston, who was executed. King James himself showed interest in these cases. There's evidence that he personally reviewed some of the trial details when reports were sent to London. In 1616, James attended the trial of a supposed 11-year-old possessed boy in Leicester who was identifying witches. Initially, witches were condemned, but James suspected the boy was a fraud and exposed him, leading to the pardoning of those accused. What, were you expecting everyone to die again? It doesn't always go like that. This incident suggests that James, while a believer, was also keen to ensure that accusations were not based on lies. He wanted to find real witches, not just randomly hang and burn people. And it's an interesting pivot. By the later part of his reign, King James became somewhat more skeptical of sensational cases, especially after being tricked once or twice by false accusations. According to one account by the historian Reginald Scott, James eventually admitted that some witch hunts were getting out of hand with forged possessions, and he reportedly said that he had, quote, receded from what he had written in his demonology, growing more diffident about certain claims. This moderating influence, however, came only after many had already been executed, so, especially under the laws he championed, I suppose it's better late than never. Well, by the 1620s, one can detect a slight tempering of witch fervor among the upper echelons. There were still trials. For example, another large witchcraft panic occurred in 1634 in Lancashire, sparked by a 10-year-old boy named Edmund Robinson, who claimed to have stumbled upon a witches' gathering. Dozens were arrested, and some confessed incredible stories. They allegedly said that witches could transform into animals and feast on flesh. But when this case was referred to London for review, the Privy Council under King Charles I grew doubtful, and the boy eventually admitted that he made the whole thing up for attention. Most of the accused were released. Unfortunately, we don't really know what happened to the boy, but I can imagine he was not popular after this. This Pendle swindle, as it was called, of 1634, is quite important, because it shows that the increased skepticism from authorities about mass accusations and spectral evidence was around well before the formal end of the trials. It foreshadowed a shift, but that shift would be disrupted by the chaos England was about to enter. And if you know anything about the reign of Charles I, you know what I'm talking about. The Civil War. If the reign of James I saw the height of official witch-hunting zeal, the 1640s took it to a fever pitch among the general populace. You see, England was embroiled in the Civil War from 1642 to 1651 between king and parliament. This conflict brought great social upheaval. Law and order strained, communities destabilized, and a fervent Puritanism grew strong in parliament-controlled areas. Amid all the turmoil, emerges one of the most notorious witch hunters in history, Matthew Hopkins. He styled himself, or was later dubbed, the Witchfinder General. From 1644 to 47, Hopkins and his associate John Sterne conducted aggressive witch hunting, primarily in eastern England, so we're talking Suffolk, Norfolk, Essex, and Cambridgeshire. This was effectively England's witch hunt panic, akin to what happened in parts of Germany or France earlier, but compressed into just a few years. Hopkins was a young gentleman in his 20s from Manningtree, Essex, who claimed to have uncovered a coven of witches meeting near his house. According to his account, he overheard witches talking to their spirits and swiftly took it upon himself to inform the authorities and assist in bringing them to justice. By 1645, with the Civil War raging, Hopkins and Stern found receptive audiences for their services. Local Puritan magistrates, feeling threatened by both external war and internal devilry, welcomed someone who professed expertise in solving their spiritual problems. So Hopkins travelled from town to town, offering to investigate witchcraft cases. For a fee, of course, because if you're good at something, don't do it for free. The fact that he was paid, and sometimes quite handsomely by town councils for each witch that was found, raised a few eyebrows, even among contemporaries and certainly later critics. It suggested a mercenary motive entwined with this supposed holy mission, and, well, in our modern thought it looks pretty obvious what he was doing. But this wasn't the real controversy. The real controversy were his methods. Now, as we've mentioned, English law did not officially allow torture to extract confessions. But guess what? Hopkins used techniques that were essentially torture, in all but name. He would subject suspects to endless hours of interrogation and sleep deprivation, euphemistically called watching. Suspected witches would be kept awake for days, forced to walk or sit on a hard surface and constantly questioned. The idea was that a witch's familiar spirit would come to them if they fell asleep, or so preventing sleep would force the witch to eventually summon it, or at least to confess out of sheer exhaustion. Well, you'd think that they would want them to go to sleep, and then watch them from a distance, and then see if the familiar would come, right? But perhaps they knew that no familiar was going to come. Well, another method was the infamous swimming test, which sounds even worse than an actual swimming test. This was based on folklore. Since witches had renounced their baptism, water, the medium of baptism, would simply reject them. Hopkins' team would tie the accused's hands and feet, often the right thumb to the left toe, and lower them into a pond or moat on a rope. Well, if the person floated, this was taken as a sign of guilt. The water had cast her out. But if she sank, she was presumably innocent, though too much innocence in this test could lead to drowning if not pulled up in time. But then again, it was a cruel paradox, because although Hopkins later denied using the swimming test frequently, and one Anglican clergy, indeed the able divines, condemned it, it was certainly used on some occasions. Many women reportedly floated, possibly due to their clothing trapping air or just simple physics of the human body, and thus were branded witches. But let's say that there was an accident, and those women who were sinking were not rescued in time, or simply the witch-finder general was waiting at the shore saying, "Don't worry, she'll float in a minute." Well, when she didn't, all's well that ends well, because the innocent get to go to heaven. But Hopkins also relied on physical examination for the devil's mark. Midwives or search women, they were called, would be appointed to inspect the accused's body for any strange mole, birthmark, or an insensitive patch of skin. There could be a hidden nipple for a suckling of a familiar. Such marks, of course, can be found on virtually anyone if you look hard enough, and perhaps imaginatively enough. A mole or wart could be interpreted as the witch's teat. There are accounts that if prickers, as they were called, wanted to prove a spot insensible, they sometimes used trick knives with retractable blades, so a person wouldn't feel the prick because the blade never actually pierced, making it seem like a devil's mark that doesn't bleed or hurt. Hopkins was essentially professionalizing witch hunting as an industry beyond what had been done before in England. A pioneer, I suppose. Of course, the results were staggering. In Essex, Sussex, Norfolk, and surrounding areas, scores of people were getting the rope in 1645 to 1647, all due to Hopkins' crusade, pocketing a little bit of coin for each one. For perspective, more people were hanged for witchcraft in those 2 to 3 years than the entire previous century of English history. Exact numbers debated, but estimates range from at least 100 to perhaps 200 executions were solely attributed to Hopkins and his followers' activities. In fact, on a single day in 1645, 19 witches were hanged at Chelmsford, a grim record for England. Most of Hopkins' victims fit the usual profile: old women. But some were unusual. Men were accused too, including clergymen. One famous victim was John Lowes, an elderly vicar in Suffolk, who had a reputation for being, well, quarrelsome. Hopkins swam him, found a supposed mark, forced a confession. The poor vicar, after days of torment, admitted to everything from sinking ships by witchcraft to having imps named Tiffany and Vinegar Tom. And Lowes was executed. The inclusion of a man of the cloth among the victims certainly shows how indiscriminate the panic had become. Anyone could fall under suspicion if there were grudges or odd behavior to point to. But what drove all the sudden ferocity? The Civil War context is the key. You see, with the king and the law distracted by all the chaos, local communities felt they had to take matters into their own hands. Puritan preachers linked the turmoil of the times to apocalyptic battles between God and Satan. What better evidence of devil's work than witches in their very midst? Also, the war displeased many people and caused economic hardship. This kind of stress often correlates with spikes in witch accusations, as people seek someone to blame for the suffering, whether that be disease, loss, or just general anxiety. Hopkins' campaigns often followed in the wake of parliamentary armies, or in areas that were strongly parliamentarian. One could speculate that witch hunting also served as a way to enforce Puritan moral codes in the communities, purging the, quote, undesirable elements under the guise of battling the devil. Hopkins, notably, cast himself as doing God's work to rid the lands of a horrible sect of witches. He even wrote and published a defense of his actions. In 1647, criticism was rising, and he knew it. He issued a pamphlet titled The Discovery of Witches, borrowing the title from Scott's old work, but opposite in intent. Hopkins answered questions from doubters in it. One objection was that only a witch could catch a witch, implying Hopkins must be in league with the devil to know so much. Basically, takes one to know one. Hopkins cleverly retorted with scripture, if Satan be divided against himself, how shall his kingdom stand? He insisted his knowledge came from experience and diligent inquiry, not from any dark alliance. He also downplayed the more unsavory methods, claiming perhaps disingenuously that he had left the swimming test because authorities had frowned upon it. Well, the work reveals a man both zealously convinced of his mission and defensive about his reputation. He was, after all, encountering pushback. People didn't like him showing up and just killing everybody. Some villagers began to resent the expenses of the trials and the flimsy evidence used, especially when they got the bill at the end. And some in authority were uneasy about how far things had gone. And so, by late 1646, the backlash had truly begun. Now, when we speak of the backlash, immediately we think of one brave Puritan minister, that is John Gall of Great Staughton, who preached and wrote against the excesses of the witch-finder. And it's gutsy to go up against the witch-finder, that's for sure. His 1646 book, Select Cases of Conscience Touching Witches and Witchcraft, cautioned magistrates not to trust every accusation or use unlawful means. He pointedly criticized employing common superstitions to catch witches, basically a jab at Hopkins' methods. Gall noted that many poor creatures, as he put them, were being condemned on dubious grounds. This, along with the complaints from some towns about Hopkins' fees and a sense that innocent people had died, led to a full investigation. Legend has it that Hopkins himself was subject to a swimming test in Norfolk by skeptical officials fed up with him, though the story might be apocryphal. But you kind of hope that it is true. What we do know is that by 1647, the witchfinder's momentum was well and truly broken. Get a real job, Matthew. Well, he didn't have time to get a real job because he died in that very same year. Neither did he have time to face justice. Tuberculosis got him. Though there is one fanciful tale later that claims that the witches got their revenge and he died of being accused himself, but there's no real evidence to support that. With his death and the end of the war in sight, the brief but intense witch panic had subsided. It had burned twice as bright, but only for half as long. Now, the Hopkins episode is both the high watermark and the beginning of the end for the English witch trials, certainly leaving a bitter aftertaste. It showed how under extreme conditions, even England could fall prey to mass witch hunts with all the brutality and hysteria seen in Europe's worst years, something of a bygone era, suddenly coming out again. But it also provoked an intellectual and public recoil. People saw how easily justice could be perverted. The idea of an itinerant witch-finder, well, that fell into disgrace. Notably, no one ever tried to replicate Hopkins' role in England after that. He was the first and the last professional witch-finder of that kind in the country. And, well, we're all better off without him. And here we reach the decline. With the restoration of the monarchy in 1660, that is, King Charles II, there was a significant shift in the attitudes towards witchcraft among the elites. The mid-17th century's trauma, with the Civil War, the fanaticism, witchfinder abuses, certainly left a sour taste regarding persecution. People yearned for peaceful times. They were sick of all the blood. The Restoration era brought a more scientific and skeptical temper to England's educated circles. It's more about science than it was religion now. The Royal Society was founded in 1660, and natural philosophy, that is, early science, encouraged looking for rational explanations for phenomena that might previously have been called magic. Enlightenment ideas were budding. But that doesn't mean belief in witches vanished overnight among the common folk. Far from it. Rural belief in harmful magic, maleficium, and the devil's mischief persisted strongly. But the local authorities, judges, magistrates, even clergy, they were all growing increasingly weary of witch trials. In the decades after 1660, trials in England became fewer and tended to result in acquittals or dismissals rather than, well, executions or even imprisonments. Nonetheless, a few notable cases show that old fear still flared at times. In 1662, two elderly women, Amy Dooney and Rose Cullender, were tried in Bury St. Edmunds in Suffolk for bewitching several children of a local family. You see, the children were having fits, vomiting pins, etc., classic symptoms of supposed bewitchment. This trial is famous, partly because of who oversaw it. Sir Matthew Hale was one of England's most respected jurists who happened to be a devout and conservative man. Despite the somewhat dubious evidence, much of it resting on the testimony of young children and the discovery of some molded, quote, witch cakes. I wonder how they taste. Well, Hale believed that the children's afflictions were genuine, and that only witches could be responsible. So, he instructed the jury that witchcraft was indeed real, quoting the Bible for authority. You certainly wouldn't be quoting Malleus Maleficarum or Matthew Hopkins' book in those times. Well, notably, a then young scientist present, Thomas Brown, physician and author, suggested that the fits might be natural impostures, that is, illness or fakery even, but he also entertained that the devil could act through witches. But in the end, science could not save them. Dooney and Cullender were found guilty and executed. The case was later written about by clergyman Joseph Glanville, who used it in his 1681 book to argue against skeptics. The Bury St. Edmunds trial thus stands out as the last instance where multiple people were executed in a classic witch trial in England with the full support of eminent officials. After the 1660s, executions for witchcraft began to dwindle. One often cited last execution was that of Temperance Lloyd, who along with two other women, Mary Trembles and Susanna Edwards, was hanged at Exeter in 1682, convicted of causing illness and death by sorcery in their Devon community. Interestingly, their trial caused some controversy in London. By the 1680s, educated opinion in the capital was increasingly skeptical, and some pamphleteers openly doubted the evidence that had condemned the Devon women. Nonetheless, fear among local people had been enough to bring about the convictions. But we should acknowledge, too, that Scotland, though I won't go too deeply into it being outside of England, continued executing witches up to 1727, the fervour lasting quite a bit longer than England's. Well, this is likely due to differing legal procedures in a more intense Presbyterian religious context. But in England, no one was executed for witchcraft after 1682. But executions stopped. That is not to say that trials stopped right away. Isolated accusations popped up into the 18th century. A final notable trial in England occurred in 1712 in the village of Walken, Hertfordshire, where a woman named Jane Wenham was accused of bewitching her neighbours. But by this time, accusations had become quite scarce, so the case got quite a lot of attention. Locals claimed that she could fly. One man saw her gliding through the air, and that she had cursed people to sickness. Jane Wenham was actually known in the area. Interestingly, she had a reputation for piety, but also a quarrelsome nature. Once again, there is that word, quarrelsome, making too many enemies. After a dispute, someone had labelled her a witch, and the rumour mill took off. After all, it's a small town. She was brought to trial, and a jury convicted her of witchcraft. However, the judge in 1712, Sir John Powell, was sceptical of the evidence. He famously quipped, when told that Wenham had been seen flying, that there was no law against flying, which, he's right. It's quite funny, but yes, he's correct. Though bound by the jury's guilty verdict, Powell used legal maneuvers to delay and effectively ensure Wenham was not executed. Instead, she was given a royal pardon by none other than Queen Anne, and released. The outcome, a conviction overturned by pardon, illustrates how in the 18th century a higher authority in England was strongly inclined to mercy or doubt in witch cases. Educated society increasingly viewed the trials as embarrassing relics of a superstitious past that no one wanted to go back to. And so, Jane Wenham lived many more years under the protection of a sympathetic Whig gentleman. She's often called the last witch of England. Now, the final chapter in English witchcraft legislation came in 1735, when Parliament passed a new Witchcraft Act, but this one was very different in spirit from the earlier laws. The Witchcraft Act of 1735 essentially declared that witchcraft was not real, and that claiming to have magical powers was fraudulent. The law repealed the Elizabethan and Jacobean witchcraft statutes. From 1735 onward, you could no longer be prosecuted for practicing witchcraft. You could be punished for pretending to practice it, effectively branding all professed witches, fortune tellers, conjurers, as con artists. Well, under this act, penalties were relatively mild. The worst you'd get was up to a year in prison, but you'd mainly just get a fine. And of course, no one was going to get executed. The 1735 Act marks the legal end of the witchcraft era, and it reflects the triumph of the Enlightenment view that what people used to call witchcraft was either trickery or imagination, and the proper targets of law were not supernatural minions of the devil, but those who exploited the credulity of others. And here's something telling. One of the motivations for the new law was the persistence of fortune tellers and folk healers taking advantage of ignorant people. The law wanted to snuff out any remaining superstition by saying, in effect, if someone claims to be a witch or a wizard, we'll punish them, not because they are a witch or a wizard, but because they deceive the public by claiming to have supernatural powers. You remember that show, Crossing Over, with John Edwards? Remember that one? Yeah, it just came into my head then. That was interesting, that show. Well, it's also key to note that a change in mindset was abroad about God and Satan in general. Enlightenment age clergymen tended to think that God's universe ran on natural laws, while the devil was theologically real, but he was not around every corner, making pacts with potato farmers and other peasants. He must have better things to do. The idea of a great witch conspiracy began to seem implausible, and even quite absurd to the educated elite, which has moved into the realm of folklore and fairy tales in educated discourse, and eventually into children's books. By the 1720s, one might read about witches in a chapbook as entertaining stories, but not as pressing legal threats. Of course, common attitudes lagged behind the elite attitudes, and that's quite hard to measure. English peasants in remote villages might still mutter about the wise woman who could cure or curse. Stay away from the old woman's house, or she's going to put a hex on you, things like this. But without the backing of local authorities, the suspicions didn't usually do much rather than sour friendships and make people seem weird. People who felt victimized by witchcraft might instead turn to cunning folk for counter magic, or simply avoid the suspected neighbor, rather than call the constable for help. And so, in a way, the end of the witch trials didn't mean the immediate end of witch beliefs. I mean, they're certainly still around, that's for sure. But the belief was gradually relegated to the margins of credibility. Well, how do we sum it all up? I suppose that the witch trials in England runs the gamut from medieval neglect to early modern frenzy, and finally, enlightened disavowal. In those medieval times, witchcraft occupied a low priority, acknowledged in theory but seldom prosecuted. Magic was part of the fabric of life, mostly handled by church confessions or local healers, never seen as an existential threat. But then under the Tudors, witchcraft came into a sharp focus. New laws, a new climate of religious and social change. And in the late 16th and 17th centuries, see England joining the broader European witch craze, albeit less intensely than some countries. Lawmakers like Henry VIII and James I made the courts an arena for fighting supposed sorcery. Religious leaders linked witchcraft with heresy and devil worship, and society's ills were increasingly laid at the feet of maleficent neighbors in league with the devil. All of these episodes, from the Pendle Witches, the Poor Women of Warboys, and that horrible Matthew Hopkins, they showed the witch trials were not just about superstition. They were about power, control, scapegoating, and ultimately organizing the social order. Yet, even as we've seen, England's story is one of emerging skepticism and restraint. Even at the height of the panic, voices of doubt, like the brave Reginald Scott, challenged the persecution. And over time, those voices only grew louder. By the late 17th century, a kind of fatigue and disillusionment had settled in. Educated people saw too many inconsistencies and too many mistakes. Finally, that law in itself, in 1735, symbolically put the nail in the coffin. Parliament essentially said, "We don't believe in witches. We just believe in frauds." From then on, the witch folklore remained as a cultural figure. The legacy of the English trials has been lasting in culture and language. We still use that term, witch hunt, today to describe a unjust persecution of innocent people. And that's kind of a acknowledgement of the panic that once gripped the reasonable elements of society. It stands as a cautionary tale of how fear can override justice, and how our prejudices can be weaponized when authority gives them credence. And so, it's frightening in recalling how easily a society can turn on its most vulnerable under the spell of superstition and fear. But it's also enlightening in showing us how people eventually questioned and curtailed that fear, learning to seek natural explanations and demand fair evidence. A deeply human story. Fear, faith, cruelty, compassion. Well, I think we take from it not just dates and laws, but lessons about the importance of due process and the dangers of scapegoating. Perhaps next time you hear the word witch in a fairy tale or Halloween, you'll remember those very real victims behind the word who suffered in a very real historical drama that ultimately helped society turn toward greater justice and rationality. And perhaps you take a little comfort that no matter how bad things get, the pendulum always seems to swing. And one day, people eventually get justice. Let's just hope we don't have too many victims along the way. Now, that is it for me for tonight. Unless you want to watch another video, you can do that if you want. My voice is tired. That's the problem with being a real human being, isn't it? You can only talk for so long until you begin to get tired. If I didn't get tired, maybe they'd accuse me of being a witch or something. I don't know. We all know how the Black Death devastated Europe, with previously unheard of mortality in the middle of the 14th century. But amidst all this, a new character appeared on the stage of the medical field as fear and destruction increased: the plague doctor. These doctors, or nominal doctors as they were sometimes called, were specifically assigned to treat bubonic plague patients and attempt to stop the spread of the disease. They were out there, on the front lines, fighting a terrifying malady, during a time when the causes of diseases were not well understood, and as for the cures, they were mainly ineffective. Although the iconic costume of a dark-robed figure wearing a bird-like mask only became popular in the later centuries, in the 1340s, at the time of the bubonic plague, the doctors were still a very real thing. They worked in an environment of death and despair, frequently employed by rulers or cities in need of any kind of relief, as desperation sunk in. And today, we're going to talk all about them. We're going to draw on a lot of sources, things like Boccaccio and diaries of the time. And we're going to get to the bottom of what a plague doctor actually did. We are mainly going to be concentrating on the time of the Black Plague in the 14th century. We're going to explore the medical practices, official responsibilities, social roles, and also the public interactions of the plague doctors during this time. But we're not going to go into fantasized or romanticized accounts of them. We are just going to be sticking to these primary sources and some contemporary sources to piece together what was really going on. Finally, we'll look at the development of the role of plague doctors in later outbreaks and show how their reputation and role evolved over time. So if you like this sort of content, like and subscribe, and maybe check out the Patreon. Shall we now begin? First, we're going to talk about medieval medicine in general. Of course, that's a good place to start. Medieval theories and, well, a lack of practical experience still dominated medicine when the Black Death struck Europe in 1347 to 1351. The ancient humoral theory of Hippocrates and Galen of much earlier times, which maintained that imbalances of the four humours, that being blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, were the things that caused illness, and this was what was taught to physicians. It was the best they had at the time, and being cut off at this time from the rest of the world, at least eastward, it was very hard to get any new information. The Islamic world and the Asian world, particularly China, were developing their medicine at a pretty decent rate. Europe, unfortunately, did not quite have as much of an acceleration, but they certainly will in later times. Now, that being said, very little was known about contagion in that sense, and there was very little, well, there was no germ theory at all. Many medical professionals thought the plague was a type of pestilential fever, which is basically a diseased state of humours brought on by miasma. Now, miasma is effectively poisoned air, or other environmental and cosmic factors. Indeed, a significant report that was published in October 1848 by the Medical Faculty of Paris ascribed the plague to a 1345 conjunction of Saturn, Mars, and Jupiter that tainted the air and caused the disease to spread through different regions, which is an interesting theory. So, in order to combat the poor air quality and negative humours, early responses concentrated on changing lifestyle and surroundings. They were onto something, but just not quite there. But even the most educated doctors were perplexed by the epidemic's unexpected surge. Giovanni Boccaccio, a contemporary chronicler from Florence, noted that, and I quote, "The ignorance of the physicians did not know how to cure it." Or, in another section of his work, "To cure these infirmities, neither the advice of physicians nor the power of medicine appear to have any value or profit." Doesn't sound very promising, doesn't it? But he also speculated that the disease might be simply incurable. The Decameron, the work by Boccaccio which describes the events between 1333 and 1349, documents this candid observation, which emphasizes the helplessness of the medieval physicians in the face of this new plague. Few infected patients indeed recovered, and conventional medical wisdom completely failed. Boccaccio went on to state, "No doctor's advice, no medicine could overcome or alleviate this disease. Faith in conventional medicine was weakened by the plague's virulence and mystique. A large number of men and women without any training in medicine began to invade the profession, which meant that folk healers and even charlatans coexisted with actual medical professionals. Society continued to look to anyone with the title of doctor for assistance in this fear-filled environment where all human wisdom and foresight were vain. Doctors dealing with the plague had to work in this chaotic medical environment. And you imagine being a doctor, trying your best in those times, and your patient turns around and says, "Well, I heard that if you rub an onion against your forehead 3 times a day, that will cure the plague." Don't listen to them. Listen to the real doctors. Well, of course, science is not a democracy, but we must try to listen to professionals where we can. Of course, during the Black Death, plague doctors became a separate profession due to necessity. The outbreak's scope overwhelmed the standard medical infrastructure in city after city. There was a medical care void as many reputable doctors fled affected cities to protect themselves, or just simply succumbed to it themselves and died before they could really treat anyone else. Of course, don't rely on the governments to protect you from that. For instance, there were 18 doctors in Venice prior to the plague. By 1848, there was 1. The other 12 had probably fled. The other 5, well, they were probably dead already. As for municipal governments and rulers, well, they started employing doctors expressly to treat plague victims and perform plague-related tasks in order to deal with the crisis, drawing once again from that miasma theory. These contract doctors, simply known as plague doctors as they were a completely different classification, specialists, I suppose, were frequently outsiders, young medical professionals just beginning their career, or at least less well-known practitioners. Of course, being new to the game, they were willing to work in dangerous conditions for a set wage. We have an early example of this from Italy, where in 1348, the city of Orvieto paid a physician named Matteo Fu Angelo 50 florins a year. It doesn't sound like much, but that is 4 times the average physician's salary. Pretty good wicket. Now, this high salary is akin to hazard pay, I suppose, reflecting the dangerous nature of the work. Similar to this, Pope Clement VI of Avignon hired more medical personnel to care for the sick after he encountered plague in the papal enclave in 1348. As many others fled, Guy de Chauliac, the Pope's personal physician, continued to treat victims in Avignon. His writings and presence show the papacy's support for continuing medical care in spite of the risks. Someone had to do it. In fact, whole city councils in some places simply begged for the doctors to come. Giovanni de Ventura, a plague physician, was offered a renownedly generous contract by the city of Pavia in 1479. This is in a later outbreak. 30 florins per month, not year, and that's paid in advance, along with a free house and Pavian citizenship. This amount was huge. 30 florins was roughly half a year's salary for a skilled craftsman, highlighting the fact that treating the plague was viewed as a job that bordered on simply throwing oneself off a cliff, necessitating high motivation. Money talks. Everyone has a price. Danger. Now that is going to require a little bit of overtime pay. The pattern established in the 14th century is exemplified by that example, which occurred a little after the Black Death. In exchange for their services during epidemics, governments hired plague doctors with special contracts, high compensation, and occasionally promises of immunity or privileges. Records begin to use the title medicus pestis, or physician of the plague, by the early 1350s. Physician, rather. In a time before official health boards, these physicians played a primarily municipal role as public health responders. Their mission was to care for all the patients regardless of wealth, with a particular emphasis on the underprivileged who could simply not afford private medical care. Plague doctors were typically paid a fixed salary and were not allowed to collect fees from patients, in contrast to private physicians who could simply charge fees to see the infected patients, or, if they were a little bit too infected, just refuse to see them. I'm sorry, we're booked out. You'll have to come back later. In reality, some did illegally accept gifts, because of course they would, or at least demand additional money for special cures, which damaged their standing with the public. but in general, their official responsibility was to assist the community during a crisis. May I remind you that every profession can become corrupt, especially when you are in this time, especially when the bait for getting you to come and do this very dangerous job with an extremely high mortality rate was throwing money at you. You tend to get a taste for it. One of the first instances of a coordinated, state-sponsored medical response to a public health emergency was the rise of the plague doctors. So that's interesting. But what about the medical therapies and procedures? They had to do something for them, right? Well, they had their ideas. You might be surprised, or perhaps not so surprised to see how medieval these are. The medical knowledge and treatments used in the 14th century combined traditional and even sometimes magical thinking with scholarly medicine. Based on the humoral theory, they treated the plague by rebalancing the humors and eliminating toxins, because they thought the disease was brought on by the corrupted humors or poisonous air. Of course, bloodletting was one of the main techniques used to extract the bad blood that was causing the illness. During the plague, bloodletting took many forms and was widely used to treat a variety of illnesses. Not just the plague, pretty much everything. Although leeches were costly and not always available, they might be applied to patients to draw blood if they were available. More frequently, the physician would use a lancet or knife to open a vein, then carefully follow humoral and astrological rules regarding the amount of blood to be drawn from and from which area of the body. Some people used cupping, which involved applying a heated cup to the skin to create a vacuum that draws blood to the surface and is said to remove disease. They still do this in Chinese medicine to these days. Arguably, if it works or not. We're not quite sure. Some people say it does, they swear by it. In order to remove what they believe to be poisoned blood, these procedures would frequently be performed close to the swellings, also called buboes, where we get the name bubonic from. But of course it wasn't just bloodletting. In addition to that, the doctors experimented with a variety of chemical and herbal cures. Many people carried out or prescribed theriac, a complicated herbal remedy that was first created as a poison counter. Opium and dozens of other ingredients made up the theriac paste, which was applied to buboes or consumed internally as a purported remedy. Other ingredient pastes and poultices were also popular. One suggested a salve that was applied to the plague swellings after lancing and contained a mixture of roots, flowers, and herbs. In one treatment, which is extremely upsetting, a paste was made from human waste and applied to the boils, using the adage, like draws out like. The rotting matter would draw out the rot of the disease. I don't know who came up with that idea, but I don't think it would pass peer review. Other recipes were strange or, frankly, just as disgusting. Not surprisingly, more infections were probably caused when excrement was applied to open wounds. But since clean urine was believed to have therapeutic benefits, patients would also bathe in or consume diluted urine as a last resort. In the Middle Ages, doctors would even pay for fresh urine as a commodity. Now that's a side hustle. Although these actions seem heinous now, they were part of earnest attempts to combat the enigmatic plague with whatever antidotes were conceivable at the time, and when people were in such a panic they were willing to try anything. Of course, in hindsight, it all seems strange and disgusting to us. But what about our modern medical procedures? Think about 500 years into our future. What are we doing now that people are going to criticize and call us barbaric for? Additionally, folk remedies that had gained popularity were embraced by plague physicians. The vicary method, which involves strapping a live chicken to the plague bubo, was a notorious example. Certainly paints a scene in one's imagination. This remedy, which is frequently credited to Thomas Vicary, an English physician, called for applying the bare skin of a chicken's backside to the swollen nodes. It was thought that by displaying signs of illness, the chicken would draw out the poison. Until the patient recovered, or the chicken, and frequently the patient, passed away, the chicken would be cleaned and reapplied. In a similar vein, some healers applied pigeons or snakes to the buboes, arguing that these creatures, particularly the snake, which is a representation of evil, at least in our Western mythos, might draw the plague toxin away from the body. Exotic ingredients were tried for wealthier clients. Crushed emeralds were given to patients in the hope that the disease would be cured by the purity of the precious stone. In the hope that lesser poison might balance the greater, other poisons themselves with arsenic or mercury potions, which sadly frequently killed more patients than the plague actually did. Physicians may also recommend the well-known Four Thieves vinegar, a vinegar tonic flavored by cloves, sage, and rosemary that was believed to prevent disease if taken on a daily basis. The legend originated that thieves who allegedly used it to ward off plague while robbing victims. But the simplest treatment, if we call it that, was probably just lancing the buboes. To drain the pus and blood, many barbers/surgeons, or plague doctors in their own right, would use a knife to cut open the swellings. Following a lancing, they frequently applied a drawing salve, such as warm plaster of butter, onion, and garlic, as advised by one Italian plague tract, or cauterized wounds with hot irons. In effort to stop further corruption, Guy de Chauliac, a papal physician in Avignon, described and used this technique. He would wait for the bubo to ripen, lance it, and then cauterize the pus pocket with a hot iron. However, Guy acknowledged that the results were subpar, and that the majority of patients still died. Overall, recovery was more of a surprise than an expectation. Boccaccio noted, very few were ever cured. Almost all died within 3 days of the first symptoms. Therefore, rather than actually curing the disease, plague doctors devoted a large portion of their time to palliative care, or merely observing its progression, trying to learn something. One Spanish physician, Jacques d'Agremont, noted the lack of effective cures and offered prevention advice to colleagues and the general public in one of the first plague treatises he wrote in April 1348. Gentile de Fologno of Bologna, another learned physician, painstakingly recorded plague cases and treatment attempts in multiple books before succumbing to the illness himself in 1348. Their experiments, all over, confirmed a sobering fact, that there was no cure for the Black Death, at least not in medieval medicine. Nevertheless, plague doctors continued to use the resources at their disposal in hopes of at least easing the suffering, or just consoling the dying. After all, they all need something to believe in. Now, of course, we have some safety procedures and medical clothing, their equipment. These physicians are, of course, linked to the famous beaked plague doctor costume, but that entire ensemble dates from the 17th century rather than the 14th. This came around much later. Although they were more ad hoc, plague doctors did take as much precaution as they could during the Black Death era. Physicians in 1348 realized that the plague was somehow contagious. According to Guy de Chauliac, one man caught it from another by looking at him. And it spread so easily that physicians felt useless and ashamed, and it did not dare visit the sick for fear of infection. They don't sound very confident, don't they? Many thought that the contaminated air and toxic fumes released by the ill and their surroundings were the source of the infection. They were kind of on to the right path. Almost. They'll get there eventually. So, in order to combat this, physicians attempted to purify the surrounding air. In an attempt to obstruct the noxious air, they would burn incense, juniper wood, or aromatic herbs in the sick rooms and breathe in the smoke. When approaching a patient, it was customary to bring bouquets of flowers or sachets of potent herbs, such as wormwood, mint, or rosemary, and hold them to the nose. People, including doctors, clung to fragrant posies to ward off the plague miasma. And that practice is reflected by the nursery rhyme, "Ring a rosies, a pocket full of posies." You know, ashes, ashes, we all fall down. That came from the plague. Falling down is dying. I'm sure you figured that part out. But some doctors also suggested masking as a form of protection in the 14th century. An early mention dates back to 1373, when a physician by the name of Johannes Jacobi suggested that doctors on plague duty cover their faces in order to filter the air, but he did not specify the look of the mask. To serve as a crude respirator, doctors typically tied a scarf or piece of cloth, often soaked in vinegar or aromatic oils, over their mouth and nose. They were probably dressed in the standard doctor's gown or robe, perhaps with a leather apron or hood, added for a little bit more protection. Wearing layers of clothing could act as a physical barrier to keep fleas and infectious materials away. A waxed cloak, which is a coat treated with wax or suet to repel liquids, is mentioned in some accounts as being worn by doctors. If it had been used, this would have been an early example of personal protective equipment, albeit in its very early stages. But you've got to start somewhere. They also frequently carried a staff or cane and wore leather gloves. Why the cane, though? Well, it had two functions. It indicated the doctor's authority, and also allowed him to examine or guide the patients without coming into direct contact with them. Or perhaps it also helped ward off desperate people who might crowd a little bit too near. There is that, too. Nothing beats whacking someone with a good cane. Not speaking from experience. So, all of these small precautions changed significantly over time, thanks in large part to the design created by French physician Charles de Lorme, circa 1619. The now famous beaked leather mask with the glass eye openings and a long coat was adopted by plague doctors by the 17th century. De Lorme detailed the outfit, which included a broad-brimmed hat, leather gloves, boots, a gown coated in scented wax, and a face mask with a half-foot-long beak stuffed with medicinal herbs and perfumes. This costume did not exist during the first wave of the Black Death, as we've said, but the idea of it, creating a head-to-toe barrier, was the pinnacle of medieval ideas about protection from miasma. The beak was supposed to act as a kind of filter, so that as the doctor breathed, The impregnated materials would strain out the pestilential miasma. That's a really good band name, isn't it? Pestilential miasma. That sounds good. Anyway, sorry. Well, spectacles were fitted into the eye holes of the mask to protect the eyes from infectious vapors. Gerhard Autzenbach's 1656 German engraving, which was made by the famous Paulus I satirical print, Dr. Schnabel van Rom, depicts a plague doctor wearing a full-beaked regalia, which includes a wooden pointer staff and a wide-brimmed hat. It's perhaps the most famous depiction that we have. But you really do have to remember that although there was no standard uniform in the 14th century, the concept of it was in its infancy. By self-quarantining, when not in use, burning or changing their clothes frequently, and using barriers, gloves, covers, and fragrances while treating patients, the plague doctors really did everything they could with the knowledge they had to prevent getting infected. Following Pope Clement VI's famous practice of keeping fires burning in his chamber during the plague to purify the air, some doctors even sat between large fires. Perhaps apocryphally, this fiery quarantine was said to have kept the Pope safe. So many around him perished, though. Despite their limited knowledge of contagion, these measures demonstrate that the plague doctors were acutely aware of personal danger and instinctively practice an infection control method. But even with precautions, Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes the plague, which we now know spreads through flea bites and respiratory droplets and in pneumonic cases, caused many of the doctors to become ill and eventually die. But we can remember them as their efforts to stay safe with this precursor of the idea of the medical occupation safety. Okay, so that's effectively what they were doing. But what about the social roles and the duties of a plague doctor at this time? Well, during the Black Death, they performed a wide range of social functions in addition to trying to cure people. In addition to being healers, there were also public servants who were frequently expected to carry out quasi-legal and administrative duties. Documenting the spread of the plague was one of their main responsibilities. In order to keep track of body counts and new cases in their community, plague doctors created public records of infections and fatalities. These straightforward tallies were crucial for authorities to determine the severity of an outbreak, during a time when epidemiological science was, of course, lacking. The plague doctor might, for example, visit homes in infected areas, noting who was ill or who was dead, and recording these figures every day for the city register. Being a source of data, these might have been their most helpful service in practice, because effective treatment was so difficult to find. Some plague doctors, according to medical historian Frank Snowden, effectively turned into demographers of death, carefully documenting the disease's progression week by week, month by month. Additionally, plague physicians were frequently asked to observe the dying's last testaments and wills. There were only so many priests to go around, I suppose. They may be the only knowledgeable witness available to certify a will, because they frequently visited the sick beds and arrived when a patient was close to death. The plague doctor's testimony could be used to confirm that a person in articulo mortis had stated their final wishes, because normal legal procedures in many cities simply broke down during the outbreaks. This established a quasi-notarial role for plague doctors. This was expressly stated in some employment contracts too. In the event that priests or notaries were not available, the doctor would take confessions and wills. As a result, The doctors had to handle delicate situations involving individuals getting ready to die, and their presence gave bereaved families some legal certainty. In a similar spirit, they occasionally gave patients advice regarding their behavior prior to death, essentially telling them to settle their affairs, find spiritual solace, or reconcile with their relatives. After the Middle Ages, medical ethics texts state that physicians should treat patients' souls in addition to their bodies. During the plague, this frequently meant serving as the final bridge connecting the dying and the community. But in some cities, post-mortem examinations were even performed by plague doctors. In the 14th century, the plague doctors of Florence and Perugia both asked to conduct or oversee autopsies on plague victims. The objective was to gain a deeper understanding of the disease, the pathophysiology, as a prelude to scientific research. Despite the personal danger of handling infected cadavers, a few trailblazing physicians agreed. Although these autopsies were crude by today's standards, they did produce observations, such as identifying internal lesions or disease tokens, as they called them. In fact, according to one story, a physician who examined bodies in 1349 noticed dark patches on internal organs and came to the conclusion that the corruption had spread through the blood. Although they didn't always result in cures right away, these discoveries improved our understanding of medicine. Some plague physicians, such as George Thompson in London, dissected plague corpses by the 17th century. Thompson is renowned for doing so during the 1665 outbreak, documenting his finding in a treatise called Loimotomia, and masking the stench with incense. These deeds date back to the Middle Ages, when a few courageous physicians went above and beyond the call of duty to investigate the mysteries surrounding the plague. But crucially, plague physicians acted as intermediaries between the infected population and the government. They frequently gave town councils advice on sanitation, quarantine regulations, and how to transport the ill. Some physicians were early proponents of patient isolation because they had direct knowledge of the spread of the plague. Medieval city records from cities like Venice reveal that physicians advocated burning soiled bedding and removing corpses from the streets as practical ways to lessen the miasma. Ibn al-Khatib, a Spanish Muslim physician in Granada, who was not a plague doctor by profession, but was rather a modern medical scholar, even maintained that in 1349 the plague was contagious and recommended quarantine, which was in line with what some astute plague physicians actually suspected. Permanent boards of health were set up in Italian cities following the first wave of plague, in Venice in 1348, and later in Milan, Florence, etc. During subsequent outbreaks, plague doctors often collaborated with these boards to enforce health ordinances. I did a full video about the health ordinances in the town of Pistoia, it was quite funny to see how much it was like the modern times that we had dealt with a few years ago in our own health issues. Therefore, the role of a plague doctor was a combination of public health officer and medical caregiver. While others remained indoors, they were out on the streets, giving orders to mark sick people's homes or to hang white cloths on windows to indicate the sick, as was done during the outbreak in Edinburgh in 1645. To guarantee that the disease were handled properly, they occasionally oversaw the plague carts that carried them from their final resting places. Due to all these responsibilities, plague doctors played a great role in the community's response to the calamity. But personal relationships with patients and the public were extremely difficult for plague doctors. They were feared and needed at the same time. For families who are suffering, the doctor's arrival at the door may offer a slim chance of survival or at least some respite. However, it's also frequently heralded disaster. A neighbor who saw the plague doctor enter a home knew that the residents were probably infected and soon would perish. As a result, the presence of plague doctors on the streets was viewed by many residents as a sign of impending death. The satirical broadside Dr. Schnabel from the 17th century, for instance, portrays the doctor as doing nothing but terrify people and make money from the dead and dying. In fact, there were complaints of dishonest doctors, even in the 14th century, who would demand extra fees for fake miracle cures from desperate patients, capturing this mixed reception in later folklore and art. There were differences in the reliability of plague doctors. While some remained loyal to their duties and showed great compassion, others exploited the chaos for their own benefit. Quackery accusations are also included in accounts of the time. For example, Boccaccio refers to an enormous number of ignorant men and women set up as doctors, suggesting that many so-called plague healers were simply incompetents or frauds who blended in with the real doctors. Treating patients was frequently a heartbreaking task for those who were legitimate. Despite their best efforts, they frequently witnessed agonizing deaths due to the plague's rapid progression. Marchione di Copo Stefani, a Florentine physician, described how the streets and homes were so crowded with plague victims that the doctors could only provide consolation, while the victims perished without medical attention. In his account of Avignon in 1348, Guy de Chauliac wrote, "People were buried without priests, died without servants." He observed that during this period of social collapse, physicians did not dare to visit the sick for fear of infection, and when they did visit them, they could do very little and accomplish nothing. This moving statement from the doctor himself demonstrates the emotional toll and sense of hopelessness that these doctors would have experienced. Another quote from the work: "Father would not visit son, nor son his father. Charity was dead." In response, some plague physicians like Guy doubled down on their work. He famously wrote, "Did not flee, unlike some physicians who abandoned their charges," and kept treating patients until he contracted the plague himself. Indeed, Guy de Chauliac contracted the illness, experienced a protracted fever, and developed a large bubo in his groin. After 6 weeks of suffering, he survived. He later attributed his survival only to God's will. Patient interactions could include anything from brief examinations to compassionate bedside care. Direct physical contact was reduced in many instances. Using his cane to lift clothing or check for swelling without coming into contact with the patient's skin, a plague doctor may examine a patient from a safe distance. Since uroscopy was a common diagnostic technique in medical medicine, he might look at the patient's urine flask if he needed to verify symptoms more thoroughly. In fact, there is an illustration from 1574 from Leyden which depicts a doctor holding up a flask of urine among plague patients, suggesting that this practice was still in use, though we don't know how widely. Doctor-patient conversations were probably brief and formulaic. The doctor would inquire about the onset of symptoms, possibly the smell of the patient's breath. Breath odor was thought to be a diagnostic sign, and check the patient's pulse and buboes. In response, the patient or family would be, of course, bombarding the physician with nervous inquiries, asking if they could help, to which the physician may cautiously offer regimen recommendations. Common recommendations included praying for divine mercy, taking warm baths or steam inhalations with herbs if one was well enough, and altering one's diet, avoiding cold, moist food and eating more bread and soup. But most doctors, no matter how logical, frequently suggested prayer as a component of the treatment, perhaps not for a medical case, but just to offer some comfort. In the eyes of the public, plague physicians occasionally became suspects, or even scapegoats. People sometimes feared that doctors themselves spread the disease because they frequently handled the belongings of the dying, even to burn them more, perhaps for research purposes, and moved among the sick. In certain areas, there were rumors that a naive physician treating a plague might unintentionally spread the disease from home to home on his clothing. Due to numerous contracts that stated that plague doctors should not interact with the healthy population unless absolutely necessary, this resulted in cases where doctors were shunned, or even shunned outside of their duties. In essence, the physician was also regarded as contagious in and of himself. Although it was not specifically directed at doctors, it illustrates the type of fear in which a plague doctor operated, where any association with the pestilence aroused dread. In one extreme case, public paranoia about plague spreaders in Milan in 1630 during a later outbreak resulted in the torture and execution of people accused of purposely spreading the plague, i.e., plague carriers. However, there are plenty of stories that highlight the bravery and kindness of some plague physicians. When everyone else who could ran away, many had stayed. Even priests would not go into the affected hovels they entered. Some plague physicians became local heroes as a result, at least to those they helped. Venetian city records, for instance, commemorate the sacrifice of a number of doctors who died in 1348 while caring for the ill. Chronicles in England mention doctors who died while on duty in places like Norwich and Bristol, suggesting that they were well respected for their work. A sort of archetype of the plague doctor as a selfless martyr to duty developed over time. The plague doctor in Albert Camus' novel, The Plague, which is set in the 20th century, is portrayed at the same level of perseverance, demonstrating how prevalent this archetype is in later literature. The very existence of plague doctors represented society's refusal to completely give up in the face of the Black Death, holding on, if only just by a thread. Even though many individual doctors in immediate medieval context failed or faltered, they were gloomy, solemn individuals trudging through deserted streets in an attempt, perhaps a futile one, to restore some semblance of order or healing to those communities torn apart. And now we will have some notable personal narratives. We are quite fortunate to have some first-hand accounts from Black Death doctors that shed light on their experiences and ideas, but among the most well-known is Guy de Chalier. Guy served as Pope Clement VI's personal physician and was in the center of the 1348 plague outbreak in Avignon. We've already talked about him briefly, but we'll go into a little detail. Later in his medical treatise Inventarium Sive Chirurgia Magna, 1363, he included a section specifically on the plague, and he doesn't hold back when describing his own fear and illness. He gives a clear, clinical account of plague symptoms as follows. It was so contagious, especially that which involves spitting of blood, that one man caught it from another just by living near him, but even by looking at him. Then he sees the collapse of society, where people were buried without priests, and died without servants. Father would not visit son, and Charity was dead. Guy's candid admission that physicians did not dare visit the sick for fear of infection is remarkable of itself. Shows that a doctor is aware of his colleagues' limitations, and he also isolated himself and just waited after he got his own disease, which was probably the bubonic form and was caused by the aposteme or bubo in his groin. He said he only survived because God let him. Guy de Chauliac's account is valuable because it blends personal narrative with medical observation, and he was a model of the devoted plague doctor. Because of his bravery in carrying on his own work, he even returned to duty during another outbreak in 1360. The previously mentioned Faculty of Medicine in Paris report, 1348, is another recent source. Although it isn't a single doctor's private journal, it does reflect the opinions of the learned medical community at the time. In it, they analyze the causes and then offer suggestions for treatments and a schedule. They suggested wholesome remedies, like moderate bleeding, using laxatives to cleanse the body, eating herbs that aid in digestion, and avoiding taking too many baths. Now, why is that? Well, because open pores could allow toxins to enter. In order to purify the air, they also suggested avoiding swampy and odorous areas, sprinkling vinegar and starting fires in homes. Of course, in a safe manner. You don't want more problems on your hand. This document from Paris demonstrates the official medical position and what doctors would have advised at the time. That is just to stay away from excess, bolster your body's humors, and maintain a hygienic and fragrant environment. Some of the advice, of course, such as avoiding spoiled food or dirty areas, had slight advantages, but the majority was still pretty useless. The voice of Jacques d'Agremont of Catalonia, who wrote Regimen of Protection Against the Pestilence in April of 1348, comes from the Iberian Peninsula, that is, Spain, or thereabouts. With the intention of educating lay people, he spoke to the people of Lleida in the local dialect of Catalan. Jacque's treatise stands out for providing methodological explanations of the plague. He makes it quite evident that every plague begins in one region, before being conveyed from place to place through a variety of methods. This suggests early comprehension of geographic spread and contagion, whether they knew it or not. Although he did not support the persecution that followed such rumors, he did acknowledge that human agency or evil men could spread the plague, a reference to the widespread fear of conspirators or well poisoners. Jacque's text contains detailed regimen advice because he wanted to calm his neighbors by giving a sense of control. He advised avoiding fatigue, using protective perfumes, and maintaining a healthy diet to balance the body's humors. As one of the earliest works on the Black Death, his treatise serves as a first-hand public health guideline from a plague physician to the general public. Gentile da Foligno, a physician from Bologna, who was one of the first researchers to examine the plague, also provides us with an indirect voice. In addition to writing multiple consultations, Gentile might have conducted an autopsy on a plague victim according to some accounts. He studied the body of a pig infected with the disease in order to comprehend it. That's a good start. He postulated that a miasma had infiltrated the blood, which was the cause of the plague, and like many others, he attributed its beginning to the planetary alignment in 1345. The fact that Gentile died in 1348 while teaching that one must stay to treat patients, well, that's testimony enough. This type of anecdote emphasizes the personal risk that doctors simply had to accept. One of his students wrote that his master became ill after working among the plague victims continuously, and that he died, I quote, as one who tested his theories to the end. The actions of plague doctors were discussed also by non-physician observers. In Florence, Boccaccio tells of a vivid story about how many doctors were afraid to visit patients with the plague, and those who did frequently failed to achieve anything. Many doctors in England disregarded the oath taken by the monk Henry Knighton, who wrote, "Doctors were bound by oath not to absent themselves." Even when doctors ministered diligently, the outcomes were seldom happy, he continued to write, adding that those who stayed were either extremely compassionate or had no choice. Chronicles such as these, though not from the medical field, support the idea of the plague doctor as a person fighting against insurmountable odds, and you can't argue with that. So let's talk now a bit more about the regulations and the authorities overseeing the doctors. Of course, this is going to be different from place to place and time to time, but we'll provide a general overview and some examples. Now, in essence, plague doctors worked for the city or the state, and their contracts and rules show how officials attempted to control the situation. A normal plague doctor's contract would specify expected duties, salaries, and length of service, which was usually for the duration of the epidemic. Giovanni de Ventura's contract in Pavia, 1479, for example, probably contained provisions requiring to treat all patients, regardless of class, that he could not refuse to enter homes infected with the disease, and that he could not leave the city without authorization or until the pandemic was over. These provisions were required because in the event that things simply became too bad, some hired doctors might become frightened and just get their things and leave, quite literally running for their lives. According to records, some towns had to deprive their plague doctors of their wage or threaten punishment in order to prevent them from abandoning their posts. In order to maintain public safety and compliance, plague doctors were occasionally placed in quarantine themselves. They may have had to reside in a specific home, which could include a temporary medical facility or remote housing. During their tenure, a plague doctor essentially lived in a constant isolation, since they frequently, according to one, had to serve a long quarantine after serving a plague patient. To prevent spreading the infection from patients to others, they were not allowed to go to public events, marketplaces, and they weren't even allowed to go to church. Doctors typically had to go through a rigorous quarantine, 40 days of isolation after their service ended or the plague subsided before returning to normal society. These regulations show that authorities considered plague physicians to be both essential but potentially hazardous carriers. Black Death-era city ordinances provide insight into how plague physicians were incorporated into more comprehensive policies. By the end of 1348, public health regulations in many Italian cities had established pest houses or plague hospitals. I mean, neither name is very inviting. But they also had special cemeteries outside of city walls, prohibited the healthy from interacting with the sick, and mandated street cleaning. Some of these measures were supervised by plague doctors themselves. After all, you better bring the experts. A physician might be assigned to oversee a plague hospital if one existed, where the ill, impoverished were gathered in order to keep them apart from the city. Think of it kind of like a leper colony. While the renowned Visconti method of confining the sick to their homes was being used in Milan, doctors were assigned to periodically visit those homes from a safe distance and report any changes, basically ensuring that if anyone died or recovered, that information was recorded properly. A chief plague physician may have had help from barber surgeons, who performed bloodletting and lancings, apothecaries, who prepared medications, and local barbers or bathkeepers, who may have performed some of the regimen of tasks like bleeding or fumigation under the doctor's supervision. According to accounts of multiple tiers of medical staff, a whole team could be hired by the government, with the top plague doctor providing guidance. Cities employed 2 plague physicians in certain instances, particularly later in the century, and assigned them different responsibilities. One may have been in charge of autopsies and research, while the other handled the daily patient visits. Flip a coin. They're both not very nice. But even with the best of intentions, rules may not have always been applied consistently. Long after the plague was over, some doctors petitioned for their promised pay, showing that governments weren't always quick on the wages. George Ray, who worked as a plague doctor in Edinburgh in 1645, is one example. 15 years later, he was still attempting to get his full payment. This implies that although cities took these contracts seriously, payment may be delayed due to political or financial unrest. Earlier accounts of the Black Death mention town councils rewarding the widows of plague physicians who lost their lives while on duty with bonuses or pensions. The role of plague doctors in the medieval medical hierarchy was one particularly intriguing feature of their work. University-trained doctors typically worked privately for pay and refused to follow directives from public authorities. However, health enforcement's civic role expanded during plague emergencies. In an unusual move at the time, city governments successfully imposed public control over medical practice by employing plague physicians directly. The idea of public health officers was certainly inspired by this. This made some well-known doctors uncomfortable, and some of them turned down such positions, leaving them to less experienced. According to one historical analysis, this is just one of the reasons why many plague physicians were second-rate doctors, or just young doctors trying to make a name for themselves. In the larger medical community, accepting a position dealing with municipal plague might have been somewhat stigmatized, as it was risky and less prestigious than caring for affluent patients during peacetime. But occasionally, those who did serve, if they survived, became quite well known. Since he could claim to be an expert in pestilential disease, a successful plague doctor could later use the experience to boost his reputation. Front page of the resume, that is for sure. A doctor who worked during a plague outbreak, for instance, frequently wrote a treatise on the disease later on, which could improve that reputation further. According to one account, more than 281 plague treatises appeared between 1350 and 1500, indicating that a large number of them were published in the latter half of the 14th century. These were often written by frontline medical professionals, essentially the plague doctors imparting their hard-earned wisdom, but surely a few of them must have been copies or fakes. After all, to improve one's resume, one tends to embellish the facts just a little bit. And now, stories from the plague. There's a few kind of unusual or interesting occurrences that had happened at this time, or within the context of the greater happenings. So we will go through a few of these that has been documented to put a more human face on this. Now, we have mentioned the fires of the Pope, that is Pope Clement VI of Avignon. This was at the advice of his official physicians. He kept 2 large fires burning constantly on either side of his throne room and just sat there, waiting for the plague to be over. Apparently, this was supposed to purify the air. It was probably advised by his doctors, who also provided the aromatic woods to feed the fires. Additionally, he sat alone. It's noteworthy that none of the papal doctors perished during that outbreak too, which some attribute to this fiery quarantine. The extent to which they went is demonstrated by this striking picture of a ruler surrounded by flames, as the medical professionals dash in and out to treat the ill. And then we have the Critique by Matteo Villani. During the time of the Black Death, the chronicler from Florence, Matteo Villani, wrote harshly about physicians, claiming that doctors with their medicines killed many more than the diseases did. Now this is a little bit exaggerated. It suggests that some of the members of the public believed that certain treatments, such as bloodletting and powerful potions, were actually just accelerating deaths. Villani also described how, until the city raised payments, there was never a doctor in Florence available for any price. They'd all either died or fled. And then, of course, we have the well poisoning story. Jews and other minorities were blamed in many places after being accused of causing the plague by poisoning wells. Some plague physicians contributed these incidents by either dismissing the charges as unfounded. Some urged authorities to view the disease as natural rather than malevolent, or by actually giving them legitimacy, depending on their personal feelings towards that group of people. It was all fueled in one Geneva case, when a doctor allegedly testified that a powder discovered in a well was poisonous. It shows how during those anxious times, everyone's always willing to point the finger of blame at someone. But something that you probably didn't see coming is Nostradamus. He did some bit of work on the plague too. Despite being a 16th century man, Nostradamus is frequently brought up in relation to plague physicians because of his creative methods during subsequent outbreaks. You see, he wasn't just a fortune teller, or, well, arguably he was one of them, but he was also a trained physician. He avoided the typical bleeding and purging during the Provence plague in the 1540s. Rather, he concentrated on preventative care and hygiene. Among his well-known recommendations were to remove the infected corpses as soon as possible, clean the streets, expose patients to sunlight and fresh air, and give them a vitamin C-rich rosehip jam. Reports state that his cure rate was remarkable at the time, because it depicts a plague doctor departing from medieval customs and hinting at contemporary ideas. This is a pretty remarkable story. We're talking about isolation, cleanliness, and nutrition, rather than going back to the old Galenic theories. A minority view at the time, Nostradamus was also cautioned against bloodletting for plague. He is famous for other reasons, of course, but his time as a plague doctor shows how some practitioners in later times took note of the mistakes made in 1348 and decided to try something different. Well, eventually the image of the plague doctor became so ingrained in popular culture that it was the subject of gloomy jokes. A satirical poem ridiculing the doctor's inutility was included with the Polish first engraving Dr. Schnabel. According to what is written about Dr. Beek, he is a foolish character, despite the fact that he wears an odd mask and carries a cane. Exaggerated features such as a large beak, claw-like gloves, and a winged hourglass on his staff are all purely artistic additions to the doctor's appearance. The widespread circulation of this print suggests that the plague doctor was as much of a folklore figure as a real person by the 17th century. As a macabre joke, people even dressed up as plague doctors during the Italian carnival celebrations. The tradition is still carried out today in Venice's Carnival with the Medico per la Peste mask. Pretty interesting example of how trauma's processed, I think. Such a terrifying role became a masquerade theme. What was once terrorized can now be mocked. Everyone has to deal with the trauma in a different way. Well, finally, we have that tale of John Polytus and George Ray. Now, we already mentioned George Ray, the Edinburgh plague physician. John Polytus was practicing there too in 1645. It shows the unappreciated nature of the work, at least in some places. Polytus began during the outbreak but passed away a few months later. Guess what from? After taking over, George Ray survived the pandemic. But as we mentioned, they didn't pay him. So what did he do? He petitioned the city for the unpaid portion. But he was still attempting to collect the debt 20 years later. Now this leads me to believe that this debt must have been a substantial amount, and I can put a story in my head. Think about it. We're going into a little bit of imagination here. But after poor old John Polytus died, it would have been a little bit hard to find someone's position to take over that one. You think about it. If you're going in as a plague doctor, well, what's the worst that can happen? Well, if you look at what happened to John Polytus, well, that is the worst that can happen. You can die from the plague. So what does the government do? To get a new doctor, they have to have a plague doctor, right? Well, they offer a sum that is so ridiculous that it is too good to turn down. Of course, George Ray, seeing the dollar signs rolling around in his eyes, of course couldn't refuse that one. But the problem was, it was an upfront payment. And then when the time came where the bill came in, well, there were problems. Always problems. Poor old George Ray. Well, at least he survived. That's one thing. Of course, I'm sure he survived with quite a bitter taste. Well, every one of these little stories, it just adds to the story of how plague developed in a more human sense. The mosaic of the experiences and representations of plague doctors. Occasionally they too were victims of fate, subjects of art, heroes in retrospect, and villains in rumors. The lives of the doctors were linked to the worst disaster of their time, whether they were walking through towns with staff and herbs, or lying fevered in their own beds. Well, for the final part of the video, I'd love to be able to tell you that the plague ends around 1352, somewhat like that, and it just goes away and everybody lived happily ever after. I'm afraid that's not what happens. In fact, we still got the plague today. So we're going to talk about the subsequent plague epidemics, and of course, how did the doctors of the time deal with them? Sure, it's a couple of 100 years, and medical technology and research isn't quite where it is, or it should be to deal with such a problem. But there were some advancements. So, the plague recurred in waves throughout Europe for centuries following the first Black Death in the 14th century. The function of the doctor evolved and remained constant over time. Societies continued to use designated plague physicians in subsequent outbreaks, ranging from the second pandemic that included the Great Plague of 1665 in London and the Marseille Plague of 1720, to all the little intermittent outbreaks in the 18th century. But as public health infrastructure and medical knowledge gradually advanced, the methods of the plague doctors eventually changed. During the late medieval era, the 15th century, plague struck Europe every few decades. The 1361 to 62 Children's Plague, and the plague of the 1370s, etc. It was just an unfortunate fact of life. At the time, permanent health boards were in place, in places like Milan and Venice. But in those days, the plans of these boards frequently included plague doctors too. More formalization is evident in the establishment of quarantine stations, or as they called them, lazarettos, in the use of health passes to restrict travel, and the role of plague doctor as part of the large response that may have included inspectors, grave diggers, cleaners, and guards enforcing cordons sanitaires. Strict measures, such as sealing off any household with plague, contributed to Milan's success in 1374. They did very, very well, actually, and later in 1630 in controlling the disease. However, doctors continued to visit and confirm cases, albeit from outside the sealed homes. Charles Delorme's description of the plague doctor's costume spread through continental Europe by the 17th century. Many physicians wore heavy protective gear during the Great Plague of London in 1665 and the Great Plague of Naples in 1656. But not all doctors in London in 1665 wore plague suits. For those who worked in particularly dangerous positions, such as the city pest house, might have. Ugh. Just the word pest house. I can only imagine the most miserable place on earth. Well, debatable, sure. Even though they were unaware of the mechanism, more doctors by this point had to accept the concept of person-to-person contagion, and were more careful to isolate themselves whenever feasible. Dr. Nathaniel Hodges, for example, bravely remained in London to treat plague victims before writing Loimologica in 1672. He explained that he kept a sponge soaked in vinegar and camphor to breathe through while visiting patients, drank wine infused with tobacco as a preventative, and self-quarantined in his quarters every night. A clearer understanding of contagion and some chemical disinfectants, tobacco, smoke, and camphor, strong-smelling compound, were believed to clean the air. At least this shows somewhat of an evolution from the 1348 pandemics. The growing use of inoculant-like procedures was another trend over time. Some late plague doctors in Turkey and Russia tried crude forms of variolation, that is, using the smallpox concept, by applying bubo material to superficial cuts on healthy people in an attempt to create a mild illness for immunity, even though there was no real vaccine for the plague. Although these trials weren't very common or effective, they do show that some practitioners in the 18th century began to adopt a more experimental approach, and it was somewhat based in scientific method. They were on the right track. Many people believed that the Great Plague of Marseille in 1720 was the final significant outbreak in Western Europe. Organized efforts played a significant role in the plague doctor during this event. There were several physicians and surgeons in the city, some from outside and some from nearby, and they did dress up in various plague costumes. An illustration from that era depicts a physician in Marseille's lazaretto donning a hooded outfit, long waxed robe, boots, gloves, and of course, a crude mask. Although medical theory had not significantly progressed beyond humors by 1720, some people improved practices, and they were made possible by empirical experience. For instance, the mass burning of contaminated goods and airing out of homes was supervised by plague doctors in Marseille. A compound cordial, plague water, and even an improvised plague vaccine were tried on prisoners by one doctor, Giovanni Pilarni, with varying degrees of success, of course. The outbreak was the last of its kind in Europe, though the death toll was still very high and many doctors unfortunately perished. The plague then disappeared from European life for a time, either as a result of improved quarantine at ports, alterations in the climate, or changes in rat populations. The traditional image of the plague doctor vanished as the disease began to subside. There were still outbreaks in the Middle East and Eastern Europe in the late 18th and early 19th century, though. For example, in 1771 there was a severe plague in Moscow, during which the doctors were working, and, well, one of them was eventually killed by a riot when he attempted to shut down a church to prevent gatherings. However, the role virtually vanished in Western and Central Europe as a result of the disease. And by the 19th century, medicine had moved on to new problems, and even a better understanding of infectious diseases. When the third plague pandemic struck Asia, and then some other parts of the world in 1894, doctors were wearing the hats of modern epidemiologists. Equipped with microscopes, they quickly identified the plague bacillus and the flea that spreads it. The days of the ancient plague doctor, complete with beaked masks and astrologically timed bloodletting, were all but over. So looking back, the legacy of the plague doctors is not entirely positive. In most cases, they did not significantly reduce mortality or even cure the Black Death. Many of the remedies they used were actually quite harmful, or at least ineffective, and their knowledge was limited. But don't write them off. They were by no means useless. When there wasn't much available, they offered care, albeit limited. They documented important information, comforted the dying, and urged authorities to address the situation. Some secondary aspects of the disease environment were at least addressed by some of their preventative measures, such as isolating the ill, burning trash, and using perfumes to cover up some offensive odors. In a time when escaping was frequently necessary for self-preservation, their bravery, for those who served with true diligence at least, is quite remarkable. As one chronicler put it, like a pilot in a storm with no harbor, the image of the lone plague doctor wandering the empty streets still endures. What plague physicians witnessed and experienced over time established a groundwork for public health, including the significance of cleanliness and isolation, as well as the eventual notion that disease may have particular cause that can be looked into. Their autopsies and case notes fed into later scientific inquiries. Well, in any case, the tale of what the plague physicians truly accomplished is still gripping. It's evidence of how people try their best to face the unknown, imperfect, scared, occasionally misguided, and occasionally brave people, standing between a terrible disease and a community so desperate for help. Under all this tremendous pressure, they represented the nexus of medieval science, civic responsibility, and compassion. Even though they were unable to save the millions that died, their efforts were not in vain. They left behind records, gained knowledge, and demonstrated that people could care for the sick, even in the most dire circumstances. And isn't that what a doctor's meant to do? It's an early chapter in the lengthy history of public health epidemic response, and the plague doctor, with his strange cures, his bizarre costumes, and, frankly, sometimes questionable behavior, continues to be a potent symbol of the medieval struggle against the Black Death. In the year 218, the people of Kashgar watched in awe as Mongol horsemen stormed through their city. But not to obliterate their faith, they came to announce its freedom. A Persian chronicler relates that the Mongol conquerors permitted the recitation of the takbir and the azan, and caused a herald to proclaim the town that each should abide by his own religion and follow his own creed. Then we knew the existence of this people, the Mongols, to be one of the mercies of the Lord. The scene was repeated across a vast empire. The Mongols, fearsome warriors who sacked cities all the way from Beijing to Baghdad, often showed an extraordinary and, frankly, surprising tolerance for the religion of those they conquered. It's a striking paradox. How can the same empire that spread terror on the battlefield foster a realm where Buddhists, Muslims, Christians, and others generally worshipped in complete peace? It's the kind of paradox we explore today, examining the religious tolerance of the Mongols from the time of Genghis Khan's rise around 1206, through the heights of the unified empire, and into later khanates like the Yuan dynasty in China and the Ilkhanate in Persia. We'll travel from the felt tents of Genghis Khan's encampment, where shamans and imams might both find favor, to the cosmopolitan capital of Karakoram, where as one visitor marveled, quote, 12 temples of idols, 2 mosques, and a Christian church, all stood within the walls. So, we're going on a 13th century world tour. We'll see Genghis Khan forging unprecedented policies of religious freedom to bind together his sprawling conquests. We'll sit in on debates among monks, mullahs, and priests at the great Khan's courts. We'll observe Kublai Khan in later times, honoring every prophet he knows in a grand gesture of respect to all faiths. But we'll also scrutinize things where we can, a banned ritual here, a zealous prince there. Everyone's tolerance has its limits. I think by the end, you might just view the Mongol Empire in a new light, not only as history's largest contiguous empire, but as a unique experiment in medieval coexistence. Well, let me welcome you to the channel first. It's good to see any newcomers coming along today. Interesting topic. Thank you very much for those supporting on the Patreon and who visited the merch store. And thank you to those who clicked the subscribe button, which is conveniently located next to the like button. Well, thank you very much. Well, that's enough of that. Let's get into the topic. Nice and relaxed, as always. Well, we better start with Genghis Khan then. It seems like the best place, or the only place to start with the Mongol Empire. If you don't know, he came to power in 1206 as the supreme leader of a once fragmented cluster of Mongol and Turkic tribes. His unification of the steppe was achieved through blood and iron, sure. Yet from early on, Genghis showed a notable openness towards diverse religions. Raised in the shamanistic tradition of the Mongols, a belief in the eternal blue sky, Tengur, and in shamans who could communicate with the spirit world, Genghis nevertheless sought wisdom from many sources. The secret history of the Mongols' own 13th century chronicle, depicts him as a man who believed he was guided by heaven's will. While it does not lay out explicit policies on foreign faiths, it certainly recounts how Genghis valued spiritual power. For example, he curbed the influence of an overreaching shaman once, Kokochu Teb-Tengur, when it threatened his authority, indicating that Genghis respected religion, but only so long as it did not challenge his rule. Once again, we say that tolerance has its limits. So from the start of his imperial conquests, Genghis realized that pragmatic toleration could be a powerful tool. His empire exploded outward in all directions, quickly encompassing Muslims, Christians, Buddhists, Taoists, and others. Imposing a single belief on these disparate peoples was neither desirable nor practical to him. Instead, he famously declared that all religions should be respected. so long as they do not undermine the state. According to Juvaini, a Persian historian who served the Mongols, Genghis introduced a formal policy of religious freedom during the war against the Khwarezmian Empire, that is from 1219 to 1221. In the midst of that ferocious campaign in Central Asia, he proclaimed that Islamic practices were to be allowed. Juvaini specifies that Mongol leaders permitted the recitation of the Islamic call to prayer, called the Azan, even as Mongol armies occupied Khwarezm cities. And this was no small gesture. If you are familiar with it, the call to prayer is a public and, frankly, very open symbol of Islam, very powerful, very loud. It's hard to miss. For the newly subjected Muslims to hear Allahu Akbar ring out unmolested in Mongol rule was a clear sign that their faith would not be persecuted. Genghis likely saw that contented subjects were easier to govern, and that by respecting their gods, he might win their hearts even as he held their lands. In 1218, another episode solidified Genghis's reputation for tolerance, his intervention in the lands of Karakitai. The ruler of that Central Asian kingdom, a prince named Kuchlug, had brutally persecuted his Muslim subjects. In fact, he tried to force them to abandon the Islamic rites. Muslim envoys fled to Genghis Khan for help. Seizing the opportunity, Genghis marched in, defeated Kuchlug, and lifted any ban or restriction on Islam. The people of Kashgar, as we saw in the introduction, welcomed the Mongols as liberators who restored their freedom to worship. And it was here that Genghis first earned the honorific defender of religion among the grateful Muslims. To be sure that Genghis's motivations were not purely altruistic, by toppling Kuchlug and championing religious freedom, he also tightened his grip on a key region and the loyalty of its populace. Yet the outcome was that, unlike many conquerors, before and after, the Mongol Khan did not impose his own religion on the conquered. Instead, he used this tolerance as a tool of empire building. Beyond these grand pronouncements, Khan backed up his policy in concrete ways. One celebrated measure was his exemption of the religious clergy from taxation and labor. All holy men, whether Buddhist monks, Christian priests, Taoist sages, Muslim imams, all of them, they were excused from paying taxes and from corvée labor under Genghis's rule. I'm sure the lines to sign up for being a holy man were very, very long in those days because of this. And this was also codified in decrees and continued by his successors. A preserved Mongol edict shows the official formula. Quote, according to the decree of Genghis Khan, which says that may the Muslims, Buddhists, Christians, Taoists be exempt from all taxation, and may they pray to God on our behalf. Basically, the Mongols invested in the goodwill and prayers of the religious class. By lightening their burdens, the Khans earned the gratitude of priests and monks, who often in turn encouraged their flocks to accept Mongol rule. Genghis also showed personal respect to religious figures. He met with leaders of different faiths, famously inviting a Taoist hermit, Chou Chu-ji, to his camp in 1222 to seek spiritual guidance on how to live longer. He treated the sage with honor, calling him immortal, listening to his counsel. This anecdote, recorded by the Taoist disciples, illustrates his curiosity and respect, even to faiths far removed from his own shamanic roots. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. The Mongol tolerance had its pragmatic limits. Genghis Khan's chief priority was unity and obedience in his realm. That always came first. And if any religious practice seemed to threaten social order or his authority, he didn't hesitate to crack down. Loyalty to the Khan came before loyalty to anything else. A clear example of this came later in his reign, when despite his broad-minded stance, Genghis took an action against a certain Muslim and Jewish customs. According to Rashid al-Din, a 14th century Persian historian, Genghis at one point forbade halal slaughter and kosher practices, as well as circumcision within his domains. This decree meant that Muslims and Jews could not openly slaughter animals in the ritually prescribed way or perform the rites of circumcision for a time. At first glance, such a ban contradicts the idea of Genghis as a defender of religion. So why did he do it? Well, the sources hint that Mongol sensibilities were offended by the aspects of these practices. For instance, the Mongols' traditional reverence for blood and aversion to spilling it on the ground clashed with the halal method of slaughtering animals by bleeding them. Additionally, there were incidents of Muslim subjects refusing to eat food offered by their Mongol overlords because it wasn't prepared halal, which the Khans frankly just saw as rude. Well, Genghis's solution was to temporarily prohibit the practice, causing friction. Notably, these restrictions were the exception and not the rule, but they were born of a specific practical concern and later lifted. Decades after Genghis, his grandson Kublai Khan reissued a similar ban on halal slaughter in 1280, when some Muslim officials refused to eat the food at the imperial table. But even Kublai revoked that decree after about 10 years. It certainly shows that Mongol tolerance, while broad, was not unconditional. The Khans expected that no custom, however sacred, should undermine imperial authority. If a ritual was seen as hindering governance or offending Mongol values, it might be curtailed. Yet importantly, even these rare edicts did not amount to general persecution. Genghis never tried to forcibly convert Muslims or expel them. He merely curbed certain practices at certain times. And by the end of his life, dying in 1227, an institutional culture of religious pluralism was taking root in the Mongol Empire. One could travel from the Mongols' original steppe homeland across Central Asia and find Buddhist monasteries, mosques, churches, all operating under Mongol protection. Inhabitants of this nascent empire learned that as long as they paid their tribute and did not rebel, the Khan would just leave them alone, basically. Genghis himself is said to have summed up his view in a simple metaphor. Just as God gave different fingers to the hand, he has given different ways to men. Yeah, it's an interesting way of looking at it. Well, whether or not these exact words came from Genghis, they're often attributed to a later Khan. The sentiment captures the early Mongol attitude that multiple paths to the divine could certainly exist. And this foundational ethos would be maintained and even expanded by Genghis's successors, who ruled history's largest land empire by becoming the guardians of many faiths. So, after Genghis Khan's death, his immediate successors carried the torch of religious toleration and held it high. Genghis's son, Ogedei Khan, who ruled from 1229 to 1241, inherited an empire spanning from China to the Middle East, filled with diverse peoples. Ogedei, a practical and affable ruler, understood that supporting many religions bolstered his legitimacy. During Ogedei's reign, the Mongol capital city of Karakorum truly became a showcase of the empire's pluralism. This city, rising on the windswept plains of Mongolia, was but a tiny microcosm of Eurasia. The Franciscan friar, William of Rubruck, who visited Karakorum in 1254, provides a pretty good eyewitness description. He marveled that within Karakorum's mud and brick walls there were 2 quarters, one for the Saracens, the Muslims, and one for the Cathayans, the Chinese. There are 12 idol temples, 2 mosques where the law of Muhammad is proclaimed, and 1 Christian church at the far end of town. Consider how astonishing that was in the 13th century. One small city on the Asian steppe, where one could find Buddhist temples, Muslim mosques, Nestorian Christian churches, all serving their faithful. Traders from Arabia could say their prayers at a mosque. Chinese artisans could burn incense to the Buddha, and European captives or merchants could attend Sunday Mass, all under the Khan's protection. Rubrick's account shows that by the mid-13th century, the Mongols had created an environment where multiple religions literally stood side by side. And so, at Karakoram and other royal camps, the great Mongol Khans patronized interfaith dialogues and debates. Mongol rulers enjoyed pitting religious scholars against each other, learned in disputation, not to humiliate them, but to hear different philosophies and perhaps glean some wisdom, and also, some scholars note, for entertainment. Ogedei Khan reportedly sponsored such debates among Buddhist, Muslims, and Christians. The tradition continued under his successors. The atmosphere at the Mongol court was one of curious, if somewhat patronizing inquiry. Since the Mongols themselves had no dogmatic scripture beyond their reverence for Tenga, heaven, they were intrigued by the teaching of Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Taoism, etc. One could encounter a Taoist monk from China, a Syriac Christian priest, and a Sufi mystic from Persia, all dining together at the Khan's table. Each would pray in his own fashion before the meal, and the Mongols allowed each prayer, hoping to cover all bases of divine favor. The Mongol elite often synthesized or simultaneously practiced elements of different faiths. Many of them still observed shamanic rituals honoring heaven and their ancestors, even as they also attended, say, a Buddhist ceremony. There was no notion of exclusive religion. The Mongols saw the spiritual world as plural. This outlook made them exceptionally adaptive and accommodating rulers of a very broad empire. The reign of Mongol Khan, 1251 to 59, a grandson of Genghis, is particularly notable for the Mongols' ecumenical spirit, but as well as revealing some of its limits. Mongol presided over the empire at its territorial peak, and he kept a firm policy of toleration. Like his predecessors, Mongol exempted religious institutions from taxes, and even granted some churches and mosques official privileges. He was surrounded by a cosmopolitan court. His mother had been a Christian from the Karaite tribe, and many of Mongol's closest advisors were either Muslim or Christian. William of Rubric spent several months in Mongol's court and left a detailed report of religious life there. On feast days, Mongol would invite representatives of each creed, Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, offering prayers and blessings in turn. Rubric describes one remarkable debate in 1254 that Mongol had organized between himself and, as a Catholic friar, some Nestorian Christian clergy, a group of Muslim clerics and Buddhist lamas. They argued theology in front of the Khan, each defending his faith. Mongol ensured the debate remained civil, though heated, and reportedly enjoyed the theological sparring. After one such debate or discussion, Mongol Khan gave Rubric a candid explanation of why the Mongols patronized all religions. Citing the one God above, Mongol said to the assembled visitors, "We Mongols believe in one God, by whom we live and die. Just as God gave different fingers to the hand, so he's given different ways to men." Once again, this is where we get the attribution to the later Khans. In other words, the Almighty may be one, but he granted diverse paths for worship to him. This profound analogy, the hand with many different fingers, is one of the most famous statements of Mongol religious policy, and I actually really like it. I think it's a good saying. Either way, it came straight from the great Khan's mouth as recorded by a rubric, arguments notwithstanding. Mungo went on to chastise the Western Christians for not following their own scriptures fully, and explained that God gave the Mongols their own way, in their case relying on the shamans and their traditional worship of heaven. The Mongol ruler's view was essentially pluralistic. He had no need for all the peoples to share one religion, as long as they all recognized the overarching supremacy of heaven, and by extension, heaven's earthly instrument, the Khan. It's worth noting that Mungo's statement also carried an undertone of Mongol imperial authority. Immediately after the different fingers remark, he warned that if any group defied the Mongols, believing their religion made them superior, they would be swiftly dealt with. Tolerance was extended by the Mongols, but they expected reciprocal respect and political obedience. Another instructive encounter occurred during Mungo's era was the King Hethum I of Cilicia, a Christian monarch who visited Karakorum seeking alliance. Hethum reportedly urged Mungo to convert to Christianity. Mungo politely rejected him, stating that he wished that all his subjects truly worshipped the Messiah, an interesting remark showing he admired Christian devotion. But, he said, I cannot force them to change their religion. This response shows a critical aspect of Mongol policy. Unlike many rulers of that age, the Khans generally did not endorse forced conversion. Mungo saw value in Christianity, but he would not impose it on the multitudes of Muslims and Buddhists and others under his rule. For the Mongols, social stability and loyalty were far more important than anything else. In fact, forcing a new religion on conquered peoples would have been a recipe for rebellion, and that's a mistake that the Khans wisely avoided. Thus Mungo's reign continued the broad pattern. The Mongol Empire was an umbrella, sheltering all faiths, so long as those accepted Mongol dominion. That being said, even under these enlightened Khans, not every Mongol princeling was tolerant, nor was every incident harmonious. There are no perfect worlds, after all. Some members of the royal family held personal grudges or prejudices. An example comes from a hostile Muslim source, Juaini or Juziani in India, who despised the Mongols for their conquest. He claimed that Genghis Khan's second son, Chagatai, was particularly cruel to Muslims, alleging among the Mongol rulers there was not one who was a greater enemy of Islam, and that Chagatai even urged massacring them all. Well, the account is likely a bit of an exaggeration, colored by the trauma of conquests. In fact, Juziani was writing about the destruction of Khwarezm and the slaughter in cities like Balkh and Bukhara. It's true that Chagatai Khan enforced Mongol laws strictly, which sometimes conflicted with Islamic customs. For instance, Mongol law forbade washing clothes in running water during certain seasons, a shamanistic injunction, frustrating Muslim needs for ritual cleanliness. Chagatai's reputation in Muslim chronicles is that of a hardliner who showed less sensitivity to Islam. Yet even in his realm, we don't see evidence of a systematic persecution. Muslims remained in a majority in Central Asia and continued to practice their faith. It's a pretty harsh portrayal of Chagatai, but it serves to remind us that tolerance was not uniformly practiced by every Mongol authority at all times. There were debates within the Mongol elite as well. Some, like Chagatai, feared that adherence to religious laws, like Islamic Sharia, could undermine obedience to Mongol customs. Others, like Genghis's younger brother, Temugay, a Buddhist convert, or various Mongol queens who were Christian, championed their adopted faiths. Despite these internal differences, the official state policy from Ogedei through Mongke remained one of general religious pluralism. The exceptions, a zealous governor here and a restrictive edict over there, were bumps in an otherwise pretty smooth road. By the end of Mongol Khan's rule, the Mongol Empire had matured into a cosmopolitan realm. The connectivity of the Pax Mongolica, Mongol peace, meant that an imam from Bukhara could travel to the court in Karakoram, or a Buddhist could find himself in Iran, all under Mongol protection. Missionaries roamed freely. Franciscan friars preached in Mongol courts, Rubruk among them, and Buddhist teachers from Tibet gained converts in the Mongol ranks. The Mongols had effectively created a zone of religious freedom rare for its time. The French historian René Grosset aptly called the Mongol Empire a caravanserai of religions, a huge caravan rest stop where all traders and travelers, regardless of belief, could pause and worship in their own way without any fear. This broad tolerance set the stage for what would happen as the empire split into regional khanates, and as new generations of Mongol rulers, some of whom personally embraced foreign religions, came to power. In the year 1260, Kublai Khan, another of Genghis's grandsons, became the Great Khan. Congratulations. Eventually, he would found the Yuan dynasty in China, 1271 to 1368, and preside over a flourishing culture of religious life in the East. Kublai had been raised in a world steeped in religious diversity, you see. His mother was a Nestorian Christian, famed for her wisdom and charity, and she ensured that her sons were educated in a spirit of openness. Kublai himself, while staunchly Mongol in identity, developed a deep interest in Buddhism, particularly the Tibetan Vajrayana school. Under his patronage, Tibetan lamas like Phagpa were elevated to high positions as spiritual advisors. Yet Kublai did not make Buddhism the exclusive state religion. Instead, he maintained the Mongol tradition of supporting all faiths. If anything, Chinese influence and the vastness of his domains broadened that pluralism even further. Well, now we have an interesting character come in. Marco Polo. Sure you've heard of him. The Venetian traveller who lived at Kublai's court for many years. Well, he left us with a lively account of the Khan's religious policy. One famous story relates is how Kublai honored each of the major religions in his realm. During important festivals of the Muslims, Christians, Jews, Kublai would show public respect for each. Polo describes Kublai's practice during one Easter. The Khan, quote, commanded all the Christians to come before him and bring their book of the Gospels. He then had that book incensed with great reverence and kissed it devoutly. Likewise did all his nobles. He would do the same on holy days of the Muslims and Jews, and even for the, quote, idolaters, his terms for Buddhists and other Indian and Chinese faiths. When asked why he performed ceremonies for so many religions, he gave a characteristically pragmatic answer. There are 4 great prophets who are reverenced and worshipped by different classes of mankind. The Christians worship Jesus Christ, the Muslims Muhammad, the Jews Moses, the idolaters Sakyamuni. I honor and show respect to all 4, and invoke whichever one is indeed the supreme in heaven. In other words, Kublai was hedging his bets spiritually. By venerating all of the major holy figures, he hoped to secure divine favor, no matter who was truly in charge up there. It's a kind of, well, almost you could say a playful rationale to a very serious policy. that being that Kublai refused to alienate any of his subjects on religious grounds, so he went out of his way to make each community feel valued. The fact that the Supreme Emperor of China and much of Asia would publicly kiss a Christian gospel one day and respectfully bow at a Buddhist shrine the next left quite an impression on observers like Marco Polo. It demonstrated a degree of official religious cosmopolitanism that was virtually unheard of in medieval Christendom or the Islamic world at that time. Under Kublai's Yuan administration, all faiths had avenues to thrive. He established officers to oversee the needs of the various religious groups. Muslims, often called Hui in China, had their own officials and courts for personal law. Nestorian Christians built churches in the capital of Kanbalik, that is Beijing, the old word for it at least. Buddhists received large patronage. Kublai commissioned the building of grand Buddhist temples and monasteries, and he supported translations of Buddhist scriptures. Confucian scholars, while somewhat out of favor politically, were still respected and employed in education and administration. The social fabric of Yuan China was a mosaic. Mosques operating in Beijing, Islamic traders from Central Asia enjoyed high status at court. In fact, one of Kublai's favorite ministers was Ahmad Fanakati, a Muslim from Central Asia. And in southern China, Taoist and local Chinese folk religions continued to be practiced freely. Indeed, one could argue that religious tolerance was one key that allowed the Yuan dynasty to rule a culturally Chinese society, despite being foreign conquerors, by not attempting to suppress Chinese religions. Kublai avoided the mistake that later invaders made. He did not force the Chinese to convert to some steppe shamanism. Instead, he just adopted enough of their cultural norms and let them continue venerating their ancestors and gods, thus securing a smoother governance. But that's not to say that Kublai's era was entirely without religious friction. One notable exception in Yuan times was Kublai's conflict with certain Taoist sects. There had been long tension in China between the Buddhists and Taoists, and at Kublai's court, this came to a head. In 1258, before he was Great Khan, by the way, Kublai presided over a famous debate between Buddhist monks and Taoist priests regarding whose teachings were superior. The Buddhists, aimed by Kublai's Tibetan Lama, Pagpa, convinced him that certain Taoist writings, particularly those claiming Lao Tzu was the Buddha reincarnated, were heretical, and even some of them were plagiarized. After becoming emperor, Kublai took the rather unusual step of suppressing Taoist clergy who refused to cooperate. He banned the printing of some Taoist texts, and reportedly ordered many Taoist monasteries to be turned into Buddhist temples. Some Taoist monks were compelled to renounce their teachings. And this stands out as a case where the normally tolerant Kublai acted against a religion, albeit it was within the context of an internal Chinese religious dispute, and arguably more for the sake of resolving doctrinal chaos than out of pure bias. It shows that even in an intolerant Mongol world, the Khan favor could shift, and religion might be curbed if it was seen as socially disruptive or intellectually fraudulent. Yet Kublai did not persecute Taoism wholesale. Taoist practitioners continued to exist, and many Taoist temples persisted in Yuan China. The action was targeted, not a general ban on Taoism. Marco Polo also hints that privately, Kublai Khan had a soft spot for Christianity. He comments that the Khan seemed to regard the Christian faith as truest and best, praising its moral teachings, though Kublai never converted. He allegedly told Marco's father and uncle that he didn't become Christian because the Christians in his land were not impressive enough, and because he needed the prayers for all faiths for his enormous empire. This pragmatic streak in Kublai's thinking cannot be said enough times. He was managing a diverse realm, and he saw religion as a means of unification, not division. In Yuan society at large, the benefit of Mongol tolerance was a mingling of cultures never before seen. Persian astronomers worked in Kublai's observatories, bringing Islamic science to China. Christian artisans, some from as far as Russia or Georgia, built bridges, managed workshops. One legend even credits a Nestorian Christian from the Middle East with designing Kublai's siege engines. Muslim physicians ran hospitals in the Mongol Empire. This whole interplay of ideas was vibrant. Tibetan Buddhism gained converts among Mongols. Islam spread along the Silk Road, reaching new communities in western China, many which are still there. Christianity too saw a boost, with churches in major cities and even a Mongol royal, Prince Godan, showing interest in Christian theology earlier. Yuan China's art and literature bear the marks of this diversity. Miniatures and paintings depict Mongol princes with Buddhist icons and Christian crosses in the same scene, and that's definitely something to behold. A veritable United Nations for all faiths. And so by the end of the Yuan dynasty, which lasted until 1368, the Mongols in China had themselves been changed by this tolerant environment. Many Mongols there had adopted Tibetan Buddhism as their main faith, a legacy that continues, by the way. These days, Mongolia is predominantly Buddhist. Some had intermarried with Chinese and taken on local religious customs. The policy of tolerance had not only kept the peace, it had facilitated a cultural transformation and exchange. And when the Yuan eventually fell, it was not due to religious strife, but other political and economic issues. In fact, even the succeeding Chinese Ming dynasty, which ousted the Mongols, continued to have significant communities of Muslims and Christians, and that is a testament to how deeply religious diversity had taken root during the Mongol era. And so, while Kublai ruled in the east, another branch of Genghis Khan's family governed the Middle East and Persia. The Ilkhanate, founded by Hulegu, the grandson of Genghis. The Ilkhans offered a fascinating study of Mongol religious policies, because you see, over a few generations they went from being pluralist patrons of many creeds to themselves just converting to Islam, the majority religion of their subjects. Through this transition we can see both the high tide of Mongol tolerance and the subtle shift when a Mongol state adopted an official religion. So let's talk about that. Hulegu Khan, who established the Ilkhanate around 1256 after his devastating conquests in Iran and Mesopotamia, was religiously quite eclectic. Hulegu was a Buddhist, or possibly shamanist by inclination, but he also strongly influenced by his Christian wife, Dokuz Khatun, who was a Nestorian from the Keriot tribe. The Keriots, by the way, had been Christians for generations. When Hulegu's forces infamously sacked Baghdad in 1258, ending the Abbasid Caliphate, they slaughtered a huge number of the city's inhabitants. This massacre is often remembered for its brutality towards Baghdad's Muslim population. Yet notably, the Mongols spared the city's Christians. Contemporary accounts credit Dokuz Khatun's intervention. She purportedly asked Hulegu to protect Christians, and thus, quote, many of the citizens were massacred, but Christians were spared. Indeed, the Christian community in Baghdad only survived, but was favored under Hulegu. Churches that were left intact while mosques were burned. And that's one example. For the Islamic world, the fall of Baghdad was, as you can imagine, a horrific blow, a nightmare come to life, and some saw it as a sign of Mongol impiety. But from the Mongol perspective, They were punishing a political enemy, the caliph who had failed to submit, rather than targeting a faith. After the conquest, Hulegu welcomed Buddhist monks and Christian clerics to court, and he maintained the traditional Mongol stance of patronizing all religions. He financed the building of Buddhist temples in Iran, remarkably as Buddhism had almost vanished in Persia since ancient times, and allowed Nestorian Christian churches to flourish. His chief minister was the famous Persian scholar Nasir al-Din Tusi, whom Hulegu saved from Baghdad and employed to build a great observatory at Maragha. That Hulegu, a nominal Buddhist, had a Muslim, albeit a Shiite Muslim, vizier and Christian queen exemplifies the multi-faith elite of the Ilkhanate early years. And in the late 13th century it remained a tapestry of those beliefs. Hulegu's son, Abaka, succeeded him and continued to favor Buddhism and Christianity, while also dealing diplomatically with his large Muslim populace. Many Ilkhan princes and princesses were baptized Christians, and Eastern Christians' Nestorian influence was also strong at the court. However, the Mongols in this region did not force their own leanings on the majority. The bulk of the population in Persia and Mesopotamia was Muslim, and they were generally allowed to continue Islamic law and customs under Mongol oversight. A number of Persian Muslims served in the government. For instance, the historian Atta Malik Juvaini was himself a Muslim official under Hulegu and Abaka, rewarded with the governorship of Baghdad after the conquest. The Mongol rulers valued talent over creed, you see. Juvaini's Islamic faith was no barrier to high office. As long as officials were loyal, they could worship as they wished. The Ilkhans even took advice from Sufi mystics and Islamic scholars on governance. There is an interesting report that one Ilkhan, Ghazan before he came Khan, once dressed incognito to visit a noted Sufi holy man to discuss spirituality, showing the private fascination that Mongols often had with these local religions. One could find Christian monasteries, mosques, and Buddhist shrines, all receiving patronage in Ilkhanate lands during the 1260s to 80s. The cosmopolitan city of Maragha, the Ilkhanate capital for a time, housed the observatory where Muslim and Chinese astronomers worked together. And nearby were monasteries for both Christian and Buddhist monks. Marco Polo, traveling through Ilkhanate territory on his way to China, noted that the Mongol rulers of Persia showed great honor to Christian sites. He mentions that Hulegu's successors even invited Catholic emissaries who were curious about Western Christianity, though ultimately they aligned more with Eastern Christianity. The Ilkhans also extended tolerance to the Jewish communities in their domain, which is noteworthy, since medieval Persia's Jews often suffered under other regimes. Under Mongol rule, Rashad al-Din Hamadani, a Persian Jew who converted to Islam, rose to become the Ilkhanate's vizier, kind of like a prime minister, and one of the most influential figures in the realm. Rashid al-Din, whose monumental work, Jami al-Tawarikh, the Compendium of Chronicles, is a major source on world history up to the Mongols. Definitely recommended if you want some homework. And in this work it embodied the Mongol ethos of inclusion. You see, his own background was multi-religious. Born Jewish, practicing Muslim, working for Buddhist or shamanistic rulers. It's complicated. He also champions scholarly study of all religions. In Rashid's histories, he respectfully recounts the stories of Muhammad, Buddha, Jesus, and many other prophets, reflecting the open intellectual climate that the Mongols supported. The Ilkhanate, in essence, became a bit of a melting pot of sorts, a place where a Syrian Christian bishop, a Mongol shaman, a Tibetan monk might all be present at court, advising on different matters. But there was a turning point. There are no happily ever afters, I'm afraid. and came at the close of the 13th century. In 1295, a great-grandson of Hulagu, Ilkhan Ghazan, took power and converted to Islam. This was a watershed moment. The Mongol ruler of Persia formally adopted the religion of the majority of his people, becoming not just a patron of Islam, but a practitioner. But why did he do it? Well, it was driven by several factors: personal conviction, the influence of Muslim generals and administrators, and a pragmatic sense that embracing Islam would stabilize his realm by uniting Mongol and Persian elites. Once Muslim, Ghazan set about reorganizing the state along more traditional Islamic lines. So did this mean the end of Mongol tolerance in the Ilkhanate? Not entirely, but it was certainly a noticeable shift. Ghazan made Islam the official religion of his government. He ordered the construction of mosques and Islamic schools, and sometimes restricted other faiths in ways his forebears would never have done. For instance, Buddhist temples that had been established by earlier Ilkhans were converted into mosques or repurposed, since Buddhism had very few local adherents and was now seen less favorably. The active public promotion of Buddhism and Christianity at court diminished. Many of the Nestorian Christian nobles either converted to Islam to maintain influence or simply saw their roles reduced. Ghazan also reinstated the collection of the jizya, a tax on non-Muslim subjects under Islamic rule, from his Jewish and Christian subjects, which the Mongols had generally not enforced earlier. And this suggests a move towards the more normative Islamic model of governance. That said, Ghazan did not carry out persecutions. It wasn't like he was rounding everybody up and burning them, but he remained relatively tolerant by the standards of other regimes. Christians and Jews in the Ilkhanate were still protected. Indeed, his vizier, Rashid al-Din, was a convert from Judaism and continued in office. And the Buddhists, though out of favor, were simply asked to leave without causing a fuss, or integrate into other communities. Ghazan even continued correspondence with European Christian monarchs, presenting himself as a potential ally, somewhat opportunistically, despite now being a Muslim. In short, the Ilkhanate gradually Islamized, and as it did, its pluralistic shine dulled a bit. But it did not entirely vanish. Ghazan's successors, like Olyetu Khan, went further into Islamic identity. Olyetu became a Shia Muslim. By the 1310s, the Ilkhanate was essentially a Muslim kingdom in terms of state religion, yet the Mongol legacy of tolerance had left its mark. For example, Olyetu continued to employ Christian officers and kept diplomatic channels with Christian Europe. The administrative system built by Mongols was secular enough that even under an Islamic banner it could accommodate non-Muslims. Notably, when Olyetu's vizier, Rashid al-Din, was executed in 1318, on charges of poisoning, by the way, likely trumped up. It marked a sign that the new Islamic establishment was less comfortable with a man of different origins in power. Over time, the vibrant multi-religious court culture of the early Ilkhans gave way to a more homogenized Muslim one, a natural outcome, as the Mongols themselves were assimilated into the local population. The Ilkhanate itself fragmented and collapsed by 1335, but by then, most of the Mongol elite in the region were thoroughly integrated as Muslims, and their earlier patronage of other religions had largely ceased. Well, it's important to stress that even during this transition, outright religious persecution was rare. Things didn't descend into complete chaos like you would think. The Mongols did not forcibly convert their subjects to Islam when they themselves converted. It was more that they themselves just assimilated. One exception could be seen in the occasional flare-ups, for example, after Hulagu's time. There were reports that some Mongol commanders who became Muslims might harass Buddhist monks or destroy a temple here and there. But these were not long-standing policies from the top. Conversely, when the Mongols were not yet Muslim, there were cases of anti-Muslim sentiment. For instance, Hulegu at one point executed the Caliph and many Muslims, and his son, Akaba, later fought Muslim Mamluks. Some have interpreted their actions as having a religious tinge, especially since Hulegu allied with Christian powers against the Muslim Mamluk Sultanate. Yet the Mongols' primary motive in those conflicts was a geopolitical one, not ideological. Interestingly, the defeat of Hulegu's forces by the Muslim Mamluks in 1260 at Ain Jalut was celebrated in the Muslim world as a victory of Islam over the infidels, highlighting that many Muslims did view the Mongols with suspicion religiously. Either way, over time, the Ilkhanate Mongols disproved fears of being crypto-crusaders by eventually embracing Islam themselves. Alright, 51 minutes into the video, and I know what you're thinking. Why has he not talked about the Golden Horde? What is he hiding from us? Well, I would be remiss to omit that, wouldn't I? The Mongol realms in Russia and the Western Steppes, and of course the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia. They were too exemplified by religious tolerance, but they had their own little twists. These western regions, ruled by descendants of Genghis' sons Jochi and Chagatai, started out as pluralistic Mongol states, just like the Ilkhanate, but eventually they became predominantly Islamic by the 14th century. Now, what is the Golden Horde? Well, it was the Mongol Khanate ruling over the western Eurasian steppe, including what is today Russia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, parts of the Caucasus. In the mid-13th century, its leaders such as Batu Khan, another grandson of Genghis, adhered to an old shamanistic and Tengrist belief and had no state religion. Batu and his immediate successors allowed the diverse peoples under their sway to keep their religions, and this included the Turkic and Mongol nomads of the Horde, many of whom still worshipped Tengri or practiced shamanism. They conquered Turkic Muslim populations around the Volga too, and the majority of the sedentary population, these and Orthodox Christians of the Rus principalities, they were all included. One of the most remarkable aspects about Mongol rule in Russia was their treatment of the Russian Orthodox Church. The Mongols devastated Russian cities in initial conquests, but once domination was established, they tended to prefer dealing with churchmen as intermediaries, finding them pretty useful to keep people in control. The Orthodox Church was granted exemptions and charitable treatment, much like clergy in other parts of the empire. Chroniclers note that the Mongol Khans confirmed the tax-exempt status of the Orthodox Church, and often allowed Russian metropolitans, that is, high bishops, to travel to the Mongol capital, receiving charters of protection. In fact, in 1267, the Khan Monka Timur officially exempted the Orthodox Church from taxes, a privilege reaffirmed by later Khans. Even when times were tough, the Mongols understood that antagonizing the church could incite people, so they generally refrained from doing it. A pretty wise choice. There is an illustrative incident. In the 1340s, the Khan Yani Beg briefly imposed a tax on the Orthodox Church in his lands, but within 5 years, the decree was revoked and full exemption restored. This suggests that any deviation from the norm of tolerance, even just taxing the church, was quickly corrected, reaffirming the Mongols' overall policy of accommodation toward the Russian faith. As a result, the Orthodox Church actually strengthened under Mongol rule, expanding its influence, while the Mongols kept the secular rulers, i.e., the princes, in check. For the common people in the Golden Horde realms, religious life carried on with minimal interference. Russian peasants continued to attend their churches and venerate icons. If anything, the Mongols indirectly protected the church from meddling by the often power-hungry Russian princes. In the Horde's capital city of Sarai, on the lower Volga, new religious communities sprang up. There were mosques for the growing Muslim population, as well as churches for the immigrants and captives from the West. Travelers reported that Sarai and other Horde cities were pretty cosmopolitan, with markets where Central Asian Muslims, Italian traders, Greek or Russian Orthodox clergy, and steppe shamans might all cross paths. A significant turn in the Golden Horde came when Berke Khan, Batu's brother, assumed power in the 1250s. Berke was the first Mongol prince of note to convert to Islam, sometime around 1257. Unlike in the Ilkhanate, where the conversion happened after several decades of rule, Berke's conversion occurred relatively early, while the Mongol Empire was still united under Mongol Khan. Berke's Islam played a role in the famous conflict between him and Hulegu, the Ilkhan. As Hulegu attacked Baghdad, the Muslim Berke grew angry and allied his horde with the Egyptian Mamluks to stop the expansion of Hulegu. This was the first instance of Mongols fighting Mongols with a religious justification. Berke reportedly said, "Hulegu destroyed the caliphate and killed Muslims, and he will have to answer for that." Nevertheless, Berke did not impose Islam on the Horde's population. He built a mosque in Sarai and welcomed Muslim advisors, even establishing Sharia courts for Muslims in his realms. But the administration remained largely in the hands of traditional Mongol nobles and some foreign merchants, many of whom were Muslim anyway, so, all's well that ends well. The Horde thus gradually Islamicized at the top, but it remained religiously diverse at the ground level. Later, in the 14th century, Ozbek Khan of the Golden Horde made Islam the state religion more formally, and then got to encouraging the Mongol nobles to convert, reportedly with some force against those who resisted. Under Uzbek, reigning 1313 to 41, the Horde became a majority Muslim ruling class. Even then, however, they did not try to forcibly convert their Christian Russian subjects. The Russians continued to practice orthodoxy, and the Khans continued to be patrons, at least in a sense, of the Russian Orthodox Church, as it helped maintain stability. The Horde's policy toward the Church remained a protective one. Several Russian chronicles mention that, with gratitude, the Pax Tatarica that allowed the Church to function unmolested. As Mongols themselves adopted Islam, their attitude toward the Church did cool somewhat. Later Khans less personally invested in fostering Christianity, but generally they stuck to the precedent of tolerance established earlier. The main difference was that Islam now enjoyed a favored status in the Horde. We're talking state sponsorship, court ceremonies in the Islamic style, this kind of thing. Whereas before it was but one among equals, now there was clearly a favorite. Non-Muslims in the Horde increasingly became simple subjects, peoples paying taxes or tribute to an Islamic state, rather than partners in a pluralistic empire. But even so, religious freedom at the personal level remained, at least in the most part. There were no Mongol-led pogroms or mass conversions in the Horde's vast territories. The conversion of the Golden Horde rulers to Islam did lead to some cultural changes. For example, by the 1330s, coinage from the Horde bore Islamic proclamations, and Mongol names were replaced by Islamic names among the elite. But the everyday religious life of their subjects carried on with continuity. Indeed, the Russian Orthodox Church survived the entire Mongol period completely intact, and would later become the centerpiece of Russian identity when Mongol rule eventually receded. Meanwhile, in the Chagatai Khanate, Central Asia, including much of Transoxiana and Turkestan, the pattern was pretty similar. Chagatai's descendants ruled over a mostly Muslim population. Turkic cities like Bukhara, Samarkand, for example, were centers of Islam. Yet they themselves initially clung to Tengrism, or Buddhism. This caused a bit of friction. As noted, one early Chagatayid Khan was reputed to having been quite hostile to Islam, and there were episodes of Muslims in Central Asia being penalized for following Sharia law over Mongol law. But in general, even the Chagatai realm operated on the principle of live and let live pretty rigorously. In the late 13th century, during the reign of Khan Barak and others, Buddhist influences were introduced. Yet Islam remained deeply rooted among the people and many lower officials. Eventually, like their cousins elsewhere, the Chagatai Mongols also embraced Islam, most prominently with Tarmashirin Khan in the 1330s, who converted to Islam and encouraged others to do likewise. After that, Central Asia would firmly return to the Islamic fold. But notably, even before that conversion, the Mongol rulers in Central Asia did not stamp out Islam. They built new temples for Buddhists, but left the mosques standing. And after conversion, they did not wipe out the remnants of Buddhism or Nestorian Christianity immediately. Those gradually faded in the face of the now dominant Islam. And with that we get to the end. What did you think? Were they really tolerant? At least by the standards of the day, I think we can certainly say that they were. We wouldn't say that they were intolerant, that's for sure. Well, let me thank my top-tier patrons and supporters, doing God's work, keeping the channel going. Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Carrie, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfednir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuronerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Scott, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, and Dalbury. Thank you so much. And yes, once again, I hope you enjoyed all of this. Interesting topic. They don't talk about the Mongols as much as they should. And when I say they, I mean, well, other people. I suppose I talk about them a bit. I just went on for an hour or so. I hope you enjoyed it. Go and tell your friends about the Mongols. Go and tell them. Yes, they'll enjoy it. Well, I'll see you next time, whenever you feel like coming back. As always, good night and lots of love to you all.